You know how it goes with dating apps, right? Swipe, swipe, swipe. Most of the time, it is just nothing. Awkward small talk, maybe a decent first date that goes nowhere. You get used to the ghosting, the weirdos, the guys who just want to send you unsolicited pictures of their junk. It is a jungle out there, and after a while, you just kind of lower your expectations. I am Chloe, by the way, and this is not one of those stories about a bad date. This is something else entirely. Something that still keeps me up at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I am ever going to feel truly safe again. I would have been on Tinder for a couple of years, mostly out of boredom, sometimes out of genuine desire to meet someone. I would have had my fair share of duds, a few decent guys who just were not the one, and one particularly memorable encounter with a man who insisted on bringing his pet ferret to our coffee date. Yeah, I would almost given up. My thumb was getting tired of the endless parade of shirtless Jim, selfies and blurry group photos. Then, I saw him. His name was Alex. His profile picture was not some heavily filtered, overly posed shot. It was just him, smiling, maybe a little shyly, in front of what looked like a hiking trail. He had kind eyes, a strong jawline, and a slight stubble that made him look rugged but approachable. His bio was simple loves the outdoors, good food, and even better company. Looking for someone genuine. It was not groundbreaking, but it felt honest. Real. And compared to some of the bios I would seen, it was practically poetry. I swiped right. Almost immediately, I got it as a match notification. My heart did that little fluttery thing it had not done in a while. Our initial chats were easy. He was not pushy or overly complimentary. He asked thoughtful questions, actually listened to my answers, and had a quick, dry wit that made me laugh out loud a few times. We talked about everything from our favorite hiking spots to the most bizarre thing we would ever eaten. It felt natural, like talking to an old friend, but with that underlying spark of new possibility. After about a week of texting, he asked me out. Coffee, nothing fancy, which I appreciated. He was not trying too hard. The moment I saw him walk into the cafe, I knew he was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a confident but not arrogant stride. He had that same kind smile, and his eyes, a warm hazel, crinkled at the corners when he saw me. He was wearing a simple Henley shirt and jeans, looking effortlessly put together. We talked for hours. The coffee went cold, then we ordered more. It was like we would known each other forever. We finished each other's sentences, discovered a ridiculous number of shared interests, and he had this way of making me feel like I was the only person in the room. He was attentive, charming, and genuinely interested. I found myself rambling a little, something I rarely do, just because he made me feel so comfortable. There was one tiny moment, though, that, in hindsight, gave me a shiver. He was talking about a trip he would take into Costa Rica, describing the rainforest, and for just a split second, his eyes seemed to flatten, like the light went out of them. It was so brief, so fleeting. I dismissed it immediately, probably just the way the cafe lighting caught them. I told myself, or maybe I was just overthinking, as I tend to do. When he blinked, the warmth was back, and he was still smiling, asking me if I would ever hiked in a tropical climate. I brushed it off. We went on a second date, then a third, and a fourth. It was a whirlwind. He was everything I thought I wanted. He was always available, always eager to see me. He would pick me up, drive me to some amazing restaurant he would found, or a hidden gem of a park for a walk, or even just my favorite ice cream place. He remembered every little detail I told him, from my preferred coffee order to the name of my childhood pet. He would surprise me with a small bouquet of my favorite flowers, just because he was perfect, almost too perfect. Looking back, there were other little things. He never invited me back to his place. Not once. He would always drop me off at my apartment, linger for a kiss, and then leave. When I asked him about it, he would just laugh and say, "My place is a bit of a bachelor pad right now. I am thinking of redecorating, but it is a mess. I would rather take you out somewhere nice. It was a reasonable excuse, and I did not push it. I figured he just wanted to impress me. He was also a little vague about his past. When I asked about his family, he would say something like, "They are good," busy, and quickly change the subject. His job was consulting, which, as anyone who has been on dating apps knows, can mean pretty much anything. He did not have a lot of social media presence either, just an old, bare-bones IU2B profile that had not been updated in years. He said he was not really into all that. Again, reasonable. A lot of people are not. And honestly, I was so swept up in the romance, in how good he made me feel, that I did not pay much attention to the subtle gaps. I was finally happy. I was falling for him. Hard. It was a Tuesday evening, about 3 weeks after our first date. We were just at dinner the night before, a lovely Italian place, and he would held my hand across the table, his thumb gently stroking my knuckles. Everything felt right. I was curled up on my couch, my cat, Mittens, purring loudly on my lap, half watching the local news while scrolling through Instagram. Just a typical quiet night. Then the screen flashed. A breaking news graphic, stark red and white. Missing person alert. I barely registered at first. Just another local tragedy. But then they showed the picture. My stomach dropped. The world tilted on its axis. The remote clattered to the floor as my hand trembled. It was Alex. His face, undeniably his face, stared out from the television screen. The same kind eyes, the same slight stubble, the same strong jawline. But this picture was different. It was a formal headshot, maybe a work ID photo, and his smile was not the warm, genuine one I knew. It was a little more strained, a little more real. The news anchor's voice, calm and professional, cut through the sudden buzzing in my ears. Police are seeking information on the whereabouts of Alex Miller, 32, who was last seen leaving his apartment in the West Hills neighborhood on the evening of October 12th. Miller is described as 5 feet 11 inches tall, approximately 180 pounds, with hazel eyes and brown hair. He was last seen wearing a blue jacket and jeans. Anyone with information is urged to contact. My breath hitched. Alex Miller. He would only ever introduce himself as Alex. No last name. And West Hills. That was a good 45 minutes from where he usually picked me up. October 12th. That was almost 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks before our first date. No, this could not be right. It had to be a mistake. A coincidence. Someone who looked remarkably like him. I scrambled for the remote, rewound the live TV, and played the segment again. My eyes were glued to the screen, searching for any detail, any discrepancy. But there was none. It was him. The man I had been dating. The man I was falling for. My phone was still in my hand. I immediately went to my messages with him. Alex. I typed, my fingers shaking. Are you seeing this? What the hell is going on? I hit send. The message showed as delivered. I waited and waited. No reply. I tried calling. It rang once, twice, then went straight to voicemail. His familiar, calm voice greeted me, "Hey, you have reached Alex. Leave a message and I will get back to you." It was his voice. The same voice that had whispered sweet nothings in my ear just last night. But now, it sounded hollow, ghostly. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. What was happening? Was he in trouble? Was he a victim? Or was I in trouble? I started frantically searching online. Alex Miller missing. Dozens of results popped up. Local news sites, police bulletins, even a few shared posts from concerned friends and family on social media. I clicked on one of the news articles. More photos. Photos of Alex Miller with a woman, smiling, her arm wrapped around his waist. His fiancée, the caption read. A picture of him with an older couple, his parents. photos of him at what looked like a work event, surrounded by colleagues. And as I scrolled, a chilling, sickening realization began to creep over me slowly, inexorably. The man in these photos, the real Alex Miller, he was not quite the man I had been dating. The resemblance was striking, almost uncanny, but there were subtle differences. The way his eyes crinkled when he smiled in these photos was softer, warmer. The bridge of his nose seemed a fraction wider. There was a tiny, almost imperceptible mole just under his left eye in the news photos that the Alex I knew did not have. Or maybe it was just the lighting. No, I stared at the screen, then closed my eyes, picturing the man who had kissed me goodnight just hours ago. He did not have that mole, and his smile, while charming, always felt a little fixed, a little too perfect. The Alex I knew had been almost too smooth, too attentive, too good to be true. He would anticipate my every need, know my every preference, sometimes before I even voiced them. He would have been like a meticulously crafted dream, tailor-made for me. And now, seeing these pictures of the real Alex Miller, a man who looked like him but was not quite him, a man who had a fiancée and a life, and had been missing for 2 weeks before I even met my Alex. The nausea returned, stronger this time. I was not just dating a missing person. I was dating someone who was using a missing person's identity. Or worse. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a trap. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the old building amplified. I pulled Mittens closer, burying my face in her soft fur, needing the comfort of something real, something alive. She purred, but then her ears swiveled, and she let out a low, guttural hiss, her gaze fixed on the darkened hallway leading to my bedroom. There was nothing there, just shadows. But Mittens continued to stare, her tail twitching nervously, her usually placid demeanor replaced by an unsettling alertness. I did not sleep that night. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment with Alex. Every charming word, every lingering touch now felt tainted, sinister. His vague answers about his past, his insistence on always meeting out, his lack of social media presence, they were not just quirks anymore. They were deliberate omissions, careful manipulations. He had not been a private person. He would have been a blank slate, a perfectly constructed facade. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I did not go to work. I could not. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I tried to convince myself it was all a huge misunderstanding, that there was a logical explanation. But the more I looked at the news articles, the more I compared the photos of the real Alex Miller to the face burned into my memory, the more the horrifying truth solidified. The man I dated was an imposter, a mimic, something that had taken on the appearance of a missing man. The feeling of being watched became constant. Every time I looked out my window, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I started seeing him in crowds of fleeting glimpses of his profile, a familiar stride, only for it to vanish when I blinked. My phone, which had been silent since my failed attempts to contact him, started ringing with calls from unknown number. I never answered. They would ring for a few seconds, then hang up, then the small, unsettling things started happening in my apartment. I am a creature of habit. I always put my keys in the same bowl by the door. One morning, they were on the kitchen counter. I always leave my favorite mug on the drying rack after washing it. I found it in the cupboard, neatly put away. A book I had been reading, left face down on my nightstand, was now on my bookshelf, perfectly aligned. Nothing was missing, nothing was broken, just moved, as if someone had been tidying up, or, more accurately, as if someone had been here. I started double-checking my locks, my windows, my fire escape. I bought a cheap security camera and pointed it at my front door. The footage showed nothing, just my empty hallway. But the feeling persisted. It was like a cold breath on my skin, even when I was alone in my locked apartment. Mittens, my usually fearless cat, became skittish. She would jump at the slightest sound, her fur bristling. She would often sit by the closed bedroom door, staring intently at it, letting out low growls that sent shivers down my spine. Sometimes, I would swear I heard faint scratching noises coming from the other side of the door, or a soft whisper that sounded eerily like my name, just at the edge of hearing, like a trick of the wind. But when I would check, there was nothing, just the silence of my empty apartment. I knew I should go to the police. I knew I should tell them everything. But what would I say? I dated a missing man, but I think the man I dated was actually some kind of entity that used his face, and now it is messing with my stuff and watching me. They would probably call a psychiatrist. They would think I was delusional. And what if it found out I went to the police? What if that made it angry? The thought alone was enough to paralyze me. One evening, I was taking a shower, trying to wash away the creeping dread. The steam fogged up the mirror, and when I stepped out, I saw it, scrawled across the condensation, in a familiar looping script that perfectly mimicked Alex's handwriting, were 2 words. I miss you. My heart hammered against my ribs. I screamed a raw, terrified sound and stumbled backward, wrapping the towel tighter around me. My eyes darted around the bathroom, searching for an open window, an intruder. Nothing. The door was locked. The window was latched. But the message was there, undeniable, chilling. It was not just watching me anymore. It was inside. That was it. I could not stay. I grabbed a small duffel bag, stuffing it with essentials clothes, my wallet, my phone. I had to get out. I had to disappear. I did not know where I was going, but anywhere was better than here. As I zipped up the bag, I heard it, a distinct, slow thud from my living room. Not a settling of the house, not a branch hitting the window. A deliberate, heavy sound, like someone had just dropped something on the floor. My blood ran cold. I froze, bag in hand, straining to listen. Silence. A terrifying, unnatural silence. Mittens, who had been hiding under the bed, let out a terrified yowl. Then a voice. Alex's voice. Soft, smooth, but with an underlying hiss like static. "Chloe, where are you going?" It was coming from the living room. My breath hitched. I could feel my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. It knew. It was here. I crept toward my bedroom door, my hand shaking as I reached for the doorknob. The voice came again, closer this time, just outside the door. It sounded like he was right there on the other side. "Do not you want to stay with me?" The mimicry was perfect, but there was a subtle distortion, a slight elongation of the vowels, a too long pause between words. It was not human. It was something else, something wearing his voice, wearing his face. I pulled the door open, not caring about stealth anymore, and burst out. I caught a fleeting glimpse of it, tall, gaunt, standing in the middle of my living room. Its face, it was Alex's, but stretched, elongated, the skin too pale, the eyes too dark and sunken, reflecting no light. A grotesque parody. It moved with a jerky, unnatural grace. I did not scream. I just ran down the hallway, fumbling with the deadbolt on my front door, my fingers numb with terror. I yanked it open and stumbled out into the blessedly bright hallway of my apartment building. I did not look back. I just ran down the stairs, 3 at a time, my duffel bag bouncing against my side. I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, my lungs burning. My car was parked just down the block. I sprinted towards it, jamming the key into the lock, throwing the door open, and scrambling inside. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas, peeling out a parking spot. I did not know where I was going. I just drove, aimlessly, down familiar streets, then onto the highway, putting as much distance as I could between myself and that apartment, between myself and it. Every time I glanced in my rearview mirror, I expected to see that twisted face, Those dark, empty eyes following me, but there was nothing, just the headlights of other cars. I drove until the sun began to rise, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink. I pulled into a rest stop, my body trembling, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and adrenaline. I had nowhere to go, no one to call. How could I explain any of this? I ended up at a cheap motel a few towns over, paying cash, using a different name. I changed my phone number. I quit my job via email. I scrubbed my social media, deleting everything, trying to erase any trace of myself. I tried to start over, but you can't outrun something like. Sometimes I wonder if I am cursed. Not in a dramatic, movie of the week kind of way, but just unlucky. Like the universe decided my life needed a little extra spice, a little more terror than the average person. After what happened with Liam, after seeing that cavern and those sculptures, I thought I would be safe. I thought I would earn my peace. But trauma, it turns out, is a gift that keeps on giving, and it makes you see shadows where there are none, and sometimes it makes you see them where they absolutely are. It had been nearly 2 years since I crawled out of that nightmare. 2 years of therapy, of jumping at every shadow, of checking locks 3 times before bed. I would move cities, change my number, even dyed my hair. I was trying to rebuild, to find some semblance of normal. Part of that normal involved trying to put myself out there again. My friends, bless their well-meaning hearts, kept telling me I needed to get back on the horse, that not all men were monsters. So, against my better judgment, I downloaded Tinder. I swiped through countless profiles, a blur of gym selfies and fishing pictures. It felt sterile, depersonalized. But then I saw Mark's profile. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way, dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled at his photos. His bio was witty, talking about his love for hiking and obscure indie films. He seemed normal, safe. We matched, and his first message was charming, not at all the cheesy pickup lines I would brace myself for. We talked for days, easy conversation flowing between us. He was a software engineer, lived a few towns over, and had a dog named Gus. He made me laugh, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of something resembling hope. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop. He was even better in person, taller than I expected, with a genuine smile. We talked for hours, the kind of conversation where you lose track of time. He listened intently, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I found myself opening up cautiously about my past, albeit in a vague way, just hinting at a bad experience that had made me wary. He was understanding, empathetic, and did not push for details. He just said, "It sounds like you've been through a lot. I admire your strength." My guard, which had been up like a fortress wall for so long, started to lower, brick by careful brick. We went on a few more dates after that. Dinner, a walk in the park with Gus, even a movie night at his place where we ended up just talking on the couch, surrounded by takeout containers and a surprisingly extensive vinyl collection. He was attentive, sweet, and always made me feel comfortable. He never pressured me for anything more than I was ready for. It felt right, almost too right. And that, of course, was where the first tiny prickle of unease started. It began subtly, like a whisper in the back of my mind. Little things. One evening, we were talking about my sister, Chloe. Chloe is 16, bright, sarcastic, and my absolute world. I would mention her a few times, mostly in passing, talking about her latest top obsession or her drama club shenanigans. Mark had asked a few questions about her, what school she went to, what she liked to do. Standard stuff. I told myself he was just being polite, showing interest in my life. But then, a week later, he said something that felt off. We were at a local farmer's market, browsing through stalls of organic vegetables and artisan bread. I was telling him about a particularly stressful day at work, and he chuckled, then said, Well, at least Chloe's probably having a better time than you are, right? I bet she is already rehearsing for that play. My breath hitched. I had not told him about Chloe's play. Not in detail, anyway. I might have mentioned she was in drama club, but I had not specifically said she was rehearsing for a play. And certainly not in a way that would make him assume she was doing it that day. How did you know about the play? I asked, trying to keep my voice light casual. He shrugged, a charming, easy gesture. Oh, did you not mention it? I must have just assumed. You said she was in drama club, right? Kids in drama club are always in plays. He smiled, that crinkly-eyed smile, and my internal alarm bells, which had just started clanging faintly, quieted a little. He was right. It was a reasonable assumption. I was probably just being paranoid. Liam had made me paranoid. But the seed was planted. And once a seed of doubt is planted, it starts to grow, even if you try to ignore it. A few days later, Mark suggested we go for a hike at a nature preserve near my town. It was a beautiful, sunny Saturday, and I was looking forward to it. As we drove, he took a turn down a street I recognized. Oh, this is a shortcut, he said, noticing my glance. I used to live around here a while back. We passed by Chloe's school. It was Saturday, so the parking lot was empty, but the building itself was unmistakable. My stomach did a little flip. He had not just passed it. He was slowed down, almost imperceptibly, as we went by. That is Chloe's school. I said, again, trying to sound casual. Oh, really? He replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Small world. I actually remember driving past it a few weeks ago and thinking it looked familiar. He had not mentioned driving past it before. And why would he remember a random school from a few weeks ago? It felt like he was too good at playing it off. My chest tightened. I was definitely being paranoid. This was a normal, innocent conversation. I needed to stop overthinking everything. But the incidents kept accumulating, small, almost insignificant things that, when strung together, started to form a pattern I did not like. He would mention a specific coffee shop that Chloe and I sometimes went to, saying he would seen a girl who looked like your sister there. He would ask about her friends by name, names I was pretty sure I had not shared with him. Each time, he had a plausible explanation, a charming deflection that made me feel foolish for even questioning it. You must have mentioned it, or I must have misheard, or I just have a good memory for details. My paranoia, which I had been trying so hard to keep at bay, started to feel less like paranoia and more like intuition. That cold knot in my stomach, the one I would grown intimately familiar with after Liam, was back. It was a low thrum, a constant hum of unease beneath the surface of my interactions with Mark. I started subtly testing him, dropping false information about Chloe's schedule or mentioning a new hobby she was supposedly taking up. He never confirmed the false details, which only made me question if he was that good at playing dumb, or if I was just losing my mind. Chloe, meanwhile, was oblivious. She was wrapped up in her own teenage world of school, friends, and the drama club play. She knew I was dating someone, and she would ask a few times if he was nice, if he made me happy. I would tell her he was, trying to believe it myself. I did not want to project my own anxieties onto her. Then came the day I found out. It was a Tuesday evening. Chloe had left her phone on the kitchen counter while she went to take a shower. I was making dinner, humming along to the radio, when her phone buzzed with a notification. My eyes, almost involuntarily, flickered to the screen. It was a message from Instagram, a DM. The sender's name was Marketer Guy. My blood ran cold. Marketer Guy. That was his Instagram handle. The one I followed. The one he used for all his hiking photos and dog pictures. My fingers trembled as I picked up Chloe's phone. I knew it was wrong to snoop, but a primal fear had just gripped me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum. I unlocked her phone. She would told me her passcode a while ago in case of emergency. My thumb hovered over the Instagram icon, then pressed it. The messages were there, a string of them going back weeks. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. The first few messages were innocent enough. Hey, saw you mention you like hiking on your profile. Ever been to the trails near local park name? He would obviously found her profile, followed her. That alone was creepy but not overtly threatening. But then it escalated. Your sister mentioned you are really into drama club. That is awesome. What kind of roles do you like? Just saw your story of you at the coffee shop. Cute outfit. Chloe, is that your favorite place to study? A wave of nausea washed over me. He knew where she was. He was watching her stories. He was messaging her. My mark. My Tinder match. My eyes scanned further down, my mind struggling to process the information. Chloe's replies were short, polite, but clearly uncomfortable. Oh, thanks. Or yeah, it is pretty good. She was not engaging, but she was not blocking him either. She probably just thought he was a random older guy, maybe a friend of a friend, being a little too friendly. She probably did not even connect him to me. Then I saw his latest message, the one that had just buzzed. Hey Chloe, I am actually going to be near your school tomorrow afternoon, around 3:30. Maybe I could grab you a coffee before your drama practice. I know a great little place just around the corner. The world tilted. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. 3:30 p.m. That was exactly when Chloe's drama practice started. And the coffee shop he mentioned, it was the one he would subtly try to confirm with me earlier, the one Chloe and I sometimes went to. He was not just messaging her, he was trying to meet her. He was trying to intercept her. A cold, white-hot rage flared within me, eclipsing the fear for a moment. This was not just creepy. This was predatory. This was a man, my boyfriend, actively trying to get close to my 16-year-old sister behind my back. I heard the shower turn off upstairs. Chloe would be down any minute. I quickly scrolled back up, deleted the notification from her lock screen, and put the phone back exactly where I found it. My heart was still pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I felt a dizzying mix of betrayal, disgust, and pure, unadulterated terror. I barely remembered making dinner. I went through the motions, chopping vegetables with shaky hand. The metallic scent of fear thick in my throat. When Chloe came down, fresh from her shower, her hair wrapped in a towel, she looked so young, so innocent, so utterly vulnerable. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I had to protect her. I could not confront Mark directly, not yet. I needed proof. I needed to understand the full scope of his deception. So, that night, after Chloe was asleep, I picked up my own phone and scrolled through my conversations with Mark. Every innocent question he would ask about Chloe, every casual mention of her activities, now twisted into something sinister. He was not just showing interest in my life, he was gathering intelligence. I started digging. I went through his Instagram, looking at every photo, every tag. His profile was public, full of pictures of Gus, scenic hikes, and the occasional selfie. Nothing overtly suspicious. But I started looking closer. The timestamps on his hiking photos. Had he ever been near Chloe's school on a weekday afternoon? It was hard to tell from the general location tags. I did a reverse image search on his profile pictures. Nothing. He was not using stock photos or someone else's identity. At least not in an obvious way. I scoured his IU2B, which he would linked on Tinder. Same story. A seemingly normal guy, friends with other seemingly normal people. But the unease persisted. The feeling that something was deeply wrong, that the charming facade was just that, a facade. I could not shake the image of his message to Chloe, offering her coffee near her school. It was not just friendly. It was calculated. The next morning, I woke up with a plan. I needed to talk to Chloe, but carefully. I could not just blurt out, "Your sister's boyfriend is a creep who is messaging you." She would either be mortified, angry, or scared, and I needed her to trust me, to be open. Over breakfast, I brought up online dating, casually. "You know, Chloe, sometimes it is really hard to tell who people really are online. You have to be so careful." She rolled her eyes. Yeah, Mom. I know. Do not talk to strangers. Do not give out personal info. Blah, blah, blah. "No, I mean it." I press, try and keep my voice steady. Even people who seem nice. You know, like, if someone you do not really know, an adult, started messaging you online, even if they seem friendly, you should always tell me or block them, right? She looked at me, a flicker of something in her eyes. "Like who?" My heart leaped. She knew. She had to. Just generally. I have heard some pretty creepy stories lately. It is just good to be aware. She picked at her cereal. "Well, there was this one guy," she mumbled, "who started following me on Instagram. He said he knew you. Mark. I think his name was." My breath hitched again. "Mark." I asked, feigning surprise. "As in, Mark, my boyfriend." She nodded, avoiding my gaze. "Yeah, he seemed nice at first. Just asked about drama club and stuff. But then he started asking if I was at certain places, like the coffee shop, or if I was going to be near school. And then he asked if I wanted to get coffee with him today, before practice." Her voice was small, a little shaky. It felt weird. I did not know what to say. A wave of relief, mixed with a fresh surge of fury, washed over me. Relief that she had not gone. Fury that had put her in this position. "Did you tell him no?" I did not reply. She admitted. I just ignored it. I thought maybe I was overthinking it, since he knew you, but it just felt too much. "You did exactly the right thing. Chloe," I said, reaching across the table and taking her hand. My voice was thick with emotion. "You absolutely did the right thing. He is not a good person. He is not someone you should be talking to or meeting. Ever." Her eyes widened. "What do you mean? Is he bad?" "He is not who he pretends to be," I said, choosing my words carefully. "And he has no business messaging you or asking to meet you. It is inappropriate and it is creepy. I am so sorry, honey. I should have seen it sooner." I explained, as much as I could without completely traumatizing her, what I had discovered. She was upset, disgusted. "He seemed so nice in his pictures," she exclaimed. "Like a total dog dad. What a freak." "Exactly," I said, a grim satisfaction in my voice. "He is a freak, and we are going to deal with him." My next step was to confront Mark, but not alone. I called my best friend, Sarah, who was practical and level-headed. I told her everything, the whole sordid story. She was horrified, immediately offering to come over. "Do not go to his place," she warned. "Do not meet him alone. This guy is dangerous. You need to block him, and then we need to go to the police." But I could not just block him. Not yet. I needed him to know I knew. I needed to see his reaction. It was foolish. I know, but a part of me, the part that had been so utterly violated by Liam, needed to reclaim some control, to face the monster head on. I sent Mark a text. "We need to talk. Meet me at the coffee shop we went to for our first date, tonight at 7 p.m., and do not bother pretending you do not know why." His reply came back almost immediately. "Everything okay, babe?" "Sure. I will be there. Is something wrong?" The feigned innocence made my stomach churn. Sarah arrived an hour later, armed with coffee and a steely resolve. She agreed to come with me, but insisted on sitting at a separate table, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. She also insisted I share my location with her, and that she would call the police if I did not check in every 5 minutes. Walking into that coffee shop, The place where Mark had seemed so charming and kind felt like walking into a trap. My hands were clammy, my heart a frantic hummingbird in my chest. I saw him sitting at our usual table, smiling at me as I approached. He looked perfectly normal, perfectly innocent. It was sickening. "Hey, what is up?" he asked, his voice smooth, as if nothing was amiss. I sat down, my gaze unwavering. "Do not... Hey, what is up, me?" "Mark, we need to talk about Chloe." His smile faltered, just for a second, a micro-expression of surprise, quickly replaced by a confused frown. "Chloe, what about her?" "Do not play dumb," I said, my voice low and steady, though my insides were a chaotic mess. "I saw your messages to her. The ones on Instagram. The one where you asked her to meet you for coffee today." His face went completely blank. Then, slowly, a flush crept up his neck. "Look," he started, "I can explain. It is not what you think." "Oh, I think it is exactly what I think," I retorted, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "I think you are a creep. Mark, I think you use me to get close to my 16-year-old sister. I think you have been stalking her, watching her, messaging her behind my back." He slammed his hand on the table, not hard enough to make a sound, but enough to make me flinch. His eyes, which had seemed so kind just moments before, now held a cold, hard glint. "You are overreacting. It was innocent. I just thought she was a cool kid, and you would mention her so much. I just wanted to say hi. I was trying to be friendly." His voice was rising, attracting a few glances from other customers. "Friendly?" I scoffed. "Asking a minor to meet you alone. Tracking her online. That is not friendly. Mark, that is grooming. That is predatory. You have a sick mind," he hissed, leaning across the table, his voice a low, venomous growl. "You are just jealous. She is a pretty girl, and I thought she was interesting. What is wrong with that?" My blood ran cold. Jealous. He thought I was jealous. The sheer audacity, the warped logic of it, was terrifying. He was trying to turn it around on me, to make me the crazy one, just like Liam had done, in his own twisted way. "You are not to contact me or my sister ever again," I said, my voice trembling now despite my efforts. "If you do, I will go to the police. I have screenshots. I have witnesses." I subtly gestured toward Sarah, who was now staring directly at our table, her phone held up, clearly recording. His gaze flickered to Sarah, then back to me. The anger in his eyes was still there, but now it was mixed with something else, a calculating glint. He knew he was caught. He pushed back his chair, scraping it loudly against the floor. "You will regret this," he snarled, his voice barely a whisper, but laced with such menace that it sent a shiver down my spine. "You think you are so smart. Do not you? You think you can just throw away something good. You will see. You will regret this." He turned and stalked out of the coffee shop, leaving me sitting there, shaking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Sarah was by my side in an instant, her hand on my arm. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. I just nodded, unable to speak. The confrontation was over, but the fear was far from gone. His parting words echoed in my ears, "You will regret this." It was not a threat of immediate violence, but a promise of lingering malice, of a shadow that would not disappear. We went to the police that night. I showed them the screenshots. Chloe provided her account, and Sarah corroborated my story. The officers listened patiently, their faces grim. They said they would open an investigation, that they would contact Mark, issue a warning, and advise him to stay away. But they also explained the limitations of the law. He had not physically harmed anyone. He had not made direct, explicit threats of violence. Messaging a minor online, while deeply inappropriate and potentially grooming, was often hard to prosecute without more overt actions. "We will do what we can," the officer said, "but you need to be vigilant." Block him on everything. Make sure Chloe does too. Change your routines. Get security cameras if you can. Vigilance. That word haunted me. It was the same word I would heard after Liam. It meant living in fear, constantly looking over my shoulder. For the next few weeks, I lived on edge. Every car that slowed down on our street, every unknown number that called, sent a jolt of terror through me. I installed a Ring doorbell, bought extra locks, and started driving Chloe to and from school myself, even though she complained about being treated like a baby. Chloe, to her credit, was incredibly resilient. She was shaken, but also angry. She blocked Mark on everything, changed her Instagram handle, and became fiercely protective of her online privacy. We talked more openly about online safety, about trusting her gut, about the insidious ways predators could manipulate. Mark did not contact us directly after the police warning. No texts, no calls, no Instagram DMS. The silence was almost as unnerving as his presence. It felt like the calm before a storm, a lurking threat just out of sight. But the regret he promised started manifesting in smaller, more unsettling ways. One morning, I found a single withered rose on my doorstep. No note, just a rose. It was a subtle gesture, easily dismissed as a random occurrence, but the cold knot in my stomach told me otherwise. It was a reminder. A few days later, my car tire was flat. Not just a puncture, but clearly slashed. The police said it was likely vandalism, impossible to prove, but I knew it was him. Then came the anonymous deliveries. Pizzas we did not order. Flowers sent to my office with no sender name. Just enough to be annoying, to be unsettling, to let me know he was still out there, still thinking of me, still watching, still making me regret. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. I would catch glimpses of a dark car parked a few streets away, only for it to drive off when I looked again. I would hear footsteps outside my window late at night, but when I checked, there was nothing. My sleep became fractured, haunted by nightmares of Mark's cold eyes, of Chloe in danger. I considered moving again, but the thought of uprooting our lives, of letting him win, filled me with a desperate resolve. I could not keep running. I had to face this, however terrifying it was. One evening, about 2 months after the confrontation, I was home alone. Chloe was at a friend's house. I was trying to relax, watching a movie, but every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, put me on edge. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. I hesitated, my heart pounding. My finger hovered over the screen, then I opened it. It was a picture of my house, taken from the street, just outside my living room window. And in the corner of the photo, barely visible, was a faint reflection of the person taking the picture. A dark shape, a silhouette, but I knew it was him. Beneath the photo, a single line of text still regretting it. A scream tore from my throat. This was not just harassment anymore. This was a direct threat. He was here. He was outside. I dropped my phone, scrambling for the landline, my hand shaking so violently I could barely dial 911. As I spoke to the dispatcher, my voice hoarse with terror, I heard a faint, deliberate tap-tap-tap against my living room window. I froze. I slowly turned, my eyes wide with horror, toward the window. The curtains were drawn, but I could see the faint outline of a face pressed against the glass, distorted by the fabric. 2 eyes, staring at me. Then the tapping stopped. The silhouette vanished. The police arrived within minutes, sirens wailing, lights flashing. They searched the perimeter, the street, the neighboring yards. They found nothing. No footprints, no suspicious vehicles. Just a lingering chill of fear in the autumn air. We will patrol the area more frequently, the officer assured me, but without a clear sighting or more evidence, it is hard to do much more. I knew, I understood, but understanding did not make the terror go away. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in the living room, a baseball bat clutched in my hands, staring at the window, at the drawn curtains, imagining his face press against the glass. The image of those human bodies in Liam's cavern, frozen in silent agony, flashed through my mind. I had escaped that, but I was still trapped in a different kind of horror, a psychological prison built by a man who would not let go. Mark never contacted me directly again after that night. No more texts, no more anonymous deliveries. But the fear remains. Every time I leave the house, I scan the street looking for that dark car, for a familiar face in the crowd. Every time my phone buzzes with an unknown number, my heart leaps into my throat. Chloe and I are closer than ever, bound by this shared trauma. We check in with each other constantly, always aware, always vigilant. We have moved again, to a different state this time, hoping a fresh start, a complete break, will finally give us peace. But the memory of his cold eyes, his chilling promise of regret, is etched into my mind. I know he is out there. I know he is watching. And I know deep down that the masterpiece who got away, in his twisted mind, is still me. And he is just waiting for the right moment to remind me of that regret. The horror is not just what happened, it is the knowledge that it can happen again, any time, any place. And that truly is the most terrifying thought of all. Okay, so after everything with Alex, you would think I would be done with horror for a lifetime, right? You would think I would just pack myself away in a padded room and call it a day. But that is not how it works, is it? The world keeps turning, and you keep trying to live in it. The thing about trauma, about surviving something like that, is that it does not just go away when the last stitch is removed or the last bruise fades. It sticks to you like a second skin. Every shadow looks like Alex. Every unexpected noise makes your heart jump into your throat. For months, I barely slept. When I did, it was filled with a metallic tang of blood, the cold concrete, Alex's eyes. I would wake up in a cold sweat, gasping for air, convinced he was in the room with me. I moved, of course, changed my name, my number, cut off almost everyone. Started fresh in a city hundreds of miles away, a place where no one knew my past. I got a new job, a quiet apartment. I tried to build a new life, brick by agonizing brick. But every brick had a crack in it, a constant reminder that Alex was still out there, a phantom menace waiting to reappear. The police, bless their hearts, did everything they could. They searched that cabin, the surrounding woods, but found nothing. No evidence, no body, no trace of him. It was like he would evaporated into thin air, leaving only my terror as proof he ever existed. For a long time, I just existed. I went to work, came home, ate, tried to sleep. I avoided people, avoided eye contact, always looking over my shoulder. Loneliness, though, it is a powerful thing. It is insidious. It creeps into the quiet corners of your life, whispers doubts in your ear, tells you that you are broken, that you are unlovable, that you deserve to be alone. And after a while, you start to believe it. But then, another part of you, a stubborn, hopeful part, starts to fight back. It tells you that you survived for a reason, that you deserve happiness, that you deserve connection. That is when I made the mistake. The really big mistake. I decided to try online dating. I know, red flag city, right? But I was so tired of being alone. So tired of the silence in my apartment, the empty space beside me in bed. My friends, the few I cautiously let back into my life, kept telling me I needed to get out there, that I could not let Alex win, that I deserved a normal life. And I wanted to believe them. I really did. So, with a heavy heart and a thumb that trembled slightly, I downloaded the app. It was a disaster at first, as most online dating experiences are. I guess. A parade of bland profiles, awkward conversations, and first dates that went nowhere. Guys who were too pushy, too boring, too normal. I almost gave up a dozen times. My finger hovered over the delete button more often than not. But then, one evening, as I was scrolling through the endless stream of faces, one profile stopped me cold. His name was Liam. His photos were not like the others. No gym selfies, no group shots at a bar. They were artistic, almost abstract. One was a close-up of a hand sketching something intricate, another a blurred shot of a forest at dusk, a third a profile picture where his face was partially obscured by shadow, but what you could see was striking dark, intense eyes, a sharp jawline, a hint of a smile that seemed to hold a secret. His bio was short and enigmatic. Something about finding beauty in the unseen and seeking a kindred spirit who appreciates the profound depths of connection. It was pretentious, sure, but it was also intriguing. It stood out from the sea of loves to travel and try new things. Against my better judgment, I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. Our initial conversations were captivating. Liam was incredibly articulate, intelligent, and funny. He asked thoughtful questions, not just the usual small talk. He seemed to genuinely listen, and his responses were always insightful, sometimes even a little profound. We talked for hours, sometimes late into the night. He had a way of making me feel seen, understood, in a way no one had since before Alex. He seemed to understand my reticence, my quiet nature, without me even having to explain it. He just got it. Or at least, he said he did. He hinted at a unique living situation, a place he would build himself, a sanctuary. He called it his creative space, his haven from the ordinary. He said he was a sculptor, an artist who worked with unconventional materials. This explained the artsy photos. It all sounded so bohemian, so romantic, so different from the mundane reality I would have been living. And I, desperate for anything that felt normal, anything that felt good, started to let my guard down. Just a little. Our first date was in a public place, a busy coffee shop downtown. I insisted on it, a small act of self-preservation that Liam seemed to understand without question. He was even more captivating in person. Taller than I expected, with dark, expressive eyes that seemed to bore right into you, but in a way that felt intimate, not threatening. He had a rich, soothing voice that made me feel calm. He was witty, charming, and attentive. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that I had not heard from myself in years. Over the next few weeks, we went on more dates, dinners, walks in the park, a visit to a small art gallery. Each time, I felt myself relaxing more, trusting him a little more. He never pushed, never made me feel uncomfortable. He was patient, kind, and incredibly gentle. The undercurrent of something else I would notice online was still there, a subtle intensity in his gaze, a hint of something deeper, darker perhaps, but I rationalized it as artistic temperament. He was just passionate. He brought up his home again, more frequently now. He described it as a place of profound significance to him, a reflection of his soul. He said he wanted to share it with me, to truly let me into his world. He wanted me to see his art, to understand him on a deeper level. And I wanted that too. I wanted to be that close to someone again. I wanted to trust. I wanted to love. Then came the suggestion that made my blood run cold. I want you to come to my place, he said one evening, his hand gently tracing circles on my arm as we sat on a park bench, the city lights twinkling in the distance. I want to show you my work, my sanctuary. But there's something I want to do first. Something special. My heart instantly started to pound. This was it. This was the moment where the shoe dropped, where the facade crumbled. I braced myself. I want to blindfold you, he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, before you enter. I want your first experience of my home to be pure, unburdened by sight. It is a very personal space, a sensory experience. I want your initial impression to be raw, visceral. It is a game, a trust exercise, a way to truly feel the space, to connect with it, and with me on a deeper level. He looked at me, his dark eyes earnest, searching. It is a unique way I like to introduce people to my world. It is about trust, about surrender, about experiencing something truly unique. It is romantic, do not you think? A way to truly open yourself up. My mind immediately flashed back. The darkness, the prick in my neck, the blindness of being dragged away, the feeling of utter helplessness. The words blindfold, trust, surrender, they were like daggers twisting in an old wound. Every fiber of my being screamed no. Every instinct I had, every lesson I would learn the hard way, was blaring siren warnings in my head. This was it. This was how it started again. Blindfolds, vulnerability, losing control. These were the hallmarks of my worst nightmare. But then, Liam's face, his earnest eyes, his gentle touch, the way he would listen to me, the way he would make me laugh. My loneliness, my desperate longing for a normal life, for a normal relationship, started to argue with my primal fear. Is this just my trauma talking? I asked myself, am I overreacting? Am I sabotaging a chance at happiness, at a real connection, because of something that happened in the past? He is not Alex. He is kind. He is gentle. He is just an artist with a quirky idea. I tried to rationalize it. It is just a blindfold. I can take it off if I feel uncomfortable. It is his art. Maybe it is a performance piece. Maybe he is just eccentric. He is not forcing me. He is asking. And he is so persuasive. So charming. He made it sound like an adventure, a unique bond, a test of our connection. I looked at him, searching his face for any hint of malice, any flicker of the predatory eyes I knew so well. There was nothing, only warmth, anticipation, and a deep, almost childlike desire for me to share this experience with him. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, I heard myself speak. My voice was a little shaky, but I said it. Okay, Liam. Okay, I will do it. A slow smile spread across his face, lighting up his eyes. I knew you would, he said, and for a fleeting moment, there was something in his voice, a hint of satisfaction, that sent a shiver down my spine. But I brushed it off. It was just relief. I told myself. Relief that I trusted him. Relief that I was willing to take this leap. The next evening, he picked me up. I was a wreck of nerves, dressed in something comfortable but nice, my heart doing a frantic drum solo against my ribs. He smiled, kissed my cheek, and told me how beautiful I looked. He seemed genuinely excited, almost giddy. Are you ready for an adventure? He asked, his eyes sparkling. I forced a smile. As I will ever be. The drive was longer than I expected. We left the city lights behind, heading out into the winding country roads. He kept me engaged in conversation, talking about art, philosophy, dreams, distracted me from the growing unease in my stomach. The further we drove, the darker the night became, the sparser the houses. I tried to pay attention to the turns, to gauge our location, but his voice was a soothing current, pulling me deeper and deeper into his world, away from my own sense of direction. Finally, he pulled off the main road onto what felt like a long, unpaved driveway. The car bumped and rattled. Almost there, he said, his voice a little lower now, a little more intimate. He stopped the car. The engine cut out, plunging us into a profound silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. My hands were clammy. Ready? He asked, his voice gentle. I swallowed hard. Ready? He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a strip of dark, soft fabric. It looked like silk. He leaned over, his face close to mine, his breath warm on my cheek. Just relax, he whispered. Trust me. He carefully placed a blindfold over my eyes, tying it gently but firmly at the back of my head. The world went black. Instantly, my other senses sharpened. The faint scent of his cologne, the feel of the cool air through the open window, the distant sound of an owl. My heart pounded so hard, I thought he must be able to hear it. He opened my door, then I felt his hand take mine, his grip firm and reassuring. All right, let's go, he said, guiding me out of the car. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, a mix of gravel and packed dirt. I stumbled slightly, and he tightened his grip, steadying me. Careful, he murmured. Just a few steps. He led me forward. Each step was an act of faith, a leap into the unknown. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, the clenching in my jaw. I tried to focus on his hand, on the sound of his footsteps, on the rhythm of our breathing. Then we were inside. The first thing I noticed was the change in temperature. It was significantly colder than the night air, a damp, earthy chill that seemed to sink into my bones. The air was heavy still and carried a faint, unsettling scent. Not quite musty, not quite metallic, but something off, like old earth and something else I could not quite place. But that immediately put me on edge. My ears strained. The sounds were muffled, distant. A low, almost imperceptible hum, like machinery, or maybe just the deep resonance of the structure itself. No typical house sounds, no creaking floorboards, no hum of a refrigerator, no distant traffic. Just this profound, almost suffocating silence, broken only by our footsteps. His footsteps were light, confident. Mine were hesitant, scuffing. He guided me slowly, his hand always on my arm, sometimes on my lower back, steering me through what felt like a series of turns, dips, and rises. The floor beneath my feet was uneven, a mix of rough concrete and something else, something slick and cold in places. The walls, where my outstretched hand occasionally brushed against them, were rough, cold, and damp. They felt like raw stone or unfinished concrete. This was not a cozy home. This was not a quaint artist's studio. This way, Liam whispered, his voice close to my ear, sending a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Mind your step here. He led me into what felt like a larger space. The air here was even colder, and the strange, earthy metallic smell was stronger. It was almost like the smell of a cavee, but with a sharper, more industrial edge. My stomach churned. This was not what I would imagined. Not even close. This is it, he said, his voice now laced with strange pride, a possessiveness I had not heard before. My sanctuary. My canvas. He guided my hand to something. It was cold, hard, and strangely textured. Feel this, he said, his voice a low rumble. This is a testament to patience, to transformation. Do you feel the lines, the curves, the dedication? I traced the surface with my fingertips. It was undeniably intricate, but the texture was unsettling. Rough in places, smooth in others, with an almost organic feel, yet undeniably hard and cold. It felt brittle, like dry bone or something equally unsettling. My mind raced, trying to picture what it could be. A sculpture, he said. But what kind of sculpture? I tried to pull my hand away, but his grip on my arm tightened, gently but firmly. No, stay with it. Let it speak to you. The unease was growing into a cold dread. This was not a game anymore. The smells, the sounds, the feel of the place, it was wrong. All wrong. I tried to dismiss it as my trauma, my overactive imagination. But the rationalizations were wearing thin. Liam, I said, my voice barely a whisper, can I take it off now? I think I have experience enough. He chuckled, a low, dry sound that grated on my nerves. Not yet, darling. The reveal is part of the magic. You have not truly felt it yet. You have not seen the full scope of my vision. His grip on my arm became noticeably firmer. My heart hammered against my ribs. No, really. I am starting to feel a little claustrophobic. Just for a second. I reached up, my fingers fumbling for the knot of the blindfold. His hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. His grip was no longer gentle. It was iron hard. Do not, he said, his voice losing its soothing quality, taking on a hard, almost menacing edge. Do not ruin it. You promised. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through me. This was not the charming artist. This was something else. This was control. This was coercion. My mind screamed Alex. The memories flooded back the helplessness, the terror. Liam, please. I pleaded, trying to pull away. I do not like this. I want to see. He laughed again, a sound devoid of humor. But that is the point, is not it? To feel without seeing. To trust. You said you trusted me. He started to guide me again, but this time, his movements were less gentle, more forceful. He was pushing me, pulling me. I stumbled, my feet catching on something on the uneven floor. I put out my hands, blindly trying to brace myself, and my fingers brushed against something cold, slick, and fleshy. A gasp escaped my lips. I tried to pull my hand back, but he held me firm. The metallic tang in the air suddenly made sense. It was not just earth. It was blood. Old blood. What was that? I choked out, my voice trembling. Just part of the process, he said, his voice calm, terrifyingly calm. The raw material. Do not worry. It is all part of the beauty. I fought him then, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. I twisted, pulled, screamed, but the sound was muffled by the blindfold, by the thick, heavy air of this place. I kicked out, hoping to connect with something, anything. My foot connected with something hard, and I heard a dull thud. He tooted, like a parent scolding a child. We do not want to break the art, do we? He grabbed my shoulders, his fingers digging in. You are making this difficult, darling, and I really do not want to be difficult with you. You are special. You are perfect. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. Perfect for what? The metallic smell was overwhelming now, mixed with something else, something cloying and sweet like decay. I could hear his breathing, close, heavy, satisfied. I clawed at the blindfold again, this time with all my might, my fingers tearing at the fabric. He made a frustrated sound, then grabbed my hands, pinning them behind my back with one powerful arm. No, you do not, he growled, the soft, charming facade completely gone. You do not get to ruin the grand reveal. I have waited too long for this. With his free hand, he reached up and with a sudden violent tug, ripped the blindfold from my eyes. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, struggled to adjust to the dim, oppressive light that filled the space. It was not natural light. It was a sickly, flickering yellow glow, emanating from bare bulbs hanging from a high ceiling. And then I saw it. I was not in a house. I was not in an artist's studio. I was in a vast, subterranean complex. A cavernous space, carved out of the earth, with rough concrete walls and an uneven floor. It stretched out before me, a nightmare made real. And the art, oh God, the art, what I had touched, what I had smelled, what I had felt, it all slammed into horrifying clarity. This was not marble or clay or wood. It was flesh. Arranged throughout the vast space were what could only be described as grotesque, macabre sculptures. They were human figures or parts of human figures, preserved, twisted, and displayed in horrifying tableaus. Bodies, or what was left of them, posed in agonizing positions, their skin stretched taut, their features contorted in silent screams. Some were flayed, their muscles and sinews exposed, meticulously arranged like anatomical diagrams. Others were suspended from the ceiling by hooks, slowly rotating, their vacant eyes staring into the void. There were limbs, organs, bones, all meticulously cleaned, arranged, and varnished, glowing eerily in the dim light. The testament to patience I had touched was a spine, meticulously articulated, twisted into a serpentine form. The slick, fleshy thing I had stumbled over was a severed arm, lying carelessly on the floor. The metallic smell was a lingering scent of blood and embalming fluid. The cloying sweetness was decay, carefully masked but still present. My stomach heaved. I choked, bile rising in my throat. I could not breathe. My gaze swept across the horror, my mind struggling to process the impossible, the unspeakable. There were dozens of them. Men, women, even what looked like a child, all reduced to this, to Liam's twisted art. Liam was still holding me, his arm like a vice around my waist, his other hand gripping my arm. He leaned in, his breath hot against my ear. "Is not it magnificent?" he whispered, his voice filled with chilling awe. "My masterpiece. My life's work. I saw your profile, I saw your pain. Your history. I knew you would understand. You, of all people, would appreciate the beauty and transformation, and the fragility of life, and the profound truth of what lies beneath the skin." He turned me slightly, forcing me to look at a display directly in front of us. It was a woman, her head tilted back, her mouth wide open in a silent scream, her body meticulously dissected and reassembled, held together by wire and what looked like clear resin. Her eyes, or what remained of them, seemed to stare directly into mine. She was a dancer, Liam said, his voice almost wistful. So full of life, so much movement. I wanted to capture that forever, to freeze that energy, to make it truly eternal. He stroked my hair, a gesture that made my skin crawl. "And you, my dear, you have such a story, such resilience, such inner strength. You will be the crowning jewel, the embodiment of survival, transformed into something truly sublime." He knew about Alex. He knew about my past. He had not just seen my profile. He had researched me. He had not just been attracted to me, he had targeted me. My trauma, my vulnerability, my desperate need for connection, he had seen it all and used it against me. He had seen me as a subject. Rage, pure and primal, surged through me, eclipsing the terror for a fleeting moment. I was not going to be a part of his sick collection. Not again. Not ever again. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that echoed through the vast space. I brought my elbow back with all my might, connecting with his ribs. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I twisted, pulling free, and ran. I ran blindly, my bare feet slapping on the cold concrete. The dim, flickering lights cast long, distorted shadows, making the gruesome sculpture seem to lunge at me. The air was thick with the smell of death, making my lungs burn. "Oh, no, no, no." Liam's voice echoed, no longer soft, but sharp with anger. "The game is not over yet, darling. Not by a long shot." I heard his heavy footsteps close behind me. He was fast. Too fast. I ducked around a display of what looked like carefully preserved organs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. This place was a maze, a labyrinth of horrors. Every turn brought me face to face with another grotesque exhibit. I stumbled, my hand landing on something cold and metallic. I snatched it up without looking. It felt like a heavy wrench, or a piece of pipe. Anything. I clutched it, my knuckles white. Liam was gaining on me. I could hear his ragged breathing, his curses. "You can't escape," he snarled. "This is my world. My design. You are trapped." I spotted an opening, a narrow passage between two towering displays of what looked like human skeletons, arranged in a grotesque dance. I squeezed through, scraping my shoulders on the rough concrete. The passage led into another room, smaller, darker, and filled with what looked like tools and equipment. A workbench, shelves laden with jars, chemicals, saws, knives. His workshop. I spun around, the heavy wrench clutched in my hand, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Liam appeared in the doorway, his face contorted with fury, a dark stain spreading across his shirt where I would elbowed him. He held something in his hand, a long, gleaming scalpel. "You really should not have done that," he hissed, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity that reminded me too much of Alex. "You have ruined the purity. Now, I will have to make an example of you." He lunged. I screamed, swinging the wrench wildly. It connected with his arm with a sickening thud. He cried out, dropping the scalpel, clutching his arm. He stumbled back, momentarily stunned. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I looked around frantically. There was a metal door on the far side of the workshop, different from the rough concrete walls. It looked like a fire exit or a utility door. Hope surged through me. I sprinted towards it, fumbling with the heavy latch. It was stiff, rusted. My fingers trembled, slipping on the cold metal. Liam was recovering, his face a mask of furious determination. Coming at me again. Get away from that, he roared, lunging forward. With a desperate surge of strength, I yanked the handle. It groaned, then clicked. I threw my shoulder against the door, pushing it open just enough to squeeze through. I heard Liam's hand slap against the metal as I slipped out, almost losing my footing. I burst out into the night, gasping for air. It was still dark, but I could see the faint outline of trees, the stars overhead. I was outside in the woods, behind what looked like a large, unassuming barn or shed. The cold night air hit my face, a welcome shock after the suffocating stench of the complex. I ran. I ran like I would never run before, blindly through the undergrowth, my lungs burning, my bare feet screaming with pain as twigs and stones tore at them. I could hear Liam's shouts, his heavy footsteps crunching behind me. He was still coming. He was not going to give up. I did not know where I was going. Just away. Away from him. Away from the horrors he kept hidden beneath the earth. I ran until my legs felt like lead, until my chest ached and my throat was raw. I pushed through dense bushes, stumbled over roots, scraped myself on thorns, and then, through the trees, I saw it, a faint glow in the distance. Headlights, a road. With a final, desperate burst of adrenaline, I lunged out of the tree line onto the asphalt. I did not care what it was. I just needed to be seen. I waved my arms, screaming at the top of my lungs, my voice hoarse and broken. The truck, a semi-trailer, screeched to a halt, its huge tires groaning on the pavement, headlights blinding me. The driver, a burly man with a surprised face, leaned out of his window. "Whoa, what the hell, lady?" he yelled, his voice gruff. I was covered in dirt, blood, and tears, my clothes torn, my hair wild. "Help me," I sobbed, pointing back into the darkness of the woods. "He is in there. He is going to kill me." Just then, Liam appeared at the edge of the woods, a silhouette against the darkness, his face a mass of pure, unadulterated. "You know, I always thought I had a pretty good handle on things. I am Michael, just your average guy, 32, working a pretty standard desk job, living in a decent apartment on the outskirts of the city. My life was not exactly a thrill ride, but it was mine. Predictable, comfortable, safe. That is what I used to tell myself. Anyway, before all this, before I met Chloe, online dating, right? It is a minefield. Everyone knows that. But after a string of duds and awkward coffee dates, Chloe popped up on my feed like a breath of fresh air. Her profile was vibrant, witty, and her photos, man, she was stunning. Bright, intelligent eyes, a smile that could light up a room. We matched almost instantly, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. We talked about everything, our favorite movies, obscure indie bands, even our deepest, darkest fears. She had this way of making me feel like I would have known her for years, even though it had only been a couple of weeks of non-stop texting and late-night phone calls. She was different. She really was. Most people on those apps are so guarded, so generic. Chloe felt real, authentic. She had this quirky charm, a playful sarcasm that I found incredibly endearing. We decided to meet for our first official date. I was buzzing with excitement, a feeling I had not had in a long, long time. I suggested a popular Italian place downtown, figuring it was a safe, well-lit option. But Chloe, she had other ideas. Michael, she would text it, her words practically dancing off the screen. I am tired of the same old dinner and a movie routine. Let us do something memorable. She then suggested a place called the Velvet Labyrinth. It was a new speakeasy, she explained, tucked away in an old, renovated manor house outside of town. It is super exclusive. You have to know someone to get in, she wrote. My friend works there. They do these themed nights, really unique. Tonight's theme is Masquerade Mystique. Sounds fun, right? My first instinct was a tiny prickle of unease. Outside of town. I would type back, like, how far out? She would laugh, a light, tinkling sound over the phone. Oh, just a little drive, maybe 45 minutes. It is worth it, trust me. Think old world charm, secret passages, amazing cocktails. It will be an adventure. An adventure. The word itself held a certain appeal. My life was a little too predictable. And honestly, I was so smitten with Chloe, so eager to impress her, that I pushed aside that little voice of caution. All right, I would agreed. An adventure it is. Sounds intriguing. Looking back, that was my first mistake. The moment I said yes, I walked right into it. The day of the date, I was a nervous wreck, but in a good way. I spent an hour picking out the perfect shirt. Another 15 minutes trying to tame my perpetually unruly hair. I even ironed my good slacks, something I rarely do. I wanted everything to be perfect. Chloe had said the dress code was smart casual with a touch of mystery. She would told me not to worry about a mask, that they would have some available at the venue. I left my apartment around 7, giving myself plenty of time to navigate to this mysterious velvet labyrinth. Chloe had sent me a link to a pin on GutGoo Maps. It looked like it was deep in the countryside, down a series of increasingly narrow, unlit roads. The GPS signal started getting spotty the further I drove. The streetlights vanished, replaced by the occasional, ancient-looking farmhouse, their windows dark and uninviting. The trees pressing close on either side of the road, their branches forming a gnarled canopy that blocked out the sky. It was pitch black out there, the kind of darkness that feels heavy, suffocating. My initial excitement slowly started to curdle into a vague sense of apprehension. This was not just a little drive. This was practically another county. And the silence, it was unnerving. No crickets, no distant hum of traffic, just a rhythmic thrum of my tires on the asphalt. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the GPS announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I slowed down, peering through the windshield. All I saw was a dense thicket of trees, a rusted, barely visible gate, and a long, winding gravel driveway disappearing into the darkness. There were no lights, no signs, no indication that this was a bustling, exclusive speakeasy. Just darkness. My heart started to thump a little faster. I checked my phone. No signal. Great. I tried calling Chloe anyway, just in case. It went straight to voicemail. Ise na tex hey. I am here. Where are you? It hung there, unsent. A wave of genuine unease washed over me. This felt wrong. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to just turn around, to drive back to the city, to forget about Chloe and her adventure. But then I thought of her beautiful smile, her charming texts, the hours we would spend talking. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just an extra exclusive place, designed to be hard to find. A bit of a test, maybe. So, I took a deep breath, killed my headlights, and slowly, cautiously, drove my car down the gravel path. The crunch of the stones under my tires sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The driveway curved, and then through a break in the trees. I saw it. It was an old manor house. All right, but it was not charming or inviting. It was massive, imposing, and utterly devoid of light. The windows were like vacant eyes staring out into the night. It looked less like a lively speakeasy and more like a set piece for a horror movie. My stomach clenched. I parked my car, leaving the engine running just in case. I tried Chloe again. Still nothing. I got out, feeling the cold night air prickle my skin. The house was silent, save for the faint whisper of the wind through the trees. No music, no laughter, no clinking glasses. Just silence. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin in the vast quiet. No answer. I walked up to the massive oak front door. It was old, intricately carved, and looked like it had not been opened in decades. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the cold metal knocker. This was it. The moment where I either swallowed my fear and went in, or turned tail and ran. My curiosity, mingled with a stubborn refusal to believe I would have been completely duped. One out. I pushed the door gently. To my surprise, it was not locked. It swung inward with a low, mournful creak, revealing a cavernous, dimly lit foyer. A single, flickering gas lamp on a pedestal cast long, dancing shadows across the walls. The air inside was heavy, smelling faintly of dust, old wood, and something metallic and earthy like damp soil. Chloe. I called out again, my voice a little louder this time, but still laced with uncertainty. My heart was hammering against my ribs. No answer. I stepped inside, the door closing behind me with a soft thud that made me jump. I was in, and suddenly, I felt very alone. The foyer was vast, with a grand staircase sweeping up into darkness. Tapestries, faded and ancient, hung on the walls, depicting scenes I could not quite make out in the gloom. Dust motes danced in the faint light. I walked further in, my footsteps echoing eerily. Is anyone here? I tried, my voice cracking slightly. Then I heard it, a soft rustling sound, coming from a doorway to my right. It sounded like fabric, or perhaps dry leaves being scuffed across the floor. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. The room beyond was even darker than the foyer, but I could see shapes, figures, standing perfectly still. My blood ran cold. There were maybe 10 or 12 of them, standing in a loose semicircle facing me. They were all wearing masks. Not the elegant, Venetian-style masks I would imagine for a masquerade mystique night. These were different, crude. Some looked like animal faces: a boar, a wolf, a raven but distorted, with exaggerated features and empty black eye holes. Others were completely blank, featureless white or black ovals, chillingly devoid of expression. They wore dark, flowing robes or heavy, shapeless coats that obscured their bodies, making them seem taller, more imposing. They were absolutely silent, just standing there, watching me. My mind raced. Hello, I stammered, tried to sound casual, but my voice was trembling. Is this the Velvet Labyrinth? I am here to meet Chloe. Still no sound. They did not move. They just watched. Those empty eye holes felt like they were drilling right into my soul. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken menace. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. This was not a speakeasy. This was something else entirely. Look, I said, trying to force a laugh. I think I might have the wrong place. Or maybe I am really early. Is Chloe here? One of the masked figures, the one closest to me, took a single, slow step forward. Its mask was a blank, polished black oval. It was taller than the others, its dark robe seeming to swallow the already scarce light. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed a long, gloved finger at me. Then, a voice, not from the black masked figure, but from somewhere else in the room. A low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from all of them at once, a chilling chorus of barely audible words. You are exactly where you are meant to be. Michael. My heart seized in my chest. They knew my name. Chloe must have told them. But why? And why were they talking like that? Who are you? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady, but it was a losing battle. My instincts were screaming at me to run, to get out, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Another step from the black mask. Another collective whisper, this time a little louder, a little more distinct. We are the welcoming committee. My eyes darted around the room. It was sparsely furnished, unlike any bar or restaurant I would ever seen. There was a large, circular table in the center, draped with a dark cloth. On it sat several unlit candles, and what looked like a collection of crude wooden figurines. No bar, no booths, no cozy corners. Just this unsettling assembly of masked figures. Where's Chloe? I asked, my voice rising in panic. Is she here? This time, a different figure spoke. Its mask was a stylized raven, its beak long and sharp. Its voice was a raspy hiss. Chloe sends her regards. She prepared this for you. Prepared this for me. A cold dread seeped into my bones. Chloe, my date. Was she in on this? Was she part of whatever this was? The thought was like a punch to the gut. The woman I would felt so connected to, the one who seemed so genuine, had lured me here. What is this? I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. What do you want? The raven mask tilted its head, as if considering my question. Then it gestured towards the circular table. Tonight, Michael, you are our guest of honor. We have prepared a game. A ritual, if you will. A game. A ritual. None of this sounded good. My eyes scanned the room again, desperately searching for an exit, a window, anything. The only way out was a front door, the one that had closed so softly behind me. I took a hesitant step backward. The black mask, still in front, extended its arm, blocking my path. Its hand was gloved, but I could feel the implicit threat in the gesture. The game has already begun. Michael, there is no leaving until it is complete. Panic, hot and sharp, flared through me. I was not just uncomfortable, I was trapped. I had to get out. I lunged to my left, trying to dart past the black mask and toward the front door. But it was surprisingly quick. It moved with an unnatural speed, its arms shooting out to block me again. Another figure, this one wearing a grotesque pig mask, moved to my right, effectively cutting off my escape. The other masked figures shifted, tightening the semicircle around me. Please, I begged, my voice cracking. I do not want any part of this. Just let me go. The raven mask chuckled, a dry, rustling sound that sent shivers down my spine. But you are already a part of it. Michael, you accepted the invitation. You walked through the door. You are here. My mind was racing, trying to process what was happening. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? A bizarre LARP game? But the atmosphere was too heavy, too menacing for a joke. The masks were not for fun, they were to conceal identities, to dehumanize, to terrify. What kind of game? I asked, trying to buy myself time, trying to understand. The raven mask took a step closer. A game of discovery, of self-reflection, of sacrifice. Sacrifice. The word hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. My blood ran cold, and a primal fear clawed its way up my throat. This was not a game. This was a cult. Or worse. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, I am not doing this. I took another step back, bumping into one of the other masked figures behind me. It was a smaller figure, wearing a blank white mask. It did not move, did not react, just stood there like a statue. Oh, but you will, the raven mask said, its voice filled with an unsettling certainty. You will play. Everyone plays. Eventually, suddenly, the figures began to move, not in a rush, not aggressively, but slowly, deliberately, closing in. They started to chant, a low, droning hum that grew in volume, reverberating through the heavy air of the room. It was not in English, it was a language I did not recognize, ancient and guttural. I felt a surge of adrenaline. I could not just stand there. I had to fight. I had to escape. I glanced around, desperate. The large circular table in the center of the room. It was my only hope. With a desperate yell, I shoved past the pig mask figure to my right, knocking it slightly off balance. Before it could recover, I scrambled onto the table, sending the crude wooden figurines clattering to the floor. "Get off the table," the raven mask hissed, its voice losing its calm, ritualistic tone, replaced by genuine anger. I did not listen. I used the table as a momentary platform, leaping off the other side, aiming for a dark corner of the room that seemed less crowded. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. The masked figures reacted, their low chant breaking. They moved with surprising agility, closing in on me. I could hear their robes rustling, their footsteps soft but purposeful on the old wooden floor. I stumbled into the corner, finding myself pressed against a wall covered in those faded tapestries. I frantically patted the wall, hoping for a hidden door, a secret passage, anything. My fingers brushed against a loose section of fabric. I pulled it back. Behind the tapestry was not a door, but a narrow, unlit corridor leading into deeper darkness. It smelled damp and musty, like an old cellar. It was a desperate gamble, but I had no other choice. "He is escaping," a new voice, high-pitched and frantic, cut through the air. Without a second thought, I plunged into the darkness of the corridor, pulling the tapestry closed behind me. I could hear the masked figures shouting now, their voices no longer unified, but individual, panicked. Footsteps thundered into the room I had just left. I ran, blindly, my hands outstretched, bumping against cold stone walls, cobwebs clinging to my face. The corridor was narrow, twisting and utterly black. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps growing louder, closer. They were following. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I had no idea where I was going, but anywhere was better than back there. I imagined them, those blank, terrifying masks, closing in on me, their gloved hands reaching out. Suddenly, the floor beneath me sloped downwards steeply. I lost my footing, tumbling head over heels down a flight of rough-hewn stone steps. I crashed at the bottom with a painful grunt, my shoulders slamming against something hard. I lay there for a moment, winded, pain shooting through my arm. But the sound of their footsteps above me, already descending the stairs, spurred me back to my feet. I was in what felt like a cellar or a dungeon. The air was colder here, heavy with the smell of earth and decay. I could dimly make out the shapes of old barrels and crates. A sliver of light, faint and distant, caught my eye. A small, grimy window, high up on the wall, barely letting in the moonlight. It was too high to reach, but it gave me a sense of direction. I moved towards it, scrambling over obstacles in the darkness. "He is in the cellar," a voice echoed from the top of the stairs. I heard them coming down, their heavy footsteps echoing. I knew I could not outrun them in this confined space. I needed to hide. I squeezed myself behind a stack of old, rotting wooden crates, trying to make myself as small as possible. I held my breath, listening. Their footsteps grew louder, closer, moving around the cellar. I could hear their hushed whispers, the rustle of their robes. "He is here somewhere," the raven mask hissed. "He cannot have gone far." My heart was beating like a drum against my ribs. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, despite the cold. I imagined them, those empty eye holes, scanning the darkness, searching for me. A flashlight beam cut through the gloom, sweeping across the cellar. It danced over the barrels, the crates, the dusty floor. It came dangerously close to my hiding spot. I pressed myself further into the shadows, barely daring to breathe. The beam lingered for a moment on my crates, then moved on. I let out a silent sigh of relief. Then, I heard something new, a soft, muffled whimper. It sounded like a person, and it was coming from behind a large, canvas-covered shape in the far corner of the cellar. My curiosity, mixed with a desperate sliver of hope, warred with my terror. Could it be Chloe? Or another victim? The masked figures were still searching, their voices growing more frustrated. I knew I did not have much time. I had to take a chance. As quietly as I could, I crept out from behind the crates, moving towards the muffled sound. The flashlight beam swept past again, but I was in the shadows. I reached the canvas-covered shape. It was a large, wooden cage, surprisingly sturdy. And inside, huddled in a corner, was a figure. It was a woman. Her hands were bound, and a gag was tied around her mouth. Her eyes, wide with terror, met mine. It was Chloe. My blood ran cold for a second time. She was not part of it. She was a victim, too. Or was she? Her eyes held a desperate plea, but also a flicker of something else. Something I could not quite place. Chloe. I whispered, my voice barely audible. She nodded frantically, tears streaming down her face. She tried to speak, but the gag muffled her words. Who did this to you? I asked, frantically looking for a way to open the cage. There was a heavy padlock on the door. Before she could respond, a sudden, blinding light hit me. The flashlight. There he is, the raven mask shouted, its voice filled with triumph. I spun around. They were all there, standing in a line, their masks staring at me. The black mask, the pig mask, the raven mask, and the blank white mask. They advanced, slowly, deliberately. I was cornered, trapped. Chloe, I am so sorry. I whispered, tears stinging my own eyes. I had walked right into their trap, and now I had led them to her. But then, Chloe did something strange. She shook her head, not in denial, but in a way that seemed to convey a different message. Her eyes, still wide with fear, flickered toward something behind the masked figures. I glanced over their shoulders. There, almost completely hidden in the shadows, was a small, rusted metal door. It looked like an old coal chute or a service entrance. It was my last desperate chance. All right, Michael, the raven mask said, its voice returning to its chilling calm. The game is over. Time for the final act. As they close in, I made a split-second decision. I was not going down without a fight. I grabbed a heavy, rusty crowbar that was leaning against the wall. It was old, probably useless, but it was something. Stay back. I yelled, brandishing the crowbar. They hesitated for a moment, surprised. Then, the black mask lunged at me. I swung the crowbar wildly, connecting with its arm with a sickening thud. The mask cried out, a sound that was surprisingly human, and stumbled back. It was enough. It bought me a precious second. I did not wait. I turned and sprinted towards a metal door Chloe had indicated. It was old, rusted, and looked like it had not been opened in years. I tugged at the handle, but it was stuck fast. He is getting away. I could hear them behind me, scrambling, shouting. I pulled again with all my strength, gritting my teeth. The old metal groaned, protesting. I pulled one last time, putting my entire body weight into it. With a deafening screech of tortured metal, the door ripped open. Beyond was a narrow, dark tunnel, smelling of damp earth. An escape. I scrambled through the opening, not even looking back. I heard shouts, angry yells, and the sound of something heavy crashing against the metal door as they tried to follow. I did not care. I just ran. The tunnel was short, thankfully. It opened out into a dense thicket of bushes behind the manor house. I burst out, gasping for air, my clothes torn, my body aching. I could still hear their shouts from the cellar, muffled but distinct. I did not stop. I ran through the woods, blindly, pushing through branches that whipped at my face, stumbling over roots. I just kept running, until my lungs felt like they would burst. I ran until I could not hear them anymore, until the manor house was just a phantom in the darkness behind me. Eventually, I collapsed against a tree, gasping, shaking, utterly spent. My car. I had to get to my car. I had left it running, had not I. I forced myself up, my legs trembling, and stumbled to the woods, trying to retrace my steps. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 minutes before I finally burst out onto the gravel driveway. My car was still there, headlights off, engine still idling. It was a miracle. I practically dove into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys, throwing the car into reverse. I sped down the gravel path, not caring about the bumps or the sounds. I did not even look back at the house. I just drove. I did not stop until I hit the first gas station I saw, miles away from that cursed place. I pulled in, shaking uncontrollably, and fumbled for my phone. No signal still. I needed to call the police. I ran inside the gas station, startling the young clerk. "I need to use your phone." I gasped, my voice hoarse. "Please, call 911. There is a cult. A woman is trapped at an old manor house, deep in the woods." The clerk looked at me like I was insane. My clothes were torn. I was covered in dirt. My face was streaked with sweat and grime. I probably looked like I would just crawled out of a grave. But he saw the genuine terror in my eyes, and he eventually handed me the phone. I explained everything to the 911 operator, my voice trembling, trying to give them directions to the house, describing the masked figures. Chloe, the cage. They sounded skeptical, but promised to send a unit. I waited, pacing the cramped gas station, my mind replaying every terrifying moment. Chloe's face, her desperate eyes. Was she really a victim? Or was that just another part of their game? The thought made my stomach churn. It took what felt like an eternity, but eventually the police arrived. 2 officers, looking stern and unconvinced. I told them my story again, trying to sound coherent, trying to make them believe me. They took notes, asked questions, their eyes constantly assessing me. "Sir," one of them said, a tall, burly officer with a skeptical gaze, "we will go check it out. But this sounds pretty outlandish. Are you sure you were not disoriented? Or perhaps had a bit too much to drink? I swear to God, I am not drunk." I practically yelled. It was real. The masks, the chanting. "Chloe, she is in a cage in the cellar." They sighed, clearly not believing a word, but they had to follow protocol. They drove off, leaving me alone again to wait. I waited for hours. The sun began to rise, painting the sky with pale, indifferent colors. Finally, the police car returned. The same 2 officers. Their faces were grim, but not in the way I expected. "We found the property. Mr. Miller," the officer said, his voice flat. "It is an old, abandoned manor house. Been empty for decades by the looks of it. We searched the entire place, top to bottom. There is no sign of anyone. No masked figures, no cult, no woman in a cage. Nothing." My jaw dropped. "What? That is impossible. I was just there. I saw them. Chloe was in a cage. The cellar was empty. Mr. Miller," he continued, "just some old barrels and crates. No sign of a struggle, no recent activity, no padlock on any cage. The front door was even locked from the outside. But the metal door, the tunnel, I escaped through it. We found an old, rusted metal door in the cellar. Yes, the officer conceded. It seemed to lead to a collapsed tunnel. It had not been opened in years. Mr. Miller, it was completely rusted shut. My mind reeled. It was like they were describing a different place entirely. Had I imagined it all? Had I gone insane? And the woman? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Chloe, did you find any trace of her?" "No, sir. No sign of anyone matching that description." We checked the property records. The house has been abandoned since the 1970s. No one has lived there for a very long time. They left me there at the gas station with a card and a suggestion that I might want to seek some mental health evaluation. It is funny, is not it, how quickly the hunter can become the hunted. How one terrifying night can reshape your entire worldview, making you feel like a target even when you are just trying to live. I thought I would escape something truly evil back then, that I would have been the one to get away. But sometimes the universe has a twisted sense of humor, and it decides to show you what it really feels like to be on the other side. After that incident with the guy from Tinder, I was a wreck. Not because I felt guilty. Mind you, no, I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone had almost seen behind the curtain, almost understood the darkness I carried. I deleted all my dating apps, cut off contact with anyone who felt even remotely suspicious, and tried to rebuild my life from scratch. I moved apartments, changed my number, even dyed my hair a darker shade. I just wanted to disappear, to become a ghost in my own life, invisible to anyone who might be looking for me or for someone like me. Months passed. The paranoia slowly faded, replaced by a dull ache of loneliness. I was safe, yes, but also utterly alone. Every time I heard a siren, my stomach would clench. Every unfamiliar face in a crowd felt like a pair of eyes on me. But the human heart, it is a stubborn thing. It craves connection, even when the brain is screaming for caution. Eventually, I convinced myself I was ready to try again, ready to dip my toe back into the terrifying waters of modern dating. I told myself I would be smarter this time, more careful. I would screen people better, meet in public places, and for God's sake, I would never, ever bring anyone back to my apartment on a first date. So, I downloaded a new app, one I had not used before. I created a new profile, a new persona a little less mysterious, a little more approachable. I swiped, I chatted, I went on a few forgettable dates. And then I matched with Mark. He was handsome, in a rugged, outdoorsy kind of way. Dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a laugh that felt genuine, hearty. His profile said he was an architect, loved hiking, and volunteered at an animal shelter. He seemed perfect. Too perfect, maybe, but my guard was down. I wanted to believe in perfect. Our conversations were easy, flowing like a river. We talked about everything, our favorite books, travel dreams, even our deepest fears. He seemed to understand me, to see past the carefully constructed facade I presented to the world. He made me laugh, truly laugh, for the first time in what felt like years. I felt a spark, a connection I had not felt since before everything went sideways. Our first date was at a cozy little Italian place downtown. He was even more charming in person. He held open doors, pulled out my chair, listened intently when I spoke, and offered thoughtful, insightful responses. He made me feel seen, cherished. There was an intensity in his gaze, though, that I initially dismissed as him just being really into me. It was a little unwavering, like he was trying to read my soul. But I liked it. I liked that he seemed so focused on me. I was tired of superficiality. The date went on for hours. We closed the restaurant down, still talking, still laughing. When he walked me to my car, he did not try anything, just gave me a warm hug and told me he could not wait to see me again. I drove home with a giddy lightness in my chest, a feeling I had not known I missed so much. Maybe, just maybe this was it. Maybe I would finally found someone real. We went on a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. He took me to a hidden waterfall he would discovered on a hike, packed a beautiful picnic lunch. He remembered little details I would mention in passing my favorite flower, the obscure band I loved in college, the fact that I hated olives. He was attentive, thoughtful, almost uncannily so. It was during our fourth date, a casual coffee at a bustling cafe, that the first flicker of unease started to prickle at the back of my neck. We were talking about our weekend plans, and I mentioned I was thinking of finally tackling that mountain of laundry I had been putting off. He chuckled, a soft, knowing sound. "Oh, do not tell me you still have that pile of darks waiting by the hamper in your bathroom," he said, his eyes twinkling. My blood ran cold. I had not told him anything about my apartment, let alone the state of my laundry. We had not even been to each other's places yet. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice light. How did you know that?" He just shrugged, a casual gesture that did not quite match the sudden tension I felt radiating from him. "Oh, you probably mentioned it in one of our chats, or maybe you posted something on social media. I am just good at remembering things." I did not remember mentioning it, and my social media was locked down tighter than a drum. I made a mental note to double-check everything, but the moment passed, swept away by his easy charm and a quick change of subject. I told myself it was just a coincidence, a lucky guess. He was an architect. After all, maybe he just had a good eye for detail, could infer things. My paranoid mind was just overthinking. But the subtle, unsettling moments continued. A few days later, I was walking my dog, Buster, a scruffy terrier mix, through the park near my apartment. I had not told Mark where I lived, only the general area. As I rounded a bend, I saw him, Mark. He was sitting on a bench, reading a book, looking completely relaxed. He waved, a big, friendly smile on his face. "Hey, what a coincidence," he called out. "Fancy meeting you here." I smiled back, tried to ignore the knot tightening in my stomach. "Yeah, what are the odds? I walk Buster here almost every day." "I know," he said, and the way he said it, so matter-of-factly, sent a shiver down my spine. I was just in the neighborhood for a meeting. Thought I would catch some fresh air. You know, sometimes I see you from afar, but I did not want to disturb you and Buster. He sees me from afar. How often? How long had he been watching? The casualness of his tone was at odds with the implications of his words. I made my excuses quickly, saying Buster needed to get home, and practically jogged the rest of the way, feeling his eyes on my back. That night, I started digging. I went through my phone, my social media, every digital footprint I could find. Nothing. There was no way he could have known these things, unless he was actively looking for them. And then a new thought, a truly chilling one, took root. What if he was not just looking? What if he was there? I started noticing little things around my apartment. A window I was sure I would locked, now unlatched. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of cologne, not mine, in the hallway. My mail sometimes seemed to be slightly out of order, as if someone had rifled through it. I blamed my own forgetfulness, the lingering paranoia from my past. But the feeling of being watched, of not being truly alone, began to creep back into my life, a cold, insidious fog. Then came the text message. It was a picture of a sunrise, taken from a specific angle, overlooking the city skyline. "Beautiful morning, is not it?" the text from Mark read. It was a lovely picture, but something about it felt off. I stared at it, a growing dread rising in my throat. I had taken almost the exact same picture from my living room window just that morning. The light, the angle, the specific building in the foreground, it was identical. I had only sent that picture to my sister, or had I posted it somewhere accidentally? I checked, again. No, it was only on my phone in my private messages. My hands trembled as I typed back. "Wow, that is amazing. Where did you take that?" His reply came almost instantly just around. "You know, getting out and about, you have a great view from your place. By the way," the blood drained from my face. My apartment was on the 10th floor. Unless he had a drone, there was only one way he could have known about my view. He would have been in my apartment. Or, worse, he was watching it. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my denial. This was not a coincidence. This was not a charming quirk. This was something far more sinister. I immediately called him, my voice tight with forced calm. "Mark, we need to talk." He sounded perfectly normal, even a little excited. "Oh, sure." "Sarah, everything okay?" "No, not really," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me." "Anything for you," he replied, and the sweetness of his tone only made my skin crawl. "How do you know what my view looks like?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. There was a beat of silence on the other end, long and heavy. Then his laugh, not the hearty, genuine laugh I would come to love, but a low, chilling chuckle. "You really want to know? Sarah, are you sure?" "Yes," I insisted, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I am sure." "Well," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "let us just say I've been admiring your taste. You have a lovely home, and a very efficient security system. I might add, but not quite efficient enough." My breath hitched. He was not even trying to deny it. He was admitting it. Admitting he would have been inside my apartment. My mind reeled. How? When? What had he done? What had he seen? Why? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. "Why are you doing this?" "Because I care about you." "Sarah," he said, his voice suddenly soft, almost tender, which was even more terrifying. "I want to know you, truly know you, every part of you, and you are so guarded, so distant. I just needed a little peek behind the curtain." The phrase "peek behind the curtain" echoed in my mind, a horrifying callback to my own past thoughts. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. I hung up, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped my phone. I locked every door, every window, even though I knew it was probably too late. He would already been in. He knew my home. He knew me. My first instinct was to call the police, but a cold dread stopped me. What would I tell them? That a guy I would have been on a few dates with knew what my apartment looked like. That he sent me a creepy text. They would tell me to block him, maybe get a restraining order if it escalated. But I knew, deep down, that would not be enough. I would have been through this before, on the other side. I knew how easily evidence vanished, how quickly a case could be closed. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear. I did not answer his calls, blocked his number, unfriended him on every platform. But he found ways. Anonymous texts, emails from burner accounts, even a handwritten note slipped under my door. Just a single word missing you. The feeling of being watched intensified. Every shadow seemed to hold his form. Every creak of the floorboards was him. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow, jumping at every sound. Then, the ultimate betrayal. I was at the grocery store, trying to act normal, when I saw her. A woman mid-40s, elegant, with the same kind eyes, the same crinkles at the corners when she smiled. She was pushing a cart, a little girl riding in the front, giggling. And then Mark walked up, put his arm around her waist, and kissed her forehead. My world tilted. He was married. He had a family. I froze, hidden behind a display of cereal boxes, watching them. They looked like the perfect family. He was laughing, doting on the little girl, a picture of domestic bliss. And I was standing there, a ghost, a secret, a disposable plaything in his twisted game. The anger, hot and furious, surged through me, momentarily eclipsing the fear. He had not just stalked me, he had lied to me, manipulated me, used me while he had a whole other life. I followed them, keeping my distance, until they pulled into the driveway of a beautiful suburban house. It was a stark contrast to my small, anonymous apartment. This was his home, his real life, and I was just a dark secret, a fleeting distraction. That night, I could not sleep. The image of him with his wife and daughter was burned into my mind. I realized the true depth of his deception, and a new kind of terror set in. He was not just a stalker, he was a married man, playing a dangerous game, and I was caught in the middle. What would he do to keep his secret? What lengths would he go to if I threatened to expose him? I decided I had to confront him, but not alone. I needed proof, something undeniable. So, I started my own surveillance. I bought a small, discreet camera and installed it in my apartment, hoping to catch him if he tried to enter again. I also started taking pictures of every strange thing. I noticed the moved mail, the unlatched window, the notes. I also, reluctantly, reached out to a friend, Jessica. She was practical, no nonsense. I told her a heavily edited version of the story, leaving out the parts that would make me sound suspicious, focusing on Mark's escalating behavior. She listened, her face growing grim. "Sarah, this is serious," she said. "You need to go to the police. And maybe stay with me for a while." I knew she was right about the police, but I hesitated. My own past, the ghost of that dark bottle, loomed large. I could not risk drawing official attention to myself. I just need a little more evidence. I told her, a lie I hoped to make true. The next day, I woke up to a chilling discovery. My apartment camera, which I would carefully hidden, was gone, and in its place on my nightstand was a single red rose and a small, folded note. My hands shook as I unfolded it. Mark's familiar, elegant handwriting. "You are trying to catch me, are not you? Sarah, that is not a very nice game. I thought we were building something special. Do not make me disappointed. And do not worry about the camera. I will keep it safe for you. It is a nice little device. I will make sure it records everything important." My blood ran cold. He knew. He knew everything. He had been in my apartment again. He had taken my camera, and he was watching me with it. The implication was horrifying. He could be recording me, my reactions, my fear. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed in the empty apartment. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I dialed Jessica. He was here. I sobbed into phone. He took the camera. He left a rose. Jessica was at my door in 20 minutes, her face pale. She helped me pack a small bag, her movements quick and efficient. "You are coming with me," she said, her voice firm. Now, I did not argue. I grabbed Buster, and we practically ran out of the apartment, not daring to look back. I felt his presence, a chilling certainty that he was watching us leave, perhaps even smiling. Staying at Jessica's was a temporary reprieve, but it did not stop the terror. Mark found me. Not directly, not at first, but Jessica started getting strange calls, hang-ups, heavy breathing. Her car tires were slashed one morning. Her dog, a sweet golden retriever, started barking frantically at nothing, staring at the window for hours. I knew it was him. He was sending a message. He knew where I was, and he was punishing Jessica for helping me. The final straw came a week later. Jessica was at work, and I was alone in her apartment with Buster. The doorbell rang. I froze. I had not ordered anything, was not expecting anyone. I peered through the peephole. It was a delivery man, holding a large bouquet of white lilies. My stomach clenched. Lilies were my favorite flower. I would only ever told Mark that. I did not open the door. I just stood there, heart pounding, watching him through the fisheye lens. He rang again, then knocked. Finally, he shrugged, left the flowers on the doormat, and walked away. As soon as he was out of sight, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible click, the sound of a key in the lock. My breath caught in my throat. Jessica had given me a spare key, but she had not given one to anyone else. And Mark had already proven he could get into places. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door handle. It started to turn. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I had to get out. I grabbed Buster, who was whining softly, sensing my fear. I did not have time to think, to grab anything. I just needed to run. I burst into Jessica's kitchen, looking for an escape. The back door. It led to a small yard, then an alleyway. My only chance. As I reached for the doorknob, the front door swung open. Mark stood there, framed in the doorway, holding the bouquet of lilies. His smile was wide, utterly devoid of warmth. His eyes, the same kind eyes that had once captivated me, now held a terrifying, predatory gleam. "Hello. Sarah," he said, his voice a soft purr. "Did you really think you could run from me?" He took a step inside, then another, slowly closing the door behind him. The lilies, innocent and white, looked grotesque in his hands. My mind raced, adrenaline flooding my veins. I had to fight. I had to get away. I glanced around the kitchen, desperate for a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy, cast-iron skillet hanging on the wall. He saw my gaze, and his smile widened further. "Oh, Sarah, do not be silly. We do not need to do this the hard way." He took another step, his eyes fixed on me, like a predator sizing up its prey. "I just want us to be together. Forever. You are married." I screamed, the words tearing from my throat. "You have a wife. A daughter. Leave me alone." His face hardened, the mask of charm slipping away completely, revealing something cold and deeply disturbed underneath. "They do not understand me. Sarah, you do. You are different. You see the world the way I do. We are meant to be." He lunged. It was a blur. Instinct took over. I grabbed the skillet, swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a grunt of pain. He stumbled back, dropping the lilies, his hand flying to his temple. That split second, that moment of disorientation, was my only chance. I shoved him hard, threw open the back door, and burst out into the alleyway, Buster scrambling at my heels. I ran, not looking back, not stopping, my lungs burning. The image of his stunned, furious face burned into my mind. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out, until I was blocks away in a crowded public park, gasping for air, clutching Buster to my chest. I called 911, my voice hoarse, barely coherent. I told him everything, every creepy detail, every violation, every threat. This time, I did not hold back. I did not care about my past. I just wanted him gone. The police investigated. They found no sign of forced entry at Jessica's apartment. No skillet. No lilies. Jessica's neighbors had not seen anything. Mark, when questioned, had an airtight alibi. He was at a golf retreat with his buddies, confirmed by his wife and several friends. His wife, bless her oblivious heart, seemed genuinely shocked and confused by the accusations. Just like before, the case was closed due to insufficient evidence. Months have passed since then. I am safe, living under a new name, in a new city thousands of miles away. Jessica and I are still friends, though her life was undoubtedly impacted by my ordeal. I still have Buster, my loyal companion. But the world feels different. Every stranger is a potential threat. Every car that slows down feels like him. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, is back worse than before. I just barely escaped something truly evil, something that truly saw me, and wanted to consume me. And I know he is still out there, smiling his charming smile, living his perfect life, perhaps already looking for his next Sarah. And I am just waiting, always waiting. Because the thing about being hunted is, you never truly feel safe again. You just learn to live with the fear. And sometimes you wonder if you ever really escaped at all, or if you just bought yourself a little more time. The news alert had slammed into me like a physical blow. Sarah Jenkins, 28, missing from Northwood. The words were simple, stark, but they twisted something cold and sharp in my gut. Northwood, Alex, the charming man I had been seeing for a few months, lived there. And then the kicker, the daily grind, her last known location, Alex's usual spot. He would even take me there, just last week, laughing as he ordered his triple espresso, calling it his ritual. My first thought, naturally, was that it had to be a coincidence. Northwood was not a tiny village, and the daily grind was a popular coffee shop. Lots of people went there. Alex was Alex. He was handsome, funny, intelligent, always knew the right thing to say. He remembered little details about me, things I would barely mention in passing. He would bring me my favorite obscure brand of tea when he came over, or surprise me with tickets to a play I would once said I wanted to see. He was almost too perfect, if I really thought about it. But at the time, I would just chalk it up to a refreshing change in the string of forgetful, self-absorbed men I would dated before him. Now, as the news anchor's voice droned on, describing Sarah's appearance, her last outfit, a chill crept up my spine. My mind raced back to our visit to the daily grind. It had been a Tuesday, late morning. The place was bustling, steam hissing from the espresso machine, the clatter of ceramic cups a constant backdrop. Alex had been in high spirits, regaling me with a funny story about a project at work. I remembered looking around, taking the cozy atmosphere, the mismatched chairs, the art on the walls. Had I seen Sarah? Probably not. I would not have known her from anyone else. But the thought that she might have been there, just feet away, maybe even making eye contact with Alex as he ordered, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. I tried to shake it off. This was ridiculous. Alex was a good guy. He could not be involved in something like this. My phone buzzed. It was a text from him. Hey, you catch the news. So awful about that girl from Northwood. Makes you think, huh? Stay safe tonight. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Yeah, I saw. I typed, then deleted it. Crazy. I tried next, deleting that too. How could I respond without sounding like I was probing? Or, worse, like I was accusing him. I settled for something neutral. So scary. Makes me want to lock all my doors. I sent it, then instantly regretted it. It sounded weak. Almost like I was trying to bait him into a conversation about it. He replied, quickly, always do. Be safe, babe. Sleep tight, babe. The pet name, usually so comforting, felt a little hollow, a little forced. Or maybe it was just my own paranoia twisting things. I spent the rest of the evening glued to my laptop, refreshing news sites, searching for any updates on Sarah Jenkins. Her picture stared back at me from every article, a pretty, smiling woman with kind eyes. She looked like someone you would want to be friends with. I found her social media profiles. Her life looked normal, happy. Friends, family, a recent trip to the beach. Nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary, no hint of trouble. Just gone. The next few days were a blur of nervous energy. I found myself scrutinizing Alex every time we spoke. Did he seem distracted? Was his smile a little too wide? Did he avoid my gaze when I casually mentioned the news about Sarah? He never brought it up again after that first text, which I told myself was normal. Why would he want to dwell on something so grim? But then, why would not he mention it at all? Especially since it was happening in his town, at his usual spot. One evening, about a week after Sarah went missing, I was idly scrolling through an old dating app on my phone. I had not deleted it after meeting Alex, mostly because I had just forgotten about it. I was not actively using it, just occasionally swiping through out of sheer habit or boredom, like flipping through magazine. I stumbled upon a new match. His profile name was Observer. No picture, just a generic silhouette. No bio either, just a single, unsettling line, I see things others miss. My first instinct was to unmatch him. It was creepy, But something, a morbid curiosity perhaps, made me pause. What did he mean? I see things others miss. I decided to ignore it and close the app. A few hours later, I got a notification. Observer sent you a message. My heart did a little flutter kick against my ribs. I opened the app. You know, the message read, "It is funny how you still check under your bed for monsters sometimes. We all have our little quirks, do not we?" My breath hitched. I stared at the words, a cold dread spreading through me. I had not told anyone about that. Not Alex, not my closest friends, not even my therapist. It was a stupid, childish habit I would had since I was little, a remnant of a hyperactive imagination, and I was deeply embarrassed by it. I never mentioned it. It was a private, secret thing. How could this observer know? My first thought was that it had to be a prank. Maybe a friend of mine had somehow gotten access to my phone or knew my password and was messing with me. But no one I knew would do something so specific, so unervingly accurate. And who would even know about that? I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. "Who is this?" His reply was almost instantaneous. "Just someone who pays attention. Like that chipped blue teapot in the window of the antique shop on Elm Street. You always pause there, do not you, just for a second, to admire it. It is a nice one." Now I was truly terrified. The antique shop on Elm Street was one of my favorite places. I did always pause at that window, specifically for that teapot. It was not a famous landmark, just a small, unassuming shop on a quiet street. I would never post about it online, never mention it on social media. It was a small, personal ritual. This was not a prank. This was something far more sinister. I felt a prickle of sweat on my forehead. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked to the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction. The street below was dark, quiet, empty, but the feeling of being watched, of being known in a way that was deeply invasive, was overwhelming. I blocked Observer immediately. My hands were shaking so hard, I almost dropped my phone. But the words, the specific, intimate details, had already burrowed deep into my mind, festering. Who was this person? And what did they want? My thoughts, naturally, drifted back to Alex. He was the most recent new person in my life. Could he have somehow found out these things? Had he been watching me before we even met? The idea was repulsive, but it was the only explanation I could conjure that did not involve some supernatural entity. But even if it was him, how? How could he know about the teapot, or the monster checking habit? It did not make sense. And why would he create a fake profile to send me these messages? It was too elaborate, too creepy. The next day, I was a wreck. I could not focus at work. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every unfamiliar car on the street felt like it was following me. I did not tell Alex about Observer. I was too scared, too confused. What would I even say? Hey, someone on a dating app knows deeply personal things about me that I have never shared, and I am wondering if it is you, you charming, perfect man. That evening, Alex called. "Hey, babe, everything okay? You sound a little off." My heart pounded. Was he fishing? Did he know? "Yeah, I am fine." I lied, trying to sound normal. Just a long day at work. "Well, I was thinking of coming over tonight," he said. "We could order some takeout, watch a movie." The thought of him in my apartment, after the messages from Observer, sent a shiver down my spine. I desperately wanted to be alone, to process this, to feel safe again. But I also did not want to arouse suspicion. "Oh, I am really sorry. Alex," I said, trying to inject genuine regret into my voice. "I actually made plans with Sarah tonight." The name just slipped out. It was not true. I did not have plans with anyone. There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line, a silence that stretched Just for a moment, a little too long. Sarah, Alex finally said, his voice flat. Who is Sarah? My blood ran cold. I would made a mistake. A huge one. Oh, Sarah, my friend. Sarah, I stammered, scrambling for a believable lie. Sarah Peterson. We were going to catch up. I totally forgot I would made plans. Sarah Peterson, he repeated slowly, as if tasting the name. Right? Well, give Sarah my regards. Maybe another night then. His tone was perfectly pleasant, but I could feel a subtle shift, a coolness that had not been there before. After we hung up, I sat there, frozen. I did not have a friend named Sarah Peterson. I would just plucked a random name out of the air. Why had I done that? And why had his reaction been so pointed? It was almost as if the name Sarah itself had triggered something. The next day, I received another message. Not on the dating app I would blocked Observer there. This one came through a private message on an old forum I occasionally use for a niche hobby. An anonymous account. Your friend Sarah Peterson. The message began, she is lovely. Does she also check under her bed for monsters? My stomach lurched. He knew. He knew I would lied. And the fact that he was now using a different platform, a more obscure one, meant he was adapting, finding new ways to reach me. This was not just some random creep. This was someone methodical, persistent, and terrifyingly resourceful. I felt a wave of nausea. I was being watched. Closely. This person knew what I said, what I did, even what I thought. The monster under the bed was not a figment of my childhood imagination anymore. It was real and it was watching me. I called my best friend. Maya. I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could hear the tremor in it. Maya, I need to tell you something. Something really weird is happening. I recounted the Observer messages, the specific details, the forum message. I even mentioned my slip-up with Alex about Sarah Peterson. Maya listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice when she finally spoke. Okay, look, I get why you are freaked out. It is creepy, for sure. But maybe it is just some weird, elaborate prank. Or someone you know playing a really messed up joke. But the details. Maya, the teapot, the monster thing. No one knows that. Are you sure? She asked gently. Sometimes we forget what we have posted online or what we have told people when we were younger. And Alex, he seems like a good guy. Maybe he heard you talking about the antique shop once, or saw an old photo of you that hinted at something. He would not know about checking under the bed. I insisted, my voice rising. Okay, she soothed. Look, if it is really bothering you, maybe you should change your passwords, update your privacy settings, and maybe take a break from Alex for a bit, just until you clear your head. If he is behind this, he will give himself away. I knew she was trying to help, but her words offered little comfort. She did not understand the depth of the violation, the insidious feeling of being stripped bare. I did take her advice, though. I started scrutinizing my online presence, deleting old posts, tightening my privacy settings. I even tried to track down Observer's forum account, but it was already gone. He was always one step ahead. I also started avoiding Alex. I would make excuses, say I was busy with work, or had a headache. He seemed to accept it, but I could feel his frustration building, a subtle tension in his voice during our brief phone calls. He never pushed, never demanded to know why, which in itself felt unnerving. It was almost as if he already knew. The missing person reports about Sarah Jenkins continued to flood the local news. No leads, no body, just a desperate family and a community on edge. I found myself obsessively following every update, looking for any connection, any detail that might shed light on my own terrifying situation. One afternoon, I was browsing an online community forum for Northwood residents, hoping to find any local chatter about Sarah that the news was not picking up. I stumbled upon a thread from a few months ago, discussing a local charity event. Someone had posted a picture of a group of volunteers. And there, in the background, almost out of focus, was Sarah Jenkins. And standing right next to her, a bright, easy smile on his face, was Alex. My heart hammered against my ribs. I zoomed in, my vision blurring. It was him, unmistakably. His arm was casually slung around the shoulder of another volunteer, but his body was angled toward Sarah. They were talking, laughing. It looked familiar, like the way he laughed and talked with me. This was not just a coincidence anymore. This was not just his usual. Spot. Alex knew Sarah, and he had not said a word. I felt a cold, hard knot form in my stomach. The charming, attentive Alex, the man who remembered my obscure tea preferences and childhood fears, suddenly seemed like a carefully constructed facade. I took a screenshot of the photo, my hands shaking. I needed to confront him. But how? And what would I say? Hey, I found a picture of you with the missing woman you pretended not to know. That night, I could not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside my window, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing the photo. Alex's smiling face next to Sarah's. And then the messages from Observer. I see things others miss. You still check under your bed for monsters. The terrifying precision of it all. A new, horrifying thought began to form in my mind. What if Observer was not a separate person at all? What if Alex was Observer? And what if he was not just watching me, but had been watching Sarah too? The idea was too monstrous to fully grasp, but it clung to me like a shroud. The next morning, I decided I could not wait. I had to see Alex, to talk to him, to look him in the eye, and see if I could find the monster lurking behind the charming smile. I called him, my voice tight. Alex, can you meet me for coffee? There is something important I need to talk to you about. He agreed readily, his voice calm, reassuring. Of course, babe. Everything okay? You sound stressed. I will tell you when I see you. I said, trying to keep my voice even. Meet me at the daily grind. There was a pause. A longer pause this time. The daily grind, he asked, a subtle edge to his voice. Why there? How about that new place downtown? No, I insisted, my resolve hardening. The daily grind. In an hour. He sighed, a barely perceptible sound. All right, see you there. I hung up, my heart pounding. I was walking into the lion's den, and I knew it. But I could not live with this fear, this uncertainty, anymore. I dressed quickly, pulling on a dark jacket, trying to look as unremarkable as possible. I grabbed my phone, making sure the screenshot of Alex and Sarah was easily accessible. As I locked my apartment door, I felt a surge of cold dread. This could be a huge mistake, but I had to know. The walk to the daily grind felt endless. Every person I passed, every car that drove by, felt like a potential threat. My mind raced, trying to anticipate Alex's reaction, trying to formulate the perfect questions. When I arrived, the coffee shop was less crowded than usual. I scanned the room, my eyes landing on him immediately. Alex was already there, sitting at a small table near the back, nursing a cup of coffee. He looked up as I entered, a practiced, easy smile on his face. He looked perfectly normal, perfectly charming. Hey, he said, standing up to give me a quick, chase kiss on the cheek. What is up? You sounded serious on the phone. I sat down opposite him, my hands clasped tightly in my lap. I did not return his smile. Alex, I began, my voice a little shaky. I need to ask you some things. And I need you to be completely honest with me. His smile faltered slightly. Of course. What is it? I took a deep breath. You told me you did not know Sarah Jenkins, the missing woman from Northwood. His eyes flickered just for a second. That is right. It is a tragedy, but no, I do not know her. Why? I pulled out my phone, navigating to the screenshot. I slid it across the table to him. Then who is this? Alex. He picked up my phone, his eyes scanning the image. His face, usually so open and expressive, became a mask. The smile vanished, replaced by something unreadable. He stared at the picture for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately placed the phone back on the table. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. "It does not matter where I got it," I said, my voice gaining strength. "What matters is that it is you, with Sarah Jenkins. And you lied to me." He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. His gaze was intense, unwavering. "It was a charity event months ago," he said, his voice now calm, almost too calm. "We were just volunteers. I barely spoke to her. Barely spoke to her." I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "You look pretty chummy in that picture. And you never mentioned it. Not once. Even when the news broke, even when it was happening in your town, at your usual spot, you never thought to say, 'Hey.' I actually knew her a little bit." His eyes narrowed. "Why would I? It was a fleeting interaction. It had no bearing on anything. And why are you digging into this? Anyway, what are you trying to do?" "I am trying to understand why you lied." I shot back, leaning forward. "And why someone knows incredibly private things about me, things I've never shared online or with anyone." His expression did not change. "What are you talking about?" "The messages," I said, my voice trembling again. "From Observer, about the teapot, about checking under my bed for monsters. And then the one about Sarah Peterson on the forum. You know about those, do not you?" He stared at me, his gaze unblinking. The charming Alex was gone, replaced by a stranger. "You think I sent you those messages?" he asked, his voice devoid of emotion. "I do not know what to think." "Alex," I cried, my voice rising a little, drawing a few curious glances from other patrons. "All I know is that you lied about Sarah, and someone is terrifying me with details only I should know. And you are the only new person in my life." He was silent for a long moment, just watching me. His composure was unnerving. "You are getting hysterical," he said finally, his voice still calm, but with an underlying steel that sent a shiver down my spine. "You are letting this missing person case get to you. And you are imagining things." "I am not imagining things," I retorted, my anger giving me a burst of courage. "I have proof. That picture is proof you lied. And those messages, they are real." He slowly reached out, taking my hand across the table. His grip was firm, almost crushing. His thumb stroked my skin, a gesture that was usually comforting, but now felt menacing. "Listen to me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You need to stop this. You need to let this go. For your own good." His eyes were no longer warm and friendly. They were cold, calculating. And in them, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A flash of something utterly devoid of empathy. Something ancient and predatory. I tried to pull my hand away, but his grip tightened. "Alex, let go of me." I whispered, my voice barely audible. "You are beautiful," he said, his gaze unwavering, and so trusting. "It is a shame." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. The clatter of the coffee shop, the murmur of conversations, all faded into a distant hum. It was just him and me, locked in this terrifying tableau. I finally managed to yank my hand free, scrambling back from the table. My chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing more attention. I did not care. I just needed to get away. "I am leaving," I said, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "I am calling the police. About Sarah. About you. About everything." A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. It was not the charming smile I knew. This was something else entirely. Something devoid of warmth, full of cold amusement. "You can try," he said, His voice still a whisper, but it seemed to echo in my ears. But who do you think they will believe? The hysterical woman who is imagining things, or the upstanding citizen who is just trying to calm her down? He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He did not move toward me, but his presence filled a small space between us, suffocating me. And besides, he added, his eyes twinkling with a dark, knowing light, you forget. I know where you live. I know your routines. And I know you still check under your bed for monsters. I did not wait to hear another word. I turned and ran. I burst out of the daily grind, not caring where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and Alex. The streets of Northwood, once just a normal town, now felt like a labyrinth designed to trap me. Every shadow held a threat. Every turn felt like a dead end. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the charming facade of Alex and the terrifying knowledge of Observer became one single monstrous face in my mind. I did not know if I would ever feel safe again. I did not know what would happen next. All I knew was that the monster I would always check for under my bed had finally found its way out, and it was watching me. And it knew everything. The police officer, a burly man with kind eyes that seemed perpetually tired, looked at me with a mixture of pity and professional detachment. Madam, I understand this is distressing, but we found no signs of forced entry at your friend's apartment. And the individual you described, Mr. Mark Peterson, has a solid alibi. He was at a charity gala event with his wife and several prominent community members, with photo and video evidence from before you say he entered the apartment until well after. We can't proceed without evidence. His words were a cold, hard slap to the face. No evidence. An airtight alibi. Mark, the monster who had terrorized me, who had broken into my home, who had just tried to trap me in Jessica's apartment, was untouchable. My desperate pleas, my shaking hands, the lingering scent of fear on my skin, none of it mattered. The system, the very thing meant to protect me, had failed. It was not just that they could not help me, it was that they did not believe me. Or, worse, they could not believe me because Mark had covered his tracks so perfectly. Jessica, my only refuge, watched me with wide, terrified eyes. The next morning, she gently but firmly told me I could not stay. Mark had harassed her, had found her, and she had a right to feel safe in her own home. I could not blame her. I would not have wanted me there either. I was a magnet for a monster. So, there I was, back on the street. No home, no safe haven, and a predator still lurking in the shadows, unpunished, and I knew, angrier than ever. My old apartment was compromised. Jessica's was compromised. My phone, my email, my social media all felt like open invitations for him to find me. The world, which had once seemed vast and full of possibilities, had shrunk to the size of a tiny, suffocating cage, and Mark held the key. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and frantic planning. I bought a cheap burner phone, discarding my old one with a ritualistic sense of finality. I paid cash for everything, avoided public Wi-Fi, and took circuitous routes, constantly checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see his car, his face, lurking behind me. Every shadow seemed to stretch into a menacing figure, every distant siren a prelude to his arrival. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, haunted by nightmares of his chilling smile, his declaration of together forever. My goal was not just to move, it was to vanish, to become a ghost in my own life. I drove for hours, heading east, then south, then west, randomly picking towns off the map, tried to create a trail so convoluted, so illogical, that even Mark, with his twisted obsession, would not be able to follow. I ended up in a small, forgotten town, miles from anywhere I would ever been, a place where the main street felt like it belonged to another era. I found a rental online, a tiny, nondescript apartment above a defunct storefront. It was cheap, far from any major city, and required no background check beyond a quick cash deposit. It was perfect in its anonymity. The landlord, A gruff old man who seemed more interested in his fishing lure than my personal details handed me the keys with a grunt. Stepping inside, the apartment was a ghost of a home. It was barren, echoing my own internal landscape. No furniture, just a cheap mattress on the floor in the corner of the main room, a sad, stained rectangle that would serve as my bed. My single, battered camera tripod stood sentinel near the window, a hidden cam, purchased with the last of my emergency cash. Perched on top, it was meant to be my fortress, my last stand, my desperate attempt to reclaim some semblance of security. My only other possessions were a duffel bag with a few changes of clothes, a toothbrush, and a handful of canned goods. I did not even bother to unpack. There was nowhere to put anything. I methodically set up my defenses. The hidden camera, pointed at the apartment door, was my first priority. I checked the locks on the windows, added a cheap chain lock to the front door, and covered the bare windows with thick, black garbage bags, taping them securely. I moved the mattress into the furthest corner of the room, away from the windows, and slept with a skillet from Jessica's kitchen clutched in my hand, my new grim security blanket. Days bled into weeks. The initial terror, a raw, burning flame, slowly dulled into a constant, aching anxiety. My hypervigilance became routine. Every creak of the old building, every distant car passing by, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I would freeze listening, my breath catching in my throat, convinced it was him. But it never was. The days were quiet, too quiet. The silence in the apartment was deafening, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the gentle whir of the camera. I started a new, solitary routine. I would wake before dawn, review the camera footage from a night before, searching for any anomaly, any shadow that did not belong. Then I would venture out, always wearing a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses, to a small local grocery store, buying only what I needed for the day, paying in cash, never lingering. I would return to my empty apartment, lock myself in, and spend the rest of the day reading tattered paperbacks I would found in a free library box, or just staring at the wall, trying to quiet the frantic drumbeat of my own heart. I did not try to make friends. I did not even make eye contact with strangers. Every person was a potential threat. Every friendly gesture a possible trap. I was a ghost, and I needed to stay that way. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, a fragile sense of calm began to settle over me. Weeks turned into a month, then two. Mark had not found me. The calls had stopped. The feeling of being watched, while still present, had lessened its grip. Maybe, just maybe, I had actually done it. Maybe I had truly vanished. Maybe had given up, moved on to some other unsuspecting woman. The thought brought a wave of guilt, but also a desperate, selfish relief. I even started to think about getting a real job, finding some way to make a life for myself again, even if it was a life lived in the shadows. I was still terrified, still constantly looking over my shoulder, but the edge of the terror had softened. I was surviving. I was existing. Then the whispers began. It started subtly, so subtly that I almost dismissed it as my own paranoia, a phantom limb of fear. I was at the grocery store, reaching for a specific brand of organic kale, the only kind I ever bought, a small luxury in my sparse life. As I reached for it, I felt a familiar shiver down my spine. I looked around, but saw no one out of place. Yet, the feeling persisted. It was as if someone had just spoken my name, a breath on the back of my neck. I grabbed the kale, paid, and hurried back to my apartment, reviewing the camera footage as soon as I got back. Nothing. Just the usual empty hallway. A few days later, I was listening to the radio, a rare indulgence, a local station that played a mix of oldies. A song came on, a soft, melancholy ballad that Mark had once called our song. My blood ran cold. It was a coincidence. I told myself, a random song on a random station. But it had been years since I had heard that song, and it felt like a deliberate jab, a cruel reminder. The incidents became more frequent, more specific. I would find a small, almost imperceptible detail, out of place in my apartment. A book I would left on the mattress would be slightly angled differently. The single window, always covered by the black garbage bags, would have a tiny corner peeled back, just enough to let in a sliver of light. I would check the camera footage, my heart pounding, but it would always show nothing. Just the empty hallway, the closed door. Had I done it myself? Was I losing my mind? The line between reality and paranoia blurred into an indistinguishable, terrifying mess. One morning, as I stepped out of the apartment to retrieve my mail, a handful of junk flyers. Nothing important, I noticed something peculiar. On the land outside my door, nestled discreetly under the edge of the doormat, was a single, perfect white rose. My stomach dropped. I knew instantly, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was from him. He had found me. I snatched the rose, my fingers trembling, and fled back inside, slamming and locking the door. I threw the rose into the trash, as if its presence could contaminate my sanctuary. I reviewed the camera footage again, furiously, meticulously, frame by frame. And this time, I saw it, a flicker, a shadow, so brief, so fleeting, that if I had not been looking for it, I would have missed it. A distorted reflection in the glass of the apartment door, just for a millisecond, of a man indistinct but tall, broad-shouldered. Mark. He had been there. He had left the rose. He had seen my camera. And he had deliberately avoided being clearly captured. The false calm shattered. My careful defenses, my months of hiding, had been for nothing. He was back, and he was playing a game. The burner phone, which I kept hidden and unused, suddenly buzzed. An unknown number. My fingers froze, hovering over the screen. I knew it was him. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. I swallowed hard and answered, my voice a shaky whisper. Enjoying the quiet. His voice, low and calm, sent a wave of nausea through me. It was so casual, so utterly devoid of malice, yet it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I hung up immediately, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the phone. I ripped the battery out, then threw the phone across the room, watching it shatter against the wall. It was useless. He knew I was here. He knew my number. He knew everything. The psychological torture began in earnest. He did not break in, not yet, but he made his presence undeniable. I would come home to find a light left on in the hallway outside my door. A light I was certain I had turned off. A door in the common area, usually kept locked, would be slightly ajar. Small, innocuous things, but each one a chilling reminder that he was near, that he could access my building, that he was watching. My empty apartment, once a symbol of my desperate attempt at freedom, now felt like a cage. The bare walls, the single mattress, the lonely tripod with its camera, they no longer felt like a fortress. They felt like a stage, and I was the unwilling performer in his twisted play. One evening, I was huddled on my mattress, trying to read, when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the window. I froze, my breath catching. It sounded like something was tapping lightly on the glass. I slowly, cautiously, peeled back a corner of the garbage bag covering the window. My blood ran cold. There, taped to the outside of the window, was a small, crudely drawn stick figure. It was me, and next to it, another stick figure, much larger, with an arm wrapped around mine. Above them, scrawled in childish handwriting, were the words "Together Forever." I stumbled back, gasping, my hand flying in my mouth to stifle a scream. He was outside. He had been right there, looking in. He knew I was inside. He had seen me. The image of his face, pressed against the glass, just inches from mine, flashed in my mind, even though I had not seen him. The thought alone was enough to make me physically ill. I pressed myself against the furthest wall, clutching the skillet, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. Hours passed. I did not move. I did not breathe. I just listened, every nerve ending screaming. The next morning, I dared to look out the window again. The drawing was gone, but something else was there. A tiny, almost invisible scratch on the glass, just below where the drawing had been. It was the letter M. He was no longer just stalking me, he was playing with me. He wanted me to know he was always there, that I could never truly escape. He was enjoying my fear, feeding off it. He was a predator, and I was his prey, trapped in a game where he made all the rules. I knew I could not stay. But where could I go? He had found me in the most obscure place I could imagine. How? How did he always find me? The question gnawed at me, a relentless parasite. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened panic, barely eating, barely sleeping. I reviewed the camera footage from the night he left the drawing. Nothing. Just the empty hallway. He was too smart, too careful. He knew my camera was there, and he was deliberately avoiding it. Then, a text message. Not from an unknown number this time, but from a number I did not recognize, yet it felt familiar. It was a photo of my sparse apartment, the mattress on the floor, my duffel bag, and my camera tripod, standing sentinel in the corner. The photo was taken from inside the apartment, from an angle that only someone standing in the doorway could have captured. My blood ran cold, a solid block of ice in my veins. He was inside. He had been inside while I was out or while I was sleeping. He had taken the picture. He had been in my sanctuary, my last refuge, and had violated it completely. A new text followed, immediately after the photo. You really think a camera can stop me? I am already inside, always have been. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling whisper that solidified into a scream. My fortress, my last stand, was breached. My camera, my only defense, had been rendered useless. He was not just watching me from the outside, he was inside my head, inside my life, inside my home. I looked around my empty apartment. The bare walls, the lone mattress, the tripod with its impotent camera. The emptiness suddenly felt vast and terrifying, a void that had filled with his presence, his surveillance, his twisted obsession. There was no furniture to hide behind, no clutter to offer a sense of normalcy, just the stark reality of my situation. He did not need to break in violently. He did not need to physically harm me. He had found a far more insidious way to trap me. He had broken my spirit. He had stolen my peace. He had made me a prisoner in my own mind, in my own life. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was my new reality. There was no escape, not from him, not from fear. Mark was a shadow that would forever linger, a presence that would always be just out of sight, just beyond the reach of the law, a constant reminder that some monsters can't be escaped, only endured. My life was no longer my own. It was a perpetual horror story, and Mark was the author, turning the pages forever. The last thing I remember was the splintering wood of the shed door as Alex smashed through it, his eyes blazing with a predatory hunger that made my blood run cold. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the damp, rotting wall, my breath catching in my throat. He was just a few feet away, a dark silhouette against the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window, his hand reaching out, a chilling smile twisting his lips. I tried to scream, but only a choked gasp escaped. His hand clamped over my mouth, the other twisting my arm behind my back with surprising strength. I struggled, kicking and biting, but it was like fighting a brick wall. Then, I felt a sharp, cold prick in my neck, a burning sensation, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. The world tilted, the shed spun, and the last thing I saw was Alex's face, close to mine, his voice a low, guttural murmur against my ear. Good night, sweetheart. Then, nothing. Just a vast, terrifying void. Waking up was a slow, agonizing process. It felt like my brain was trying to claw its way out of a thick, syrupy fog. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, a heavy weight pressing down on my temples. My mouth felt like sandpaper, and there was a disgusting metallic taste on my tongue, like I had been chewing on old pennies. I tried to open my eyes, but the lids felt impossibly heavy, glued shut. A low moan escaped my lips, a sound I barely recognized as my own. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, caught in that horrible limbo between consciousness and oblivion, my body refusing to cooperate. Slowly, painstakingly, my senses started to return. The first thing I registered was a cold, a deep, bone-chilling cold that seeped into my very core. My skin was clammy, goosebumps prickling along my arms. Then came the smell of potent mix of damp earth, mildew, and something faintly chemical like bleach, but with an underlying sweetness that was sickeningly familiar. Blood, panic, cold and sharp, began to cut through the lingering haze. I forced my eyes open. At first, all I saw was darkness, a suffocating blackness that pressed in on me from all sides. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I tried to move, to push myself up, but my limbs would not obey. They felt heavy, unresponsive, like they belonged to someone else. That is when I realized I was not just heavy, I was restrained. A jolt of pure terror shot through me, clearing the last vestiges of the drug from my mind. I tried to lift my hands, but they were bound tightly behind my back. My ankles were secured too, pressing against something hard and unyielding. I was sitting upright, my back pressed against a rough wooden surface. A chair. I was tied to a chair. My breath hitched. I pulled. I strained. I twisted, a silent scream building in my throat. The ropes dug into my wrists, chafing my skin, but they held firm. My mind raced, flashing back to the shed, to Alex's chilling smile, to the metallic scent in his car, the plastic sheeting, the shovel. It was not a dream. It was real. This was real. Well, good morning, sleepyhead. The voice cut through the darkness, calm and even, yet sending a fresh wave of ice through my veins. It was Alex. He was here. A click and a single, bare bulb flickered to life overhead, casting harsh, yellow light across the room. I squinted, my eyes burning from the sudden brightness, trying to adjust. The room was small, rectangular, with rough, unpainted concrete walls and a dirt floor. There was no window, no natural light, just that one bulb, hanging precariously from a wire, illuminating the grim reality of my situation. I was in a basement, and Alex was standing directly in front of me, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He was dressed in clean clothes, a dark long sleeve shirt, and jeans looking perfectly composed, as if he had just stepped out of a coffee shop. There was no dirt, no sweat, no sign of the frantic chase through the woods. He looked refreshed and utterly terrifying. He held a small, clear plastic syringe in his hand, twirling it idly between his fingers. "Rough night?" he asked, his tone mocking, almost jovial. "That is a fast-acting sedative. Had to make sure you did not put up too much of a fuss. You are surprisingly resilient. You know, most people, well, they are not quite as spirited." He chuckled, a low, dry sound that grated on my nerves. My eyes darted around the room, trying to take everything in, searching for anything, any potential escape route, any weapon, anything. But there was nothing, just the bare walls, the dirt floor, and a few disturbing items arranged with meticulous care. In one corner, neatly folded, was a stack of black plastic sheeting. Next to it, several rolls of duct tape. And leaning against the wall, glinting dully under the harsh light, was a shovel. My stomach lurched. It was all real. Every single terrifying detail from his car, now laid out before me in this horrifying tableau. "Do not bother looking for an exit," Alex said, as if reading my mind. He took a step closer, slowly, deliberately. "There is not one. Not for you. Anyway, this little space, it is quite soundproof. Very discreet. I built it myself. Actually, took me ages. But worth it Do not you think. He gestured around the room with a sweep of his hand, as if presenting a masterpiece. My throat was raw, my voice a croak. Why are you doing this? He stopped, tilting his head slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. Why? That is a good question. A fundamental question, really. Most people just exist, they go through the motions. Work, eat, sleep, swipe left, swipe right. They never truly live. They never truly appreciate. He paused, his gaze fixed on me, intense and unblinking. I, on the other hand, I appreciate. I curate. I experience. He walked over to a small, rickety table against another wall. On it, I saw an array of tools. Knives, shiny and sharp, laid out with chilling precision. Pliers. A bone saw. My breath caught in my chest, a strangled sound that he seemed to relish. You see, he continued, picking up a long, slender scalpel, testing its edge with his thumb. People are like books. Some are bestsellers, some are pulp fiction, but all of them have a story. And I like to read the ending, the true ending, the one they never expected. He looked at me, his eyes gleaming. And you, my dear, you have a very interesting story indeed. So much potential, so much spark. I try to pull against the ropes again, a desperate, futile struggle. Let me go, Alex, please. I won't tell anyone. I swear. Just let me go. My voice was trembling, but I tried to keep it steady. I had to reason with him. I had to appeal to something, anything within him. He laughed, a short, sharp bark that held no humor. Let you go, and miss the grand finale. Oh, no. That would be a tragedy. And after all the trouble, I went to the meticulous planning, the careful selection, the acquisition. He gestured vaguely towards me. No, you are far too valuable to simply release. He walked back towards me, the scalpel now held loosely in his hand. My eyes fixated on the gleaming blade, a cold dread seeping into my bones. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You were almost perfect. Almost. That genuine profile, those honest messages, I really thought you might be different. But then, you had to go and poke your nose where it did not belong. You saw too much. You asked too many questions. And that little stunt in the car, very dramatic. Very unpredictable. He shook his head, a look of mock disappointment on his face. Predictability is key, you see. It is what allows for precision. He circled me slowly, like a shark around its prey. And then the chase. Through the woods, in the dark. That was exhilarating. I will admit. A little messy, perhaps, but exhilarating nonetheless. You are fast. Agile. I almost lost you a few times. Almost. But I always get my prize, eventually. He stopped directly behind me, and I felt the cold metal of the scalpel press against the back of my neck. I flinched, a shiver running down my spine. Do not move, he murmured, his voice now devoid of any pretense of friendliness, replaced by a chilling calm. Just listen. I have a few rules. Break them, and things will get unpleasant. More unpleasant than they already are. I mean, first rule, no screaming. This room is soundproof, yes, but it is still annoying. Second rule, no struggling. It just makes things harder for both of us. And third rule, answer my questions truthfully. I will know if you are lying. I always do. He moved the scalpel, tracing a cold line down my spine, making me gasp. Understand. I could not speak. I just nodded, my head bobbing weakly. He chuckled again, a sound that made my skin crawl. Good. Now, I have some preparations to make. And you just sit there and think about all the bad decisions you have made that led you to this moment. He turned and walked back to the table, picking up a roll of duct tape. He tore off a piece, long and wide, and then slowly, deliberately walked back towards me. My eyes widened, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Just in case you forget rule number one, he said, a glint in his eyes. He reached out, and before I could even react, he slapped the tape firmly across my mouth, sealing it shut. The rough adhesive pulled at my skin, and the taste of the tape was acrid and suffocating. I tried to protest, a muffled grunt escaping from behind the tape, but it was useless. I was gagged, completely silenced. He stepped back, admiring his work. Perfect. Now you can still breathe. Of course. I am not a monster. He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought. Well, not entirely anyway. He spent the next hour or so moving around the small room, arranging his tools, wiping down surfaces with meticulousness that was deeply unsettling. He had a small, portable stove, which he lit, placing a metal pot on top. The smell of something boiling, something vaguely metallic and sweet, began to fill the air, mingling with the damp earth and bleach. My stomach churned. He occasionally glanced at me, a calm, assessing look in his eyes, as if I were a piece of equipment he was preparing to use. I tried to keep my breathing even, tried to control the frantic panic that threatened to overwhelm me. I focused on every detail, every sound, every movement. He was so methodical, so calm. It was horrifying. I tried to remember everything I knew about him. Tinder profile charming, intelligent, attentive. Red flags vague answers, overly detailed questions, the joke. His car blood, plastic, duct tape, shovel. His words knowing where I lived, worked that I lived alone. He was a predator, a calculated, intelligent predator. He approached me again, this time with a small, clear bottle in his hand. It contained a reddish-brown liquid. My eyes widened in terror. He knelt down, holding the bottle up to my face. Hungry? Thirsty? He asked, his voice still unnervingly calm. I am sure you are. But I can't have you getting dehydrated or weak. Can I? That would spoil the fun. He uncorked the bottle. The smell that wafted out was sweet, cloying, and definitely metallic. It was blood. My own blood. Or someone else's. The thought made me gag, the duct tape preventing any sound. He tilted the bottle towards my mouth. I thrashed my head from side to side, desperate to avoid it, but he was too strong. He grabbed my jaw, squeezing it until my mouth was forced open slightly, and then poured a small amount of the liquid in. It was warm, thick, and tasted exactly as I feared. Blood. My body rebelled, tried to cough it up, but I could not. I swallowed, involuntarily, the foul liquid sliding down my throat. Tears welled up in my eyes, hot and stinging, mixing with the sweat on my face. He watched my reaction, a detached, scientific interest in his eyes. Good. See, not so bad, is it? It is important to stay nourished. You will need your strength. He put the bottle down, then wiped a stray drop from my chin with a clean cloth. The gesture was so disturbingly domestic, so utterly at odds with the horror of the situation, that it made my skin crawl even more. Now, he said, standing up, let's talk about our little project. He picked up a large, thick book from the table, its cover made of worn, dark leather. It looked like an old medical textbook or something even more sinister. He opened it, flipping through the pages. You see, I have always been fascinated by the human body, its resilience, its fragility, the way it responds to various stimuli. He stopped on a page, pointing to an anatomical drawing. Take this, for example, the nervous system, a marvel of engineering, truly. All those delicate pathways, transmitting signals of pleasure, pain, sensation. It is truly a symphony. He looked at me, a chilling smile spreading across his face. And I am a conductor. He began to describe, in sickening detail, various ways to inflict pain, to manipulate the body, to push it to its limits without causing immediate death. He spoke of nerve endings, pressure points, and the precise application of force. He talked about the psychology of fear, the way the mind breaks before the body. He spoke of past projects, though he never explicitly said victims, only hinting at their unique responses and interesting journeys. I sat there, gag and bound, forced to listen to his horrifying monologue, my mind screaming in silent protest. Every word was a hammer blow, crushing my spirit, extinguishing any flicker of hope. He was not just a killer, he was a torturer. A madman who saw other human beings as canvases for his twisted art. Hours passed, or maybe it was just one long, endless hour. I could not tell. Time had lost all meaning. My muscles ached, my head pounded, and the metallic taste of blood still lingered in my mouth. My eyes were dry and burning from staring at the single light bulb, but I could not close them. I was terrified that if I did, he would do something unspeakable in the darkness. At one point, he left the room. The sudden silence was almost as terrifying as his voice. I could hear a faint sound from above. Footsteps, the creak of floorboards. He was in the house above, the house I had not even realized was there. A house where he lived, where he ate, where he slept, all while keeping me imprisoned in the basement. This was my chance. My only chance. My mind, dulled by the drug and fear, began to race. I had to get out. I had to. I pulled at the ropes again, straining with every fiber of my being. The rope around my wrist was tight, digging deep into my skin, but I felt a slight give, just a millimeter. It was hope, a tiny, fragile spark. I twisted my wrists, trying to create friction to loosen the knot. My hands were already raw and chafed, but I ignored the pain. I pushed, I pulled, I wriggled. The chair was old, rickety, and I worried it would collapse, but it held. I focused all my energy on my left wrist, trying to work it free. The rope was thick, made of some synthetic material, but I could feel it starting to fray just a little. I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. He was coming back. Panic surged, lending me a new burst of adrenaline. I strained harder, gritting my teeth, pushing against pain. My left hand was numb, tingling, but I felt the rope loosen, just enough. I pulled again, twisted my hand at an awkward angle, and with a gasp, my left hand slipped free. It was an excruciating pain, like my wrist had been dislocated, but I did not care. I was free, one hand free. I immediately went to work on my right hand, pulling at the knot, using my freed left hand to help. The knot was tighter, harder to undo, but I worked frantically, my fingers fumbling with the rough fibers. The footsteps were on the stairs now, descending. I heard the faint creak of each step. He was almost here. With a final, desperate tug, the second knot gave way. My right hand was free. I rubbed my raw wrist, blood oozing from the chafed skin, but I could not stop. I immediately reached down to my ankles, fumbling with the ropes there. They were tied more simply, with less security than my wrists. A few swift tugs, and my feet were free too. I was untied. I slowly, cautiously, pushed the chair back, trying to make as little noise as possible. The wooden legs scraped against the dirt floor, a sound that seemed deafening in the silence. I froze, listening. The footsteps paused. Had he heard me? My heart hammered. I held my breath, waiting. Then the footsteps resumed closer, and I heard the faint jingle of keys. He was at the door. I had to move. Now, I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, still weak from the drug and the prolonged confinement. My eyes darted around the room. The table with the tools, the plastic sheeting, the shovel. It was leaning against the far wall just a few feet away. It was heavy, but it was metal. It was a weapon. I took a shaky step towards it, my eyes fixed on the door. The doorknob began to turn. I lunged for the shovel, my fingers closing around the cold, wooden handle just as the door swung open. Alex stood there, framed in the doorway, a calm, almost serene expression on his face. He held a tray with a steaming mug, and a plate of something I could not identify. His eyes widened slightly when he saw me, standing there, shovel in hand, gag still plastered over my mouth. For a split second, we just stared at each other. The mug clattered to the floor, shattering, sending ceramic shards and hot liquid across the threshold. The plate followed, food scattering. Then he moved. He dropped the tray and lunged, faster than I thought possible. I instinctively swung the shovel, a wild, desperate arc. The flat of the blade connected with his shoulder with a dull thud. He grunted, stumbling back, but he did not fall. He shook his head, a furious glint in his eyes. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice losing all its calm veneer, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. "You think you can escape me. You think you can hurt me." He came at me again, this time with a terrifying ferocity. I swung the shovel again, aiming for his head, but he ducked, moving with a terrifying speed. He grabbed the shovel handle, twisting it out of my hands. I struggled, but his grip was like iron. He ripped it away from me, then swung it back, the metal edge catching me just above the temple. A blinding flash of pain. The room spun. I cried out, a muffled sound against the tape, and stumbled back, hitting the concrete wall with a sickening thud. My head reeled, blood instantly gushing from the wound, warm and sticky, blinding my left eye. He raised the shovel again, his face a mask of pure, murderous intent. This was it. This was the end. But then, a strange sound. A high-pitched, insistent beeping. His head snapped towards the sound, which seemed to be coming from somewhere above. His eyes, still blazing with fury, narrowed slightly. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. The beeping continued, rhythmic and urgent. It sounded like a smoke detector. He hesitated, the shovel still raised. The sound was clearly a distraction, an annoyance. He looked at me, then back at the door, a flicker of indecision in his eyes. The beeping grew louder, more insistent. "Stay right there," he growled, his voice a low threat. "Do not move. Do not even breathe." He turned and bolted out of the basement, slamming the door shut behind him. I heard the lock click, then the sound of his heavy footsteps pounding up the stairs. He locked me in, but he was gone. The beeping continued, echoing through the small, concrete room. It was my only chance. My head throbbed, the world still spinning slightly, but adrenaline coursed through my veins. I pressed my hand to the bleeding wound on my temple, trying to stem the flow. I stumbled toward the door, ignoring the pain. I grabbed the doorknob, twisting it frantically, but it was locked, solidly locked. I slammed my shoulder against it, again and again, but it would not budge. The door was thick, heavy wood, reinforced. I was trapped. I looked around desperately. The tools on the table. The knives. Could I use one of them to pick the lock? Or to pry the door open? I staggered toward the table, my vision blurry, my hand still pressed on my head. I grabbed the largest knife, a terrifyingly sharp butcher knife, its blade glinting under the harsh light. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped it. I went back to the door, trying to force the blade into the gap between the door and the frame, but it was too tight. The knife slipped, my hand scraping against the rough wood, sending a fresh jolt of pain through me. The beeping from upstairs had stopped. The house was silent again. He would be back. Any second. I looked around the room, desperate. My eyes fell on the chair. The rickety wooden chair where I had been tied. It was old, but sturdy enough. A crazy idea formed in my mind. I dragged the chair toward the door, ignoring the dull ache in my head. I positioned it carefully, then, with a burst of strength I did not know I had, I swung the chair, slamming its back legs into the locked door, aiming for the deadbolt. Crack! The sound was deafening in the small space. A splintering noise. I swung again and again, putting all my weight, all my terror, all my rage into each blow. Bam! Crack! The wood around the lock began to splinter, chunks flying off. The door shuddered. I felt a surge of hope. It was working. One more swing, a desperate, guttural cry escaping my lips, and the lock finally gave way with a resounding thwack. The door burst open, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading upwards. I did not hesitate. I scrambled up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my injured head throbbing, my legs screaming in protest. I reached the top, pushing open another door, and found myself in a small, dimly lit kitchen. It was rustic, old-fashioned, with wooden cabinets and a stone fireplace. A small, smoking pan sat on a burner, the source of the smoke alarm. He must have left something on the stove. The back door of the kitchen was open, letting in a sliver of moonlight. It was my way out. But then, I heard a sound, a heavy thud from another part of the house. He was here. He was still here. I did not look back. I burst through the open door, gasping in the cold night air. I was outside, in the middle of nowhere. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by a dense canopy of trees that blocked out most of the moonlight. It was even darker than the shed had been. I could hear the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and in the distance, the mournful hoot of an owl. And behind me, the sound of footsteps. He was coming. I ran. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline and terror, crashing through bushes, tripping over roots, my bare feet screaming against the rough terrain. The blood from my head wound streamed down my face, obscuring my vision, but I pushed on. I had to get away. I did not know where I was going, did not know which direction was safe. All I knew was that I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cabin, between myself and Alex. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps crunching through the leaves, closer than I wanted them to be. He was faster. He knew these woods. My lungs burned, my legs ached, my head throbbed with every frantic step. I felt lightheaded, dizzy, the drug still lingering in my system, the blood loss taking its toll. I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my knees and hands on the forest floor. I tried to push myself up, but my body refused to cooperate. I was done, exhausted, defeated. Then, I heard it. Not Alex. Something else. A faint distant sound. A low rumble. A road. Hope surged through me, a fresh burst of energy. I pushed myself up, ignoring the pain, and stumbled forward, crashing through the undergrowth, following the faint sound. The rumble grew louder, more distinct. It was a vehicle. A car. I burst out the tree line, collapsing onto the shoulder of a narrow, unpaved road. The headlights of a truck were visible in the distance, growing steadily brighter. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore through my gag, muffled but desperate. I waved my arms frantically, trying to flag it down. The truck sped closer, its headlights illuminating my bloody, terrified form. It did not slow down. It was going to pass me. No, it could not. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I lurched into the middle of the road, directly into the path of the oncoming truck, screaming again, a sound of pure primal terror. The tires screeched, a deafening roar as the truck slammed on its brakes. The headlights blinded me, but I held my ground, swaying on my feet, refusing to move. The truck skidded to a halt just inches from me. The door swung open, and a burly man in a flannel shirt jumped out, a flashlight in his hand. "What the hell?" he yelled, his voice gruff, shining the light directly into my face. He saw the blood, the gag, the terror in my eyes. His expression shifted from anger to shock, then to concern. "My God, what happened to you, miss?" I tried to speak, but only a muffled whimper escaped. I pointed frantically back into the woods, toward the cabin, toward the darkness where Alex was. Just then, I heard it, the sound of footsteps crashing through the brush behind me. Closer now, much closer. Alex, The man with the truck heard it too. He spun around, shining his flashlight into the tree line. "Hey, who is there?" he yelled, his voice laced with suspicion. A dark figure emerged from the trees, silhouetted against the faint light of the distant cabin. "Alex." He stopped at the edge of the woods, his eyes fixed on me, then on the truck driver. His face was contorted with a cold, terrifying fury. The truck driver, seeing Alex's menacing figure, took a step back, pulling out his phone. "I am calling the police," he shouted. Alex just stood there, unmoving, a dark, malevolent presence. He stared at me, his gaze burning into my very soul, a silent promise of retribution. He did not say anything, but his eyes conveyed everything. He would find me. He would always find me. Then he slowly, deliberately, turned and melted back in the shadows of the woods, disappearing as silently as he had appeared. The police arrived what felt like an eternity later, but was probably only 20 minutes. They found the cabin, but it was empty, clean. There was no sign of Alex, no trace of the basement, no tools, no plastic sheeting, no shovel. It was as if it had all been a nightmare, a figment of my traumatized imagination. But the blood on my clothes, the gash on my head, the rope burns on my wrists and ankles, they were real. I spent weeks in the hospital, then months in therapy. The physical wounds healed, but the mental scars, they run deep. I moved away, changed, hate everyone. So, I have never really been one to believe in ghosts or monsters under the bed. You know, I am a pretty logical guy, always looking for the scientific explanation. But what happened to me over the last few months, it has made me question everything. And honestly, I am still not sure what to call it, or even if it is truly gone. I just know I'm not the same person anymore, and I probably never will be. It all started subtly, like a lot of these stories do. I was living in this old house, a rental, nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place a little outside of town. It had character, I guess you could say. Creaky floors, drafty windows, the whole 9 yards. I would been there for about a year, no issues, until one morning. I woke up, stretched, and felt something weird on my pillow. I was not fully awake yet, so I just brushed it off, thinking it was a bit of lint or maybe a stray thread from the sheets. But when I finally opened my eyes and looked down, my stomach dropped. It was not lint. It was hair. My hair. And not just a few strands. This was a dark, tangled clump about the size of a golf ball, maybe even bigger. It was unmistakably mine, the same dark brown color, the same texture. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling a sudden, cold dread. It felt thinner, especially on the top and back of my head. I went to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and stared at my reflection. Sure enough, there were patches. Not completely bald, but definitely noticeable thinning where there should not have been any. It looked like someone had taken a pair of scissors and just hacked at it, but without the scissors. It was just gone, like it had been pulled out, root and all. My first thought was stress. I would have been working a lot, maybe not sleeping great. My second thought was some weird, overnight allergic reaction. I spent the next hour online, frantically searching for sudden hair loss overnight, mystery bald spots. The internet, as you can imagine, was a rabbit hole of terrifying medical conditions and even more terrifying urban legends. I tried to calm myself down. It was probably just stress. I would seen a few strands on my pillow before. Everyone does. This was just more. A lot more. I cleaned up the hair, told myself it was a one-off, and tried to forget about it. That night, I was on edge. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of the leaves outside, made me jump. I kept running my hands through my hair, feeling for more missing patches. I even considered sleeping with a hat on, which is ridiculous. I know. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted off, but it was not a peaceful sleep. I dreamed of invisible hands reaching for me, of tiny needles pricking my scalp. The next morning, it happened again. Another clump. This one was smaller, maybe a quarter the size of the first, but it was there unmistakable on my pillow, and my scalp felt sore. Not overtly painful, but a dull, tender ache, like someone had been tugging at it. I checked my reflection again. More thinning. This was not stress. This was not an allergy. This was something else. My heart started to pound a little faster. Over the next few days, it became a horrifying routine. Every morning, a new clump, sometimes small, sometimes larger, always on my pillow, sometimes tangled in the sheets. My hair was noticeably thinner now, the patches growing. I started wearing hats constantly, even indoors, just to hide it. I was becoming a mess. I could not sleep. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, listening. And that is when I started to hear things. At first, it was faint, a soft scratching sound, like fingernails against wood, coming from the walls near my headboard. I would chalk it up to mice. Old houses have mice, right? But the scratching was not consistent. It would start, stop, then start again, almost rhythmically. And it was not just scratching. Sometimes, I would hear a faint, almost imperceptible rustling, like dry leaves being dragged across a floor. But it was inside the walls. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, fueled by lack of sleep and escalating paranoia. But the hair loss was undeniable. My pillow was a graveyard for my hair every morning. I started to feel a weird sensation on my scalp when I was trying to fall asleep, a light, feathery touch, like cobwebs, but without anything actually there. Or sometimes a quick, sharp tug, so brief I would wonder if I would imagine it. I finally reached out to my friend, Mark. He is a bit of a tech guy, always had the latest gadgets. I told him I was having trouble sleeping, and I wanted to set up a camera in my bedroom, just to see if I was thrashing around or something. I deliberately left out the hair part. I knew how crazy that would sound. He helped me set up a discreet security camera, one of those little Wi-Fi enabled ones, angled to capture my bed and the immediate surroundings, just to catch yourself sleepwalking. Huh, he would joke. I forced a smile. The first few nights, the camera showed nothing. Just me, tossing and turning, occasionally sitting up in bed, looking around. The hair loss continued. The sounds from the walls persisted. I was losing my mind, slowly but surely. I started to shower with the lights on, afraid to close my eyes. I ate less. I barely left the house. My once logical brain was short-circuiting. Then, on the fourth night with the camera, I saw something. I would woken up, as usual, to another clump of hair on my pillow. My scalp was burning. I immediately checked the footage from the night before. I fast-forwarded through hours of me lying still, then me shifting. And then, around 3 a.m., just as I was drifting into a deeper sleep, it happened. A shadow, not a solid figure, but a deeper, darker patch of shadow detaching itself from the wall directly above my headboard. It was fluid, amorphous, like spilled ink, but it had a distinct, almost insect-like quality to its movement. It descended slowly, silently, towards my head. I could not make out any features, no eyes, no limbs, just a shifting, dark mass. As it hovered over my head, I saw what looked like slender, almost translucent tendrils extend from its base. They were thin, almost like strands of spider silk, but they moved with purpose. They hovered over my hair, then quickly, almost too fast to follow, they seemed to dip into my scalp. There was no sound on the recording, but I could feel the phantom pain, the tugging sensation I had felt so many times. The tendrils retracted, and the shadow mass seemed to absorb something. Then, just as silently and smoothly as it had appeared, it receded back into the wall, vanishing into the darkness like it was never there. The footage ended with me shifting slightly, a low moan escaping my lips. I watched it again, and again. My blood ran cold. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped my laptop. It was not mice. It was not stress. It was real. Something was in my house. Something was doing this to me. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I was frozen, trapped in my own terror. What was it? Why my hair? What did it want? My mind raced, trying to find some logical explanation, but there was none. I was being harvested. That was the only word that fit. I spent the rest of that day in a daze. I called Mark, told him I needed to move out of the house immediately, that something was wrong with it. He tried to get details, but I was too panicked to explain the truth. He just assumed I was having a breakdown. Look, Alex, maybe you just need a vacation, man. You've been working too hard. I just nodded, pretending to agree, knowing he would not believe me if I told him about the shadow creature stealing my hair. That night, I decided I was not going to sleep. I was going to stay awake, no matter what. I armed myself with a heavy flashlight and a baseball bat I kept in the closet. I sat in a chair, facing my bed, eyes glued to the wall above my headboard. I blasted music, drank coffee, anything to keep myself alert. Hours passed. The house was silent, except for the music. I felt my eyelids growing heavy, the exhaustion pulling at me. I fought it, pinching myself, walking around, splashing cold water on my face. But around 2 a.m., a profound weariness washed over me. It was not just tiredness, it was a heavy, almost unnatural drowsiness. My vision blurred. My head felt heavy, like it was filled with lead. I knew instinctively that whatever this thing was, it was doing this. It was trying to make me sleep. I fought it with every fiber of my being, but it was like fighting a tidal wave. My head slumped. My eyes fluttered. The last thing I remember before darkness claimed me was a faint metallic smell, like old blood mixed with dust, filling the room. I woke up with a gasp, my body rigid, heart hammering against my ribs. The music was still playing, but softly now, like the volume had been turned down. The sun was streaming through the window. It was morning, and there, on my pillow, was the largest clump of hair I had found yet. It was not just a clump, it was almost a small wig. My scalp felt raw, exposed, and parts of my head were practically bald now. I looked like I had a terrible, patchy disease. My eyes immediately shot to the camera. The red light was off. The battery was dead, or something had happened to it. I scrambled to check the footage. The last recording ended abruptly at 2:07 a.m., just after my eyes had closed. There was nothing else. It had learned, or it had found a way to disable the camera. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. This thing was not just a silent harvester. It was intelligent. It was learning my defenses. It was actively working against me. I felt violated, utterly exposed. I had to get out. I packed a bag, throwing in clothes, toiletries, my laptop, anything I could grab. I did not even bother to lock the door behind me. I just ran, jumped into my car, and drove. I drove until the sun was high in the sky, until I was miles and miles away from that house, from that town. I ended up checking into a cheap motel in a neighboring state, my hands still shaking, my mind a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. For weeks, I stayed at that motel. I barely slept, haunted by the image of that shadow, the feeling of its tendrils, the increasing baldness on my head. I called my landlord, told him I was breaking my lease, that the house was uninhabitable. He tried to argue, but I did not care about the money. I just wanted out. I eventually went to a doctor, explaining my sudden, severe hair loss. I vaguely mentioned extreme stress and insomnia. He ran tests, prescribed some topical treatments, and suggested therapy. He looked at me with pity, clearly thinking I was having a mental breakdown. I did not correct him. How could I? I tried to rebuild my life. I got a new apartment, far away from that old house. I shaved my head completely, figuring if it came back, it would not have anything to take. It was a drastic measure, but it made me feel a tiny bit safer. But the fear never truly left. Every night, I check the locks, double check the windows. Every shadow makes me jump. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sends a jolt of ice through my veins. I sleep with a nightlight and a baseball bat within reach. I have even installed a complex security system with cameras covering every inch of my new place, wired directly to my phone, constantly monitoring. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world outside is still, I think I can still feel it. That faint, feathery touch on my scalp, even though it is now smooth and bare. That dull ache, that phantom tug. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a deeper shadow than it should be, melting back into the darkness. I tell myself it is paranoia. I tell myself it is my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know that whatever was, it is still out there. Maybe it followed me. Maybe it is just waiting. Or maybe it is just looking for its next host, its next source of whatever it was harvesting. I do not know. All I know is that I am not the same Alex who moved into that old house. I am a different person now, a person who knows that some things exist beyond logic, beyond explanation. And those things, they can take pieces of you, not just your hair, but your peace of mind, your sanity, your very being. And sometimes you never get those pieces back. So, yeah, that is my story. And I hope, for your sake, you never find a clump of your own hair on your pillow, and you never have to wonder what took it. Because once you do, you will never sleep soundly again. I know I have not. All right, so listen up, because what I am about to tell you is not some campfire tale or a spooky urban legend. This is real. This happened to me, and even now, months later, I still can't quite shake the feeling that I got lucky, that I just barely slipped through a crack in the pavement before it swallowed me whole. You know how it goes, right? You are in your late 20s, maybe early 30s, and the dating scene as well, it is a minefield. Bars are loud, friends are all coupled up, and you're left scrolling through apps, swiping left on countless profiles, hoping to find someone who is not just looking for a quick hookup or to sell you crypto. I was tired of it, honestly. Tired of the superficiality, the ghosting, the endless cycle of disappointing first dates. I would been through some tough stuff in the past, a relationship that left me feeling like I was living in a glass cage, constantly watched, constantly exposed. It made me wary, sure, but it also made me crave genuine connection even more. I wanted to feel safe, to feel seen, not just observed. So, I kept swiping. And then I saw Sarah's profile. She was stunning. Seriously, like something out of a magazine. Bright, intelligent eyes, a warm smile, and a bio that actually sounded genuine. She mentioned loving obscure indie films, hiking, and had a witty line about her cat being her only true soulmate. I chuckled, felt a flicker of hope I had not felt in a long time, and swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. None of that awkward small talk. We talked for hours, sharing stories, making each other laugh. It felt easy. Too easy, maybe. But I pushed that thought away. I wanted to believe this was real, that I would finally found someone who clicked. We decided to meet up a few days later for dinner at a casual Italian place downtown. I remember feeling a mix of nerves and excitement as I walked in. She was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, looking even more beautiful in person. She wore a simple, elegant black dress, and her hair was pulled back in a neat bun, showing off her delicate features. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft and melodious, just like it sounded in my head from our chats. "Sarah," I replied, a genuine smile spreading across my face. "It is great to finally meet you." The date was fantastic. We talked about everything. Our families, our jobs, our dreams, even our biggest fears. She was incredibly engaging, listening intently when I spoke, asking thoughtful questions. She laughed at my jokes, even the lame ones, and her eyes sparkled when she talked about her passion for photography. I found myself completely captivated. I felt a warmth spreading through me, a sense of belonging I had not realized I would be missing so desperately. There were a couple of tiny things, almost imperceptible, that in hindsight should have set off alarms. But at the time, I just brushed them aside. Like, when I mentioned I lived alone in a quiet neighborhood, she just smiled a little too widely and said, "Oh, that is nice. No noisy roommates, then." It felt a bit probing. And later, when I excused myself to go to the restroom, I thought I saw her quickly glance at my phone, which I would left face down on the table. But I told myself I was being paranoid. Old habits die hard. You know, the memory of Mark, the way he always seemed to know, it still sometimes made me jump at shadows. I was trying to move past that to trust again. After dinner, we walked around for a bit, enjoying the cool evening air. The city lights twinkled, and I felt like I was walking on air. We ended up at a small, cozy bar for a nightcap. The conversation continued to flow, and I felt myself falling, hard. She was everything I thought I wanted. Eventually, it got late, and we decided to call it a night. We walked back to where we would park our cars. Mine was just a few blocks from the bar. As we approached my car, she hesitated. "You know," she said, her voice a little lower, a little more intimate, "I am not quite ready for the night to end. Do you want to come back to my place for a bit? Or maybe I could come over to yours. We could watch a movie, or just keep talking." My heart did a little flutter. This was it. This was the moment. I was tempted, so incredibly tempted. But then I remember my apartment. It was a bit messy, not exactly set up for an impromptu romantic evening. Plus, after everything, I still had a tiny, almost imperceptible voice in the back of my head that told me to be cautious. "How about we just keep talking here for a bit?" I suggested, trying to sound casual, not wanting to seem like I was rejecting her. "Or, if you are up for it, you could come over to my place. It is not far. I have got some good whiskey, and we could put on that indie film we were talking about." She smiled, a slow, knowing smile that sent a shiver down my spine, but I dismissed it as excitement. "Your place sounds perfect, Alex." And that, my friends, is where the real horror began. We drove back to my apartment, a quiet, unassuming building on a tree-lined street. I lived on the third floor. As we rode the elevator up, a strange silence fell between us. It was not an uncomfortable silence, not exactly, but it felt heavy, like the air itself was thicker. I chalked it up to anticipation. We got in my door, and I fumbled with my keys, my hands a little shaky. She stood close behind me, her presence warm against my back. I opened the door, stepped inside, and flipped on the lights. "Make yourself at home," I said, try to sound relaxed. "Bathroom's just down the hall. If you need it, I will grab us some drinks." She nodded, her eyes quickly scanning my living room, taking everything in. The layout, the furniture, the single armchair by the window. I noticed her eyes linger for a moment on the small, framed photo of my dog, Buster, who was currently staying with my sister. My heart ached a little, missing his furry presence. Maybe if he would have been there, things would have been different. I headed to the kitchen, which was open to the living room. As I poured 2 glasses of whiskey, I could hear her moving around. I assumed she was just settling in, maybe looking at my bookshelves. I glanced over my shoulder, and that is when I saw it. Her purse. It was a fairly large, stylish leather tote, and she would place it on the small coffee table in front of the sofa. It was not closed properly. The flap was slightly ajar, and through the gap, I could see a jumble of items, a wallet, a compact, a lipstick, and then something else. It was a small, dark brown glass bottle, not like a perfume bottle. This one was plain, with a white, clinical-looking label. My eyes, almost against my will, focused on it. And then I saw the word. Chloroform. My blood ran cold. The whiskey glass almost slipped from my hand. Chloroform. My mind immediately went to movies, to crime shows, to all the darkest corners of the internet. It was not a common household item. It was not something you just carried around in your purse for casual use. My heart started pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath hitched. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was for some weird photography project. A prop? A joke. But even as I thought it, the excuses sounded hollow, flimsy. I gripped the counter, trying to steady myself. I needed to act normal. I needed to pretend I had not seen anything. I forced a shaky breath, picked up the 2 glasses, and walked back into the living room, a forced smile plastered on my face. Sarah was sitting on the sofa, looking perfectly composed. She smiled at me, that same warm, captivating smile. But now it looked different. It looked predatory. "Here you go," I said, my voice sounding strangely high-pitched to my own ears. I handed her a glass. Her fingers brushed mine, and I felt a jolt, not of attraction, but of pure terror. Her hand felt surprisingly strong, almost calloused. "Thanks." "Alex," she said, taking a sip. Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, seemed to bore into mine. I suddenly felt like she could see right through me, could tell that my carefully constructed facade was crumbling. I sat down in the armchair opposite her, trying to keep my distance, trying to put a barrier between us. My gaze kept darting back to her purse, to that dark bottle. It was sitting there, an innocent-looking object that held a horrifying truth. So I began trying to keep the conversation going, trying to sound casual. "What kind of movies are you into tonight? Anything specific? Or should I just throw something on?" She took another sip of her whiskey, her gaze never leaving me. "Oh, anything you like." "Alex, I am happy just to chat, really." Her voice was still soft, still melodious, but now it felt like a silken trap. My mind was racing. Chloroform. In my apartment. With her. Alone. The isolated feeling from my past relationship. The sense of being a bug under a magnifying glass. It all came rushing back, amplified 1,000 times. This was not just being watched, this was being hunted. I needed to get her out. Or I needed to get out. But this was my apartment, my safe space, or what I thought was my safe space. Now it felt like a cage. I subtly checked my phone. It was on the coffee table, right next to her purse. Too close. If I reached for it, she might notice. She might react. "You know," I said, trying a different tactic. I just remembered. I actually have an early meeting tomorrow. A really important one. I should probably get some sleep soon. Her smile did not falter. "Oh, that is a shame," she said, her eyes still locked on mine. "But I understand. Maybe just one more drink. We are having such a good time." The way she said good time sent a chill down my spine. It was not a question, it was a statement, an assertion. Like she was dictating the terms. I tried to think. What was my escape route? The front door was behind her, technically. If I stood up, I would have to walk past her. The kitchen was open, but it was a dead end. My bedroom, no. That was even worse. I needed a plan. A quick one. "You know what?" I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "I just remembered I have this incredible dessert wine. It is a bit of a special occasion bottle, but I think tonight calls for it. Let me just grab it from the fridge." This was my chance. The fridge was in the kitchen, giving me a moment out of her direct line of sight. Maybe I could grab my phone, text someone, call for help. I stood up, trying to move slowly, deliberately. She watched me, her head tilted slightly, like a curious predator. As I walked into the kitchen, I could feel her eyes on my back. I reached for the fridge, pulling it open. My hand trembled as I searched the dessert wine, my eyes darting around the kitchen. My phone, where was it? On the small shelf above the microwave. I could reach it. But what if she heard me? What if she followed? I pulled out a random bottle of white wine, hoping it looked like what I would promised. As I turned, I saw her. She was standing in the archway between the living room and the kitchen, leaning casually against the frame, a faint smile on her lips. "Find it?" she asked, her voice still unnervingly calm. My heart leaped into my throat. She had not stayed on the couch. She was watching me. "Yeah, just getting it," I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. My hand was still shaking as I opened the bottle. I needed a corkscrew. It was in the drawer right next to me. As I reached for it, my eyes flickered to the small, sharp steak knives in the block. A horrifying thought flashed through my mind. Self-defense. "You seem a little distracted." "Alex," she said, pushing herself off the frame and taking a step closer. No, just excited about this wine." I lied, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to me. I grabbed the corkscrew, my fingers fumbling with it. "Are you sure?" she asked, taking another step. Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Because you have been looking at my purse a lot." My blood ran cold. She knew. She would seen me. My cover was blown. My mind went into overdrive. Fight or flight. Fight or flight. "Your purse." I tried to feign ignorance, but my voice cracked. "Why would I be looking at your purse?" She smiled, a slow, chilling smile that showed too much teeth. "Maybe because you saw something you were not supposed to see." She was close now, too close. My breath hitched. I could smell her perfume, sweet and cloying, now mixed with something else, something vaguely chemical. "I do not know what you are talking about," I said, trying to back away, but I was against the counter. "Oh, I think you do." "Alex," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, a terrifyingly calm whisper. "You saw the chloroform, did not you?" My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. My worst fear confirmed. "Why?" I managed to choke out. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, any weapon, any escape. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Let us just say I have specific needs. And you, Alex, you seem like a perfect fit." She took another step, her hand reaching out. Instinct took over. Pure, unadulterated panic. My eyes landed on the knife block. Without thinking, I snatched the largest steak knife from it. It felt heavy and cold in my trembling hand. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice hoarse, shaking. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold, hard anger. Her eyes, which had been so warm and inviting just hours ago, were now devoid of any warmth, any humanity. They were like chips of ice. "Now, Alex," she said, her voice dangerously low. That is not very polite. She lunged. It was fast, incredibly fast. She was not just some pretty face. She was strong, agile. I barely had time to react. I swung the knife wildly, a desperate, clumsy attempt to keep her away. She dodged it, her hand shooting out to grab my wrist, twisting it. The knife clattered to the floor. Her grip was iron. She was surprisingly strong, much stronger than I would have ever guessed. She shoved me against the counter, sending a jolt of pain through my back. My head hit the cabinet with a thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes. "You should not have seen that." "Alex," she hissed, her face inches from mine. Her breath was warm, but her words were ice. "You should not have been so curious." My vision was blurry, but I could see her other hand reaching into her purse. which was still on the coffee table. She pulled out the dark bottle. My stomach churned. This was it. Panic, hot and desperate, surged through me. I could not let this happen. Not again. Not after everything. I would not be a victim. My hand, free for a split second, instinctively reached out, not for a knife, but for something else. My eyes had noticed it earlier when I was looking for the corkscrew. A small, heavy ceramic mug, one of my favorites, sat on the counter with a surge of adrenaline. I grabbed it and swung it with all my might. It was not elegant. It was not planned. It was pure, desperate self-preservation. The mug connected with the side of her head with a sickening thud. For a moment, she froze. Her grip on my wrist loosened. Her eyes widened, a flicker of surprise, then pain, then pure rage. A thin trickle of blood appeared at her temple. That moment of hesitation was all I needed. I shoved her hard, pushing her back. She stumbled, momentarily disoriented. I did not wait. I did not think. I ran. I burst out of the kitchen, past the coffee table where her open purse lay like a gaping maw, past the sofa, and straight for the front door. My hands fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb with terror. I could hear her behind me, a low growl escaping her lips. "You won't get away." "Alex," she snarled. The lock clicked. I wrenched the door open, practically tearing it off its hinges, and stumbled out into the hallway. I did not look back. I just ran. Down the stairs, not even waiting for the elevator. My heart was a frantic drum, my lungs burning. I burst out of the building into the cool night air, gasping for breath, my legs burning. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I fumbled for my phone as I ran, my fingers shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. 911. Please help me. I choked out, trying to explain, trying to make sense of the jumbled terror spilling from my lips. She is in my apartment. She has chloroform. She tried to take me. The dispatcher was calm, professional, asking for my address. I gave it, still running, looking over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting to see her emerge from the building, chasing me. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed on a park bench several blocks away, still on the phone with the dispatcher. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face, not from sadness, but from pure, raw terror and relief. The police arrived quickly. 2 squad cars, lights flashing, pulling up beside me. I was a mess, disheveled, panting, probably looked like a madman. But they listened. They took me seriously. I led them back to my apartment building. The ride in the back of the patrol car was a blur. My mind kept replaying the scene: the bottle, her smile, her lunge, the crack of the mug. When we got back, the front door of my apartment was still ajar, exactly as I would left it. The police officers, guns drawn, cautiously entered. I waited outside with one of the officers, my heart still hammering. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a few minutes. Then an officer emerged. "She is gone, sir," he said, his voice grave. "The apartment is empty." My stomach dropped. Gone. Just like that. They searched the apartment thoroughly. My steak knife was on the floor in the kitchen. The ceramic mug was shattered, its pieces scattered. There was a smear of blood on the counter and a few drops on the floor. But no Sarah. And her purse. It was gone too. Every trace of her, except for the lingering scent of her perfume and the terrifying memory, had vanished. The police took my statement. I told them everything about Tinder, about the date, about seeing the chloroform, about the struggle. They were sympathetic, but also, I could tell, a little skeptical. No body, no clear evidence of an attempted kidnapping beyond my word, and a few drops of blood. They did find a small, almost invisible scuff mark on my kitchen cabinet where my head had hit, and the broken mug, which supported my story of a struggle. They took photos. They dusted for fingerprints, but I knew she would not have been stupid enough to leave any. They asked if I knew her full name, her address, anything else. I only had her first name, Sarah, and her Tinder profile, which I showed them. They said they would investigate, try to track her through the app. I spent the night at my sister's place, unable to sleep, unable to shake the image of her eyes, cold and merciless. The feeling of her grip, the smell of that chemical. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. Every shadow, every sound made me jump. I kept checking my phone, hoping for an update from the police, but there was nothing. They could not find her Tinder profile. It had been deleted, like she had never existed. It has been months now. The police eventually closed the case, citing insufficient evidence. They said it was possible she was using a fake profile, that she was a professional. They advised me to be more careful with online dating, as if I needed that advice. I have changed my locks, installed security system, and I do not date anymore. Not through apps, not in person. The thought of it makes my skin crawl. The feeling of being watched, of being vulnerable, it is back. Worse than before. That night in my own home, with someone I thought I could trust, was like living through my worst nightmares all over again. Sometimes, late at night, I still see her face in my mind. That beautiful smile, twisted into a predatory sneer. I hear her whisper, "You should not have seen that, Alex." And I remember the glint of the chloroform bottle, the chilling realization of what it meant. I survived. I am safe. But the world feels different. Now, every stranger is a potential threat. Every friendly face could be hiding something monstrous. I feel utterly exposed, like a bug under a magnifying glass, with nowhere left to hide. The glass cage is back, and this time it feels like it is inside me. And I know with chilling certainty that I just barely escaped something truly, unspeakably evil. I just hope I never have to see Sarah's face again. Because I know, deep down, she is still out there. And she is still looking for her next perfect fit. Arriving. I found the cottage eerily silent, the door unlocked, my stomach clenched. Inside, on the coffee table, a single white rose lay among wildflowers. He had been here. He was here. A soft click behind me, and I spun around. Mark stood there, smiling. The air in the cottage, already thick with the scent of old wood and dried lavender, suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. Mark's smile was not a friendly one. It was a kind of smile you see on a hunter who has just cornered his prey, a slow, satisfied curl of the lips that did not quite reach his eyes. His eyes, those eyes I once thought held kindness, were now cold, predatory, and alight with a disturbing triumph. "Hello. Protagonist name," he said, his voice a low, smooth rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. Not cold, but pure, unadulterated terror. It was the voice of a man who knew he had won. "Took you long enough." My breath hitched in my throat. My heart, which had been a frantic hummingbird for days, now felt like a lead weight, plummeting into my stomach. Every muscle in my body locked up. I could not move. I could not scream. The cottage, which I would envision as my sanctuary, had transformed into a cage, and I would walk right into it. Mark. I choked out, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. My voice was a weak, reedy thing, barely a whisper. I tried to scan the room, to find an exit, a weapon, anything, but my gaze was glued to him. He had not moved from the doorway, blocking my only escape route. He chuckled, a soft, almost affectionate sound that was more chilling than any shout. "Surprised. You should not be. I told you, did not I? You belong to me." He took a slow step forward, then another. Each movement was deliberate, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world. And in that moment, I knew he did. "How? How did you know I would come here?" I managed, forcing the words out. My mind was racing, trying to find a crack in his armor, a logical explanation. Anything to make this nightmare less real. He stopped a few feet from me, close enough for me to see the subtle glint in his eyes, the almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his smile. Clara's cottage. Your last resort. It was obvious. You are predictable. Protagonist name. That is one of the things I love about you. You fight, you flee, but you always end up exactly where I expect you to be. He gestured vaguely around the room. Besides, I have been keeping an eye on Clara for a while. She is a sweet old lady, but she talks, and she has got a big heart. The perfect place for a lost little bird to land. My blood ran cold. He would have been watching Clara too. Had he done something to her? Where is she? I demanded, finding a sudden surge of anger through my fear. Mark's smile faltered, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. Oh, Clara, she is indisposed. She won't be bothering us. Let's just say she won't be hosting any more visitors for a while. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather, but the implication hung heavy in the air, a suffocating shroud. Clara was gone, and Mark was responsible. The terror intensified, pressing it on me from all sides. He had not just invaded my apartment, he would take my last hope, my last refuge, and probably my last connection to the outside world. He would meticulously orchestrated this entire charade, leading me right into his trap. Them on my window, the whispers, the moved objects, the wooden bird had all been part of his twisted game, a prolonged psychological torture designed to break me, to drive me into his waiting arms. Why are you doing this? Mark, I whispered, tears finally stinging my eyes. What do you want? He took another step, closing the distance between us. His hand reached out slowly, deliberately, and I flinched, bracing myself. But he only brushed a stray strand of hair from my face, his touch chillingly gentle. I want you. Protagonist name. I have always wanted you. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were different, so vibrant, so full of life, but also so fragile, like a butterfly, just waiting to be caught. His words made my skin crawl. He was not talking about love, he was talking about possession, about collecting. My mind flashed back to the crudely carved wooden bird. Was that what I was to him? A trophy. You are sick. Mark. I spat, finding a sliver of defiance. He chuckled again, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Perhaps, but I am your sickness, and you are mine. Do not you see? We are connected. That M is not just a mark of ownership. It is a bond. Our bond. He lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping over me, assessing, possessive. You've been so difficult, though. Running, hiding. It was almost a shame. I wanted you to come to me willingly. But this works too. He finally stepped fully into the room, closing the front door behind it with a soft click that echoed like a death knell in the sudden silence. The latch slid into place, a definitive sound that sealed my fate. My heart pounded against my ribs, a trapped drum. Now, he said, his voice losing some of its earlier softness, a harder edge creeping in. Let us get you settled. You must be tired after your long journey. He gestured towards a small, rustic living room. Make yourself at home. Or rather, make our home home. I stared at him, my mind frantically searching for a way out. He was too close, too calm, too in control. There was no escape. Not right now. I had to buy time. I had to think. I need to use the bathroom. I stammered, hoping to find a window, a lock, anything. He smiled. Of course. It is just through there, down the hall. He gestured toward the narrow hallway to the left of the living room. But do not get any ideas. Protagonist name. Every window is locked, every door secured. I have had plenty of time to prepare for your arrival. The casual way he admitted to trapping me, to anticipating my every move, was terrifying. It was not just a chase, it was a meticulously planned capture. He had been playing with me, tormenting me, driving me exactly where he wanted me. With heavy, leaden steps, I walked toward the hallway. My eyes darted around, searching for anything. The living room was quaint, filled with Clara's antique furniture, crocheted blankets, and shelves of old books. It felt so normal, so incongruous with the horror unfolding within its walls. As I reached the hallway, I glanced back. Mark was still standing by the front door, watching me, his smile unwavering. He was not following me, but I knew he was listening, waiting for any sign of resistance. The bathroom was small, with a single frosted window high on the wall, too high and too small to escape through. I tried the lock on the door. It clicked, but I knew it was useless against Mark. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear the fog of fear from my mind. I had to be smart. I had to find something. I looked around the tiny room. A small medicine cabinet. I opened it. Painkillers, Band-Aids, a bottle of old cough syrup. Nothing useful. I closed it, my gaze falling on a small decorative wooden box on the back of the toilet. It was a simple hand-carved box, the kind Clara loved. I picked it up. Empty. My fingers brushed against something rough on the bottom. An M. A tiny, almost invisible M carved into the underside. My blood ran cold again. He had been here, marking his territory, even in Clara's personal space. Panic began to set in again, a cold, creeping dread that threatened to overwhelm me. He was everywhere. He saw everything. He knew everything. I took a deep breath, trying to regain some composure. I could not break down. Not now. I had to fight. When I emerged from the bathroom, Mark was no longer by the door. He was sitting on Clara's old armchair, casually flipping through one of her gardening magazines. He looked up, his smile returning, feeling better. "No," I said, my voice steadier now, fueled by a cold anger. "I am not. Where is Clara?" "Mark, what did you do to her?" He sighed, closing the magazine and placing it neatly on the coffee table beside the white rose. Such a persistent little thing. "I told you, she is indisposed. She won't be bothering us. She was interfering with our plans." His eyes held a chilling blankness, a complete lack of remorse. She just did not understand. Some things are meant to be. Our connection, for instance, this is not a connection. "Mark, this is kidnapping. This is insane." He stood up, slowly, deliberately. "Insane. No, this is love. Protagonist name. My love for you. And soon yours for me." He began to walk towards me, his gaze fixed on mine. "You've been through a lot. You need rest. And I need to make sure you are comfortable." I backed away, my eyes darting around the room again. There was a fireplace poker, but it was too far. A heavy ceramic vase. Too fragile. My gaze landed on an old, heavy-looking oak chest by the wall. Maybe it was empty. Maybe I could hide in it. A stupid thought, but my mind was desperate. "Do not," he warned, his voice a low growl, sensing my intentions. "Do not make this harder than it has to be." I ignored him, my heart pounding, and lunged toward the chest. My fingers fumbled with the latch. It was stiff, old. Mark was suddenly there, his hand clamping down on my wrist, his grip like iron. I said, "Do not," he repeated, his voice dangerously quiet. He twisted my arm, forcing me to drop to my knees. The pain shot up my arm, but it was nothing compared to the terror of his proximity. He pulled me up, dragging me toward the hallway, away from the living room. "Where are we going?" I gasped, struggling against his grip. "To your new room," he said, his voice calm, almost cheerful, as if he were leading me to a pleasant surprise. "I have prepared it especially for you." He dragged me past the bathroom, to the very end of the short hallway. There were 2 doors. He opened the one on the left. It was a small bedroom, quaint and old-fashioned, much like the rest of the cottage. A single bed, a wooden dresser, a small closet. It looked like a guest room, perhaps Clara's own. "This is it," he said, pushing me inside. I stumbled, catching myself on the bedpost. He stepped in after me, closing the door, and I heard, locking it from the outside. My breath hitched. I was truly trapped now. I spun around, facing him. "You can't keep me here. Mark, someone will come looking for me." He laughed, a genuine, mirthless laugh. "Oh, protagonist name. Who?" "Jessica. She is gone. Your parents. They are out of state. The police. You already know how useless they are. And Clara, well, she is not picking up the phone anymore. Is she?" He walked around the small room, running his hand over the dresser, adjusting a framed photo on the nightstand, a photo of Clara and a much younger Mark, smiling. It sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He had even invaded her memories. "No one knows you are here," he continued, turning to face me. "No one even knows you left your apartment. You disappeared, just as I planned. It is just you and me now. Together forever." My eyes darted to the window. It was small, old, with a latch that looked rusted. And outside, beyond the glass, I could see the dense woods, dark and unforgiving. Even if I could somehow get it open, where would I go? "You are not going anywhere," he said, reading my thoughts. "I have secured everything. The windows are nailed shut from the outside. The doors are reinforced. This cottage is isolated, miles from the nearest road. No one will hear you scream." He walked toward the closet, a small, built-in affair, and opened it. "I even made sure you have some essentials." He gestured inside. There were a few plain dresses, a pair of worn shoes, and a stack of clean towels. All Clara's, no doubt. As he stood there, his back half turned to me, a desperate idea sparked in my mind. He was briefly distracted. This was my chance. I needed a weapon. Anything. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the small, heavy lamp on the nightstand. It had a ceramic base. If I could grab it, swing it. I took a deep, silent breath, preparing to lunge. But just as I tensed, Mark sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. "Actually," he said, not turning, "I need to make a bit more room in here." Clara had so much clutter. He reached into the closet, his hand disappearing behind the dresses. My heart hammered. This was it. Now. But then he pulled something out, and my blood ran cold, freezing me in place. It was not a box of old sweaters. It was not a stack of blankets. He pulled out a woman's purse. A small, elegant clutch made of dark leather with a distinctive silver clasp. It looked familiar, horrifyingly familiar. He set it down on the bed, almost casually. Then he reached back in and pulled out another. This one was larger, a bright red shoulder bag, slightly scuffed with a long, braided strap. Then another, a faded canvas tote, a shimmering evening bag. A simple, practical black handbag. My eyes widened in horror. He was not just clearing out Clara's things. He was pulling out a collection of women's purses. He kept going, his movements unhurried, almost methodical. Each time he reached into the small closet, he produced another bag, laying them out on the bed, on the dresser, on the floor. There were dozens of them. Small ones, large ones, clutches, totes, satchels. Different colors, different styles, different materials. Some looked expensive, others cheap. Some were pristine, others worn, faded, or even slightly damaged, as if they had been through a struggle. My gaze fixed on one in particular, a small, woven straw bag with colorful embroidery. I knew that bag. I would seen it before. It belonged to Sarah, a girl who had disappeared from our town nearly 5 years ago. Everyone had assumed she would run away. Then I saw another. A sleek, professional-looking briefcase-style purse. That was MS. Jenkins, my old English teacher, who had vanished without a trace 2 years ago. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. These were not Clara's purses. These were not random bags. This was a trophy case, a horrifying, macabre collection. Each purse represented a woman, a victim. Mark finally turned, his face devoid of emotion, watching my reaction. His eyes, usually so expressive, were now flat, empty, yet still holding that unsettling triumph. Clara was very accommodating, he said, his voice disturbingly calm. She never questioned what I kept in here. She thought it was just my private things. He chuckled a dry, humorless sound. She was a little naive, bless her heart. He picked up the red shoulder bag, turning it over in his hands. This one belonged to a girl named Emily. She was a waitress at the diner downtown. Quite feisty. Made things interesting for a while. He dropped it back onto the pile. This one, he picked up the small, elegant clutch, was quite a challenge. Very resourceful. Almost got away. He smiled faintly. Almost. My stomach churned. I felt bile rise in my throat. He was describing them not as people, but as challenges, as games. And he was detailing his victories. You killed them. I whispered, the words barely audible. The horror was so profound, so vast, it threatened to swallow me whole. He was not just a stalker. He was a serial killer. And Clara's cottage, my supposed sanctuary, was his personal graveyard, his trophy room. He shrugged, as if discussing a mundane chore. They were not meant for me. They did not understand. They fought too much. You, protagonists, name, you are different. You are special. You have a fire, a spirit, but you also have a softness. You are meant to be cherished, to be protected. You are the one I have been waiting for. He walked towards me, stepping over the scattered purses, his eyes never leaving mine. I tried to back away, but the wall was behind me. There was nowhere to go. My legs felt like jelly, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. Do not worry, he said, reaching out to touch my cheek, his fingers cold against my skin. You won't end up like them. You are not just a purse in a closet. You are my masterpiece, my ultimate prize. He leaned in, his breath warm against my ear, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I have been watching you, nurturing you for so long. I knew you would come here. This is where our story truly begins. And it will be a beautiful story. Protagonist's name. A story that will last forever. His hand moved from my cheek, trailing down my neck, his touch sending shivers of revulsion through me. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear, wishing this was all a terrible, waking nightmare. But the scent of old wood, dried lavender, and something else, something metallic, something faintly sweet, like decay, filled my nostrils, anchoring me to the horrifying reality. I opened my eyes to find him staring at me, his smile back, wider now, more chilling than ever. It was a smile of a predator who had finally brought down his prey, a smile that promised not a quick end, but a slow, agonizing descent into his personal hell. My last refuge was now my tomb, and I was just another addition to his collection, albeit, as he had promised, his most cherished one. And as I looked at the dozens of empty purses scattered around the room, each one a silent testament to a life brutally ended, I knew that my fate, no matter how special he claimed it to be, was already sealed. The blindfold fell away, not gently, but ripped with a brutal, tearing motion that scraped across my face. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, recoiled from the dim, flickering light that now assaulted them. It was not sunlight, not even the harsh glare of artificial bulbs, but something ancient and unstable, like gas lamps or the dying embers of forgotten fire, casting long, dancing shadows that made the already grotesque scene even more nightmarish. I was in a cavern, vast and echoing, stretching out into an oppressive, inky blackness that the weak light could not penetrate. The air was thick with that same sickening, earthy metallic smell, now amplified, a stench that clawed the back of my throat and made my stomach lurch. And then I saw them. They were not sculptures, not in any sense of the word that belongs to art or beauty. They were bodies, human bodies, preserved, yes, in some horrifying, macabre fashion, but unmistakably human. They stood or sat or hung in various contorted poses throughout the cavern, their skin a waxy, pallid gray, their eyes wide and vacant, mouths agape in silent screams. It was like a grotesque tableau, a silent, frozen ballet of agony. My breath hitched, a guttural sound, half gasp, half sob, tore from my throat. My legs gave out, and I crumpled to the cold, damp stone floor, my hands instinctively flying to my mouth, trying to stifle a scream that was desperate to escape. The cold, hard ground pressed against my cheek, and I could feel the gritty texture of ancient rock, taste a metallic tang of fear on my tongue. Liam. He stood over me, his face illuminated by the flickering light, transformed. The earnest eyes, the charming smile, the intellectual veneer all gone. What remained was a cold, predatory gaze, a cruel twist to his lips that was utterly devoid of human warmth. He looked at me not with malice, but with a detached, almost scientific curiosity, like a child admiring a particularly interesting specimen. Beautiful, is not it? His voice was calm, a chilling counterpoint to the chaos erupting in my mind. The human form, frozen in its purest emotional state. A moment captured, eternalized. I could not speak. My mind was a whirlwind of nausea, terror, and a horrifying, dawning comprehension. The brittle bone I would touch, the slick, fleshy thing, they were not abstract art. They were parts of these silent, screaming figures that surrounded us. One sculpture was a woman, her head thrown back, arms reaching skyward as if begging for release, her fingers splayed in a gesture of ultimate despair. Another was a man, hunched over, his face buried in his hands, his body rigid with what could only be terror. Some were arranged in groups, a family perhaps, frozen in a tableau of shared horror, clutching each other as if in a final, futile embrace. Their clothes, what little remained, were tattered and stained, clinging to their emaciated forms. You did this. The words were barely a whisper, ragged and hoarse, tearing at my throat. Liam chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that echoed unervingly in the vast space. I curate it. I preserve it. I give it meaning. Most people, they just rot. They decompose. Their beauty, their essence, lost to the earth. I prevent that. I make them immortal. He gestured around the cavern with an expansive sweep of his hand, as if presenting a masterpiece. This is my sanctuary, my gallery, my legacy. My eyes darted around, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. But the cavern walls were solid rock, ancient and unyielding. The only way in, as far as I knew, was a narrow passage we had come through, and Liam was blocking it. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure adrenaline. My vision blurred at the edges, the world tilting precariously. I was going to throw up. I was going to scream. I was going to die. Do not worry, Liam said, his voice softer now, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. You are not quite ready for collection. Not yet. We have time. We have conversation. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively scrambled backward, my hand scraping against the rough rock. Stay away from me. The scream finally tore free, raw and desperate. It bounced off the cavern walls, amplifying, distorting, then dying into an unsettling silence. Liam stopped, a faint frown creasing his brow. Such a waste of energy. You will need that. This process, it is quite demanding. He knelt down, his eyes level with mine. You are different, stronger, more resilient. I saw in your profile, in your words, the way you survived Alex. That spark, that is what drew me to you. The mention of Alex, the man who had nearly destroyed me, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. He knew. He had researched me. He had not just stumbled upon me, he had sought me out, a predator stalking his prey. My loneliness, my desire for a normal connection, had been a beacon, a weakness he had expertly exploited. What do you want? I managed, my voice trembling. To understand, he said, his gaze intense. To explore the limits of human experience. To capture that moment of ultimate realization, of pure, unadulterated terror, and make it last forever. He reached out a hand, and I flinched violently, pressing myself against the rock face. He paused, his hand hovering in the air. You felt it, did not you? That primal fear. The rush. It is exhilarating. No, it was horrifying. It was soul-crushing. Suddenly, a wave of nausea overcame me. I turned my head just in time, emptying the meager contents of my stomach onto the cold, damp stone. The acidic smell mixed with the pervasive stench of the cavern, making my eyes water. Liam watched me unperturbed. A natural reaction. The body's way of purging the unwelcome. But the mind is where the real work begins. He stood up, towering over me once more. Come, let us talk. I have a more comfortable space for our discussion. He did not wait for a reply. He simply reached down, grabbed my arm with surprising strength, and hauled me to my feet. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to collapse beneath me, but his grip was unyielding. He began to pull me deeper into the cavern, away from the main gallery, and toward a darker, narrower passage. No, let go of me. I struggled, twisting my arm, trying to break free, but he was far stronger than he looked, his grip like iron bands. He did not even flinch, just continued to pull me along, his pace steady and relentless. The passage was claustrophobic, the rough-hewn rock walls pressing in on us. The air grew colder, heavier. I stumbled over unseen obstacles, my shoes slipping on the damp ground. The flickering light from the main cavern receded, replaced by an even dimmer glow emanating from somewhere ahead. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape. I kicked out, aiming for his shin, but he anticipated it, shifting his weight slightly. I tried to bite his hand, but he held my arm just out of reach. He was methodical, efficient, completely in control. We emerged into a smaller chamber, less vast in the gallery, but equally unsettling. This space seemed to be a workshop of sorts. There were crude tables made of stacked rocks, covered with strange tools long, thin needles, glass vials filled with murky liquids, scalpels, and what looked like a small hand crank pump. A workbench was littered with anatomical diagrams, some hand-drawn, others torn from medical texts, all focusing on the human circulatory and nervous systems. The light here came from a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a harsh, clinical glow that did little to dispel the gloom. In the center of the room was a large, stone slab, reminiscent of an operating table. Straps, thick and worn, hung from its sides. My blood ran cold. This was not a place for discussion. This was a place for preparation. He pushed me onto a wooden stool near one of the rock tables. My legs almost buckled, but I managed to stay upright. He did not strap me down, not yet. He just stood opposite me, his hands resting on the table, surveying me with that same unnerving, analytical gaze. Sit, he commanded, his voice firm. We need to talk about your potential. My potential. The words echoed in the small chamber, chilling me to the bone. What? What do you do to them? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, my eyes fixed on the array of tools. Liam picked up a long, slender needle, turning it over in his fingers. It is a process, really. A delicate art. First, the subject must be receptive, open to the experience. That is where the trust exercise comes in. The blindfold. It heightens the senses, dulls the inhibitions. makes them more susceptible to the moment of truth. He tapped the needle against a stone table, a faint clicking sound. Then, once they have seen it, once they have truly understood the majesty of the collection, the overwhelming fear, the realization of their own mortality, that is when the preservation begins. He looked up, his eyes gleaming in the harsh light. I use a unique embalming fluid. My own formula. It stops decomposition, of course, but it also stiffens the muscles, freezes the expression. It is injected directly into the arterial system, replacing the blood. It is quite effective. My stomach churned again, but there was nothing left to throw up. I could only stare at him, a silent scream building in my throat. He was describing, in clinical detail, how he turned living, breathing people into his grotesque sculptures. And the poses. I asked, my voice raw. The expressions. Ah, that is the artistry, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. I observe. I capture. Each subject has a unique reaction. Some are defiant. Some are resigned. Some are utterly consumed by terror. I simply enhance it, guide the muscles, position the limbs, until the perfect tableau is achieved. It is about capturing the essence of their final, most profound moment. He walked toward the slab, running a hand over its smooth, cold surface. You, for example. I envision something truly remarkable for you. Your history, your resilience, the way you have fought to survive. I believe your expression will be one of fierce, defiant terror. A masterpiece. My mind, numb with horror, began to flicker with a desperate, primal urge to survive. I had to get out. I had to fight. This was not Alex, a man driven by petty revenge and sadistic games. This was something far worse, a cold, calculating monster who saw human beings as mere raw material for his depraved art. My eyes scanned the room again. The tools, the vials, the diagrams. Nothing that looked like a conventional weapon. But there was a large, heavy-looking wrench lying on the floor near a rusty pipe that disappeared into the rock wall. It was not far. What about the others? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to buy time, trying to distract him. How did you find them? Liam turned back to me, his smile widening. Oh, a variety of ways. Some were drifters, travelers who stumbled upon my property. A few, like you, were chosen. People who displayed a certain spark, a certain intensity. I have been refining my selection process for years. He paused, his gaze sweeping over me. You are truly a prime candidate. Your eyes, even now, they hold a flicker of defiance. That is what I want to capture. He began to walk slowly towards me, his gaze never leaving mine. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was my chance. I gripped the edge of the stool, my knuckles white. It will be quick, he promised, reaching for me. A brief moment of discomfort, and then eternity, as his hand stretched out. I lunged, not at him, but away, towards a wrench. My chair scraped loudly against the stone floor, a harsh sound that echoed in the small chamber. Liam, momentarily surprised, hesitated. That was all I needed. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy metal of the wrench. It was substantial, reassuringly solid in my trembling hand. I spun around, raising it defensively. Stay back. I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. Liam's expression hardened. The faint smile vanished. Such unnecessary resistance, he sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. It makes the final moments less. Pure. He took another step, then another. He did not seem afraid of the wrench, merely annoyed. He probably thought I was weak, unskilled, easily subdued. He did not know what I had been through. He did not know about Alex. He did not know the depths of terror I would already plumbed. The animalistic would survive that had been forged in that crucible when he was within arm's reach. I swung. It was not elegant. It was not graceful, but it was powerful, fueled by pure, unadulterated fear. The heavy metal connected with something solid his shoulder, maybe his collarbone. There was a sickening thud, and Liam staggered backward with a grunt of pain. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice losing its calm, clinical tone, replaced by raw fury. He clutched his shoulder, his face contorted in a mask of pain and rage. Blood bloomed on his shirt. I did not wait. I did not hesitate. I ran. I burst out of the workshop chamber and into the narrow passage, not caring where I was going, only that it was away from him. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but adrenaline propelled me forward. The passage was dark, even darker than before, the distant light from the main gallery now completely out of sight. "Come back here." Liam's enraged roar echoed behind me. I could hear his heavy footsteps, pounding on the stone, gaining on me. He was hurt, but he was still fast, still determined. I scrambled through the darkness, my hands scraping against the rough walls, my feet slipping on unseen puddles. The air grew colder, and I could hear the faint sound of dripping water, a constant, monotonous rhythm in the oppressive silence. I had no idea where I was going, no sense of direction. I just ran. Suddenly, the passage opened up into another, larger space. It was not the main gallery, but another cavern, even darker, even more desolate. My eyes struggled to adjust, but I could make out vague shapes in the gloom. More sculptures, perhaps, or just natural rock formations. I did not stop to find out. My foot caught on something, and I stumbled, falling hard onto my hands and knees. A sharp pain shot through my palm as I scraped it against a jagged rock. I pushed myself up, scrambling to my feet, but in that moment of vulnerability, Liam was upon me. He tackled me from behind, sending us both crashing to the ground. The wrench flew from my hand, clattering uselessly against the rock. He landed on top of me, pinning me down, his weight crushing. His good hand, the one not clutching his injured shoulder, wrapped around my throat, squeezing. "You will regret that," he hissed, his face inches from mine, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. "You will regret defying me." Panic flared, hot and suffocating. I clawed at his hand, but his grip was too strong. My vision began to narrow, stars dancing at the edges. My lungs burned, desperate for air. I thrashed, kicked, bit, anything to break free. My knee connected with something soft as groin. Liam roared, a guttural sound of pain and rage, and for a split second his grip loosened. It was all I needed. I twisted, squirmed, and managed to wriggle out from under him. He was still reeling from the blow, clutching himself, doubled over. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, my throat raw and burning. My eyes darted around, searching for the wrench, but it was lost in the darkness. I had to find another way. My gaze fell upon a narrow crack in the rock wall, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. It looked like a natural fissure, not a man-made passage. It was a gamble, a desperate shot in the dark, but it was better than staying here. Without a second thought, I lunged for it, squeezing my body through the tight opening. The rough rock tore at my clothes, scraped my skin, but I pushed through, driven by a primal need for survival. "You can't escape." Liam's voice echoed from behind me, filled with a chilling confidence. "This is my domain. I know every inch of it." He was right. I was blindly navigating a maze I knew nothing about, while he knew every twist and turn. But I had to try. The fissure opened into another, even smaller tunnel, sloping downwards. I slid and stumbled, my hands outstretched, feeling the cold, damp rock. The air grew heavier, the silence more profound, broken only by my ragged breathing and the distant sound of dripping water. I kept going, one desperate step after another, until I heard a new sound. Not Liam's footsteps, but something else. A faint rush, a roar, growing louder with every step. Water. A lot of water. The tunnel opened up into a massive underground chamber, dominated by a roaring waterfall. A subterranean river, fast and turbulent, carved its way through the rock, plummeting down into an unseen abyss. The sound was deafening, a constant, thunderous roar that vibrated to the very ground beneath my feet. The chamber was dimly lit, not by lamps, but by some strange phosphorescent moss that clung to the walls, casting an eerie, greenish glow. I could see ancient stalactites hanging like teeth in the ceiling, and stalagmites rising from the river's edge, creating a landscape both terrifying and magnificent. And then I saw him. Liam. He stood at the entrance to the chamber, his silhouette framed against the eerie glow, his injured shoulder clutched, his face a mask of furious determination. He had followed me. Nowhere left to run, he yelled, his voice barely audible over the roar of the waterfall. He started to advance, slowly, methodically, cutting off any path I might take. My eyes darted around the chamber. The river was too wild, too fast, too dangerous. The walls were sheer, impossible to climb. I was trapped, but then I saw it. A narrow, precarious ledge running along the cavern wall, above the river, leading to another, smaller opening, partially obscured by the cascading water. It was treacherous, slippery with moss and spray, but it was a chance. My only chance. Without hesitation, I scrambled onto the ledge. The rock was slick, my hands trembling as I gripped the cold, wet surface. The roar of the waterfall was deafening, disorienting. I could feel the spray on my face, soaking my clothes. One wrong step, and I would be plunged into the raging torrent below. Liam saw my attempt. "Do not be a fool," he screamed, his voice laced with venom. "You will fall. Come back. It is better this way." But I did not listen. I kept moving, inch by agonizing inch, my eyes fixed on that small opening. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. The adrenaline was a fire in my veins, burning away fear, leaving only a desperate will to survive. He started following me onto the ledge, his movements more cautious now, his injured shoulder clearly bothering him. But he was still coming. He would not give up. I reached the opening, a dark, narrow slit in the rock. I squeezed through, my body aching, my muscles screaming in protest. The darkness inside was absolute, but I could still hear the distant roar of the waterfall, and more disturbingly, the scraping of Liam's boots as he followed me into the passage. This new tunnel sloped upwards, a glimmer of light, faint but unmistakable, visible at its end. Hope surged through me, a fragile, desperate thing. It was an exit. It had to be. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the burning in my lungs. My hands and knees were raw, my clothes torn, but I kept crawling, scrambling, clawing my way toward that promise of light. The tunnel grew narrower, tighter, until I was practically worming my way through. I could hear Liam struggling behind me, his grunts of frustration echoing in the confined space. He was bigger than me, and the tight squeeze was slowing him down. Finally, with a burst of effort, I pushed through the last obstacle. I was out. I tumbled onto the forest floor, gasping for air, gulping down the crisp, cold night air. The stars were out, a million pinpricks of light in the vast, inky sky. The trees loomed tall and dark around me, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. It was quiet, save for the rustling of leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I lay there for a moment, my body shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I was out. I was free. But the horror, the images of those silent, screaming figures, the chilling calm of Liam's voice, they were burned into my mind, an indelible scar. I could hear him behind me, still struggling in the narrow tunnel, his curses muffled by the rock. He would not be able to follow me quickly. I had a head start, pushing myself up. I forced my trembling legs to move. I ran. I ran through the forest, stumbling over roots and rocks, tearing my way through thick underbrush, not caring where I was going, only that it was away. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, utterly spent. I must have walked for hours, maybe even all night. The sun was just beginning to paint the eastern sky with pale streaks of orange and pink when I finally stumbled onto a dirt road. It was deserted, overgrown, but it was a road, a sign of civilization. My body ached, my throat was raw, my hands were bleeding, and my mind was a chaotic mess of terror and disbelief. I looked like a wild animal, covered in dirt, leaves, and blood. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint light in the distance. A farmhouse, or what looked like one. With renewed, desperate hope, I started walking again, dragging myself forward, one painful step after another. When I reached the farmhouse, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon. I banged on the door, my fists weak and trembling. An elderly woman, her face wrinkled with sleep and surprise, opened it cautiously. Her eyes widened when she saw me. I must have looked like a ghost, or worse. "Please," I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. "Help me. He tried to kill me." The police investigation that followed was a blur of questions, flashing lights, and disbelieving stares. They found Liam's property, an isolated, run-down farmhouse miles from anywhere. They found the entrance to the cavern, cleverly concealed beneath an old shed. But they did not find Liam. They found the gallery. They found the workshop. They found the tools, the vials, the diagrams. They found the preserved bodies, the grotesque sculptures that had once been living, breathing people. The sheer scale of his madness, the chilling artistry of his depravity, horrified even the most seasoned officers. The news reports were sensational. Of course, the Cavern of Horrors, the Artist of Death. My name was kept out of the papers, thankfully, but I was the sole survivor, the one who had seen it all and lived to tell the tale. They searched for Liam for weeks, months. They scoured the caverns, the surrounding forests, the nearby towns. But he was gone, vanished without a trace, swallowed by the earth he had once claimed as his own. I moved again, of course, farther away this time, to a place where the mountains met the sea, where the vastness of the ocean might somehow dwarf the claustrophobic terror of the underground. I changed my name, cut off all ties, tried to disappear. But you can't outrun trauma. It clings to you, a cold, damp shroud that never quite dries. Every shadow becomes a lurking figure. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of ice through your veins. Every kind gesture from a stranger is met with suspicion, a desperate search for the hidden motive. I still see their faces in my nightmares. The silent screams, the vacant eyes, frozen in their final, most profound moment of terror. And I hear Liam's voice, calm and clinical, describing his art, his legacy. Sometimes, when I am alone in the dark, I wonder if he is still out there, if he has found another sanctuary, another gallery, if he is looking for me, for the masterpiece he failed to complete. I know he will never forget the one that got away, the one who broke his perfect tableau. And sometimes, just sometimes in the dead of night, I think I can still smell that earthy metallic scent, clinging to my clothes, to my skin, a constant, horrifying reminder that even in the most beautiful places, hidden beneath the surface, there can be unimaginable darkness waiting to claim you, and that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones who seem the most charming, the most understanding, the ones who promise to make you feel less alone. You know, I have always been a pretty cautious guy, not a total shut-in, but I prefer my comfort zone, you know, my routine, my apartment, my job, the same 3 bars on a Friday night. It is safe, predictable, but even a predictable life can get a little lonely. That is why, against my better judgment, I downloaded that stupid dating app. You know the one. Swipe left, swipe right. A digital lottery for human connection. Most of the time, it is just a parade of filtered selfies and bios that read like bad poetry. But every now and then, you see someone who just clicks. That is how I found her. Her profile picture was a little blurry, almost artistic in its imperfection. But her eyes, they were something else. Dark, intense, like looking into a deep, clear well. Her bio was short, just a couple of lines about starting fresh and seeking genuine connection. No crazy demands, no red flags, just a quiet invitation. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. Our initial messages were pretty standard, a polite dance of getting to know you questions. She seemed intelligent, a little reserved, but with a sharp wit that peeked through the digital veil. We talked for a few days, and I found myself genuinely intrigued. Most people on these apps are an open book, desperate to overshare. She was different. She kept a certain distance, a quiet mystery that only made me want to know more. I suggested meeting for coffee. She agreed, but there was a beat, a split second of hesitation before she typed out "sounds good." I chalked it up to nerves. Everyone gets them. When I saw her at the coffee shop, she was even more striking than her photo. She had this dark, flowing hair, and those eyes, they were even more captivating in person. But there was something else, too. A subtle tension around her, like a tightly wound spring. She smiled, and it was a perfectly pleasant smile, but it did not quite reach her eyes. They still held that deep, unreadable quality. We talked for almost 2 hours. She mostly listened, asking thoughtful questions about my life, my work, my interests. When she did talk about herself, it was vague. She mentioned moving to the city recently, leaving behind some complications in her past. No details, just a slight tightening around her mouth, a flicker of something unidentifiable in those dark eyes. I found myself drawn to it, to the challenge of peeling back the layers. Maybe I am just a sucker for a damsel in distress, or maybe I was just tired of the usual small talk. Whatever it was, I was hooked. By the end of the date, I was feeling pretty good, a little buzzed, even despite only having coffee. She had this way of making me feel like the most interesting person in the room, even though I knew I was just me. Average, predictable. As we walked out, the evening air was cool and crisp. We stood there awkwardly for a moment, and I was about to suggest another date when she looked up at me, those eyes piercing through the dim light. "My place is not far," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but with an underlying current that sent a shiver down my spine. We could talk more. Now, normally. I am not the kind of guy who goes home with someone on the first date. Like I said, cautious. But something about her, that quiet intensity, the way she looked at me, it bypassed all my usual defenses. It felt less like a proposition and more like an invitation into a private world. A world I was suddenly desperate to explore. Against my better judgment, I found myself nodding. "Yeah," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "Yeah, I would like that." We walked in comfortable silence, the city sounds muffling around us. Her apartment building was old, brick, the kind with creaky stairs and a faint smell of stale cooking and forgotten lives. Her unit was on the third floor. She fumbled with the keys for a moment, her fingers surprisingly delicate. When the door swung open, the first thing I noticed was the sparseness of the place. It was not messy, not at all. It was just empty. A couch, a coffee table, a couple lamps. No personal touches, no photos, no overflowing bookshelves. It looked like someone had just moved in or was about to move out. "Make yourself at home," she said, gesturing vaguely towards a couch. Her voice was still soft, but there was a new note in it, a subtle shift in tone that I could not quite place. I sat down, feeling a strange mix of excitement and unease. The air in the apartment was cool, almost cold, despite it being a relatively mild evening. She walked into what I assumed was the kitchen, and I heard the faint clinking of ice. "Drink," she called out. Sure. Whatever you are having." I replied, trying to sound casual. My eyes scanned the room again. A bare wall where a TV should be. A single, generic print on another wall. It was almost unsettlingly neutral, like a hotel room, but less inviting. She came back with 2 glasses, filled with a clear liquid and ice. "Whiskey," she said, handing me one. "Helps to take the edge off." I took a sip. It was good whiskey, smooth and warm. It started to melt away some of the weird tension I was feeling. She sat opposite me, her knees drawn up to her chest, those dark eyes fixed on me. The conversation flowed again, but this time it was different. She was still asking questions, but they felt deeper, more probing. Less about what I did and more about what I felt. My fears, my regrets, the things that kept me up at night. I found myself opening up, telling her things I had not told anyone else. It was like she had a key to a part of me I usually kept locked away. As the whiskey warmed my veins, a strange lethargy began to creep over me. My eyelids fell heavy. The room seemed to swim slightly. I tried to focus, to shake it off, but it was like wading through thick mud. The last coherent thought I had was, did she drug me? But even that thought felt distant, hazy, swallowed by the pleasant, heavy fog. Her eyes were still fixed on me, and in their depths, I saw something shift. The quiet intensity was still there, but now it was overlaid with predatory gleam, like a cat watching a mouse. Then darkness. I woke up slowly, groggily, my head throbbing with a dull ache. My mouth was dry, and my tongue felt like sandpaper. For a moment, I did not know where I was. The room was dark, but a sliver of moonlight cut through a gap in what looked like heavy drapes, illuminating a patch of floor. I tried to move, to push myself up, but something stopped me. A dull clinking sound. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom. I was lying on my back on a bare mattress. No sheets, no blankets. Just a mattress on the floor. And my wrists were bound. Not with rope, but with cold, hard metal. I strained, pulling against them, and the clinking sound came again, louder this time. My heart hammered against my ribs. Fear, cold and sharp, shot through me, instantly clearing the last vestiges of the drug-induced haze. I lifted my head, straining to see. The metal bands around my wrists were thick, heavy. They were attached to chains, which in turn were bolted directly into the floor. Not just into the floorboards, mind you, but into what felt like concrete beneath. My stomach dropped. This was not some kinky role play. This was real. Panic began to set in. I thrashed, pulling at the restraints with all my might, but they held fast. The chains grated against the bolts, a chilling sound in the silent room. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried to yell, but my voice came out as a pathetic croak. My throat was raw. "You are awake." Her voice. It was soft, almost gentle, but it cut through the darkness like a knife. I flinched, my eyes darting toward the sound. She was sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, barely visible in the moonlight, a silent, unmoving silhouette. I had not even noticed her. What is this?" I managed to rasp, my voice trembling. "What have you done?" She shifted slightly, and I could just make out the gleam of her eyes in the gloom. They held no warmth, no sympathy, only that deep, unreadable intensity, now tinged with something truly sinister. "You were so easy to find," she said, her voice a low murmur. "So eager, so hungry for connection." There was a hint of something in her tone, a faint echo of amusement, but it was cold, devoid of humanity. My mind raced, desperately trying to piece things together. The vague past, the empty apartment, the drug drink, the sudden invitation. It all clicked into place with a sickening thud. I was not just on a bad date. I was in a nightmare. "Let me go," I pleaded, my voice cracking. "Please. I won't tell anyone. I swear." She chuckled softly, a sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, you won't tell anyone. I can assure you of that." My eyes darted around the room. It was sparsely furnished, like the living room. A single dresser, a small nightstand. No windows, or at least none that were uncovered. The heavy drapes blocked out any hint of the outside world. I was trapped. Why? I whispered, the word barely audible. Why are you doing this? She rose from the chair, moving with a fluid grace that was almost unnatural. She stepped into the moonlight, and I saw her clearly. She was wearing a simple, dark dress, her hair flowing around her shoulders. Her face was calm, almost serene, but those eyes were different. They seemed deeper, darker than before, like bottomless pits. And there was a faint, almost imperceptible hum in the air around her, a low, thrumming sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "It is not me," she said, her voice still soft, but with a new, unsettling resonance. It sounded like two voices speaking at once, one human, one something else, deeper and older. "It is what is inside me." My blood ran cold. What is inside me? The words echoed in my mind, a terrifying puzzle piece. "It needs sustenance," she continued, taking a step closer. Her shadow stretched long and distorted across the floor, reaching toward me like a grasping claw. "It needs to grow. And you, my dear, are perfect." I strained against the shackles again, adrenaline surging through me, but it was useless. The metal bit into my wrists, chafing my skin. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, my voice raw with terror. "What do you want?" She knelt beside the mattress, her face close to mine. Her breath was cool against my cheek, and I could smell something faint, something metallic and sweet like old blood. Her eyes, those terrifying, ancient eyes, seemed to bore into my very soul. "Fear," she whispered, and her voice was now undeniably dual, a chilling duet of feminine softness and guttural, inhuman rasp. "Hunger." Mine. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, so intense it made my vision swim. It was not just my own fear, it felt like it was being projected into me, amplified, magnified 1,000-fold. My body convulsed, a silent scream trapped in my throat. I felt a cold, invasive presence touch the edges of my mind, probing, tasting. It was like a spider crawling inside my skull. "No." I choked out, thrashing wildly. The chains rattled, a desperate symphony of my impending doom. She watched me, a faint, cruel smile playing on her lips. It was the first genuine expression I would seen from her, and it was horrifying. "Such a rich vintage," she murmured, her gaze lingering on my face. "So much despair, so much potential." I could feel something else, too. A subtle draining sensation, like a slow leak. Not blood, not yet. Something more ethereal. My energy, my hope, my very will to resist. It was being siphoned away, absorbed by whatever monstrous thing resided within her. "Silas," she whispered, almost to herself, a name that meant nothing to me but sounded ancient and evil on her tongue. He tried to keep me contained, to control what he could not understand. A flicker of something, a brief spark of human resentment, crossed her face, quickly swallowed by the predatory calm. But it learns. It grows. It adapts. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block her out, to block out the terror, the draining sensation, the horrifying truth that was slowly dawning on me. This was not a person anymore. Not entirely. It was a host. A vessel for something ancient and malevolent. When I opened my eyes again, she was still there, unmoving, her gaze unwavering. The others, they were merely appetizers. Amateurs. "This one," she said, her voice now almost entirely the guttural rasp, the feminine tone barely a whisper beneath it. "This one is potential. A deep well of despair." My mind flashed back to our conversation at the coffee shop. The way she had probed my fears, my regrets. She had not been looking for connection. She had been scouting for prey. She had been testing the waters, assessing the richness of my inner turmoil. And I, like a fool, had laid it all out for her. "What do you want to do with me?" I whimpered, my voice barely a thread. She tilted her head, a gesture that was unsettlingly childlike, yet utterly alien. The entity needs to feed, to strengthen, to become whole. Her eyes seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, two pinpricks of malevolent light, and you will be its sustenance. Your fear will be its wine, your despair its bread. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was a chill of utter hopelessness. My body was trembling uncontrollably, not from cold, but from pure animalistic terror. Every nerve ending screamed. I was trapped utterly and completely at the mercy of something I could not comprehend, something that wore the skin of a beautiful woman. She reached out a hand, and I recoiled, jerking back against the chains. Her fingers were long, slender, but her touch was cold, like marble. She ran a single finger along my jawline, a terrifyingly intimate gesture. "Do not worry," she murmured, and now her voice was entirely the guttural rasp, deep and resonant, like stones grinding together. "It will be a slow process. We want to savor every moment, every drop of your fear." My heart hammered, so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. I could feel the entities, presence inside my head now, a cold, hungry awareness, not just observing, but actively consuming my terror. It was like an invisible siphon, drawing out my very essence. I tried to scream again, but only a dry, rattling sound escaped my throat. My vision began to tunnel, the edges blurring into darkness. "You will be a monument to its power," the voice rasped, her face blurring, her eyes seeming to expand and contract in the dim light. "A testament to its hunger. And then it will move on to the next and the next until it reclaims its rightful place." My body felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if all my strength, all my life force, was being pulled from me. The initial surge of adrenaline had faded, replaced by a profound, debilitating exhaustion. I could barely keep my eyes open. The shackles felt impossibly heavy, cold against my wrists, a constant, brutal reminder of my fate. I remember thinking about my apartment, my predictable, safe life, how I would long for something different, something exciting. Be careful what you wish for. I thought, a bitter, ironic laugh bubbling up in my chest, quickly dissolving into a sob. She leaned in closer, her breath a cold mist against my face. "You will serve a purpose," she whispered, the dual voices returning. "A horrifying lullaby. A grand purpose. You will be part of something ancient, something vast." A profound sense of emptiness began to bloom inside me, a void where my emotions, my personality, my very self used to be. It was not just fear she was taking. It was everything. I felt myself receding, shrinking, becoming less. My thoughts became sluggish, my panic dulling into a numb despair. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully claimed me was her face, serene and beautiful, but with those eyes, those bottomless, ancient eyes, glowing with a cold, triumphant light. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I was not just her prey. I was her sustenance. And my screams, my terror, my very soul, would fuel the growth of the parasitic horror that thrummed within her, waiting to consume the world. The hum started almost immediately after I slammed the car door shut, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated not just in my ears, but deep within my bones. It was the entity, the parasitic horror Silas had so gleefully cultivated, and now it was mine. Or rather, I was its. I drove until the gas tank light flickered, the landscape outside blurring into an indistinguishable smear of dark trees and darker sky. My breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a ragged saw blade against my raw lungs. Silas. He would stood by that gate, a silhouette against the rising dawn, watching me go, not with anger, not with defeat, but with that same unnerving calm that had chilled me to the marrow in the dust-sheeted parlor. He had won. My flight, my terror, it had all been part of his twisted experiment. I was a vessel, now free to carry his creation out into the world. The thought was a cold, venomous snake coiling in my gut. I pulled into the parking lot of a rundown motel, the kind with flickering neon signs and a permanent scent of stale cigarettes and desperation. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled with the key card for what felt like an eternity before the lock finally clicked. The room was exactly what I expected: dingy, smelling faintly of bleach and something vaguely metallic. I did not care. I just needed to be somewhere, anywhere that was not that house. Sleep did not come. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every rustle of the wind against the window pane sent a jolt of pure terror through me. And the whispers, they were not just a hum anymore, they were a chorus, a cacophony of faint, indistinct voices murmuring just beyond the edge of comprehension. They were inside my head, echoing in the hollow space where my own thoughts used to be. Sometimes a word would surface, sharp and clear, before dissolving back into the static fear. Hunger. Mine. Days bled into weeks. I ate instant noodles and cheap takeout, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, always looking over my shoulder. Every stranger was a potential threat. Every shadow a lurking monster. The entity fed on this paranoia. I knew it. I could feel it growing, a cold, hungry presence that expanded within me, pushing against the confines of my own mind. My reflection in the grimy motel mirror became a stranger's. My eyes were too wide, too haunted, and sometimes just for a fleeting second. I saw something else there, something ancient and predatory glinting beneath the surface. I tried to fight it. I tried to focus on anything else. I read old magazines left in the room, watched terrible daytime TV, anything to drown out the whispers. But they were relentless. They burrowed into my thoughts, twisting them, making me question everything. Was I going insane? Was this even real? Or had Silas truly broken me? One particularly bleak afternoon, after staring at the peeling wallpaper for hours, a perverse thought struck me. I was utterly alone. No friends I dared to contact. No family I wanted to burden with this nightmare. I was a ghost, haunting my own life. A desperate, almost masochistic urge for connection, for some semblance of normalcy, gnawed at me. So, I did something incredibly stupid. I downloaded a dating app. I created a new profile, using a fake name, Sarah. I cropped old photos, ones from before Silas, before the house, before the entity. Photos where I actually smiled, where my eyes held a spark of life. It felt like a betrayal, a lie, but what choice did I have? I could not use my real name, my real face. Not when I was a walking time bomb. For a few days, it was a distraction. Swiping left, swiping right, the shallow thrill of a match, the polite, meaningless conversations. It was a flimsy shield against the encroaching darkness, a desperate attempt to prove I was still human. The whispers quieted slightly during these moments, as if intrigued by this new game. Then one evening, as I was mindlessly scrolling through profiles, a photo stopped me cold. My heart slammed against my ribs, a terrified bird trying to escape its cage. It was me. Not a picture of someone who looked vaguely like me, but my face. A picture I remember taking. A selfie in my old apartment. Sunlight streaming to the window. My hair pulled back in a messy bun. Except it was not my profile. It was a man's profile. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the screen, my fingers trembling so violently I almost dropped the phone. The name on the profile was Mark. His bio was generic, almost bland, just a guy looking for good company and real connections. Love hiking, movies, and good food. Beneath the stolen photo of me, there were other pictures. Pictures of a man handsome, in a rugged, outdoorsy way, smiling confidently. But they were clearly not of the same person. And the first photo, the profile picture, was unmistakably mine. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not some random catfishing attempt. This was personal. How? How did he get that picture? It was not one of my public social media photos. It was from a private album. shared only with a handful of close friends years ago. The thought that someone had not only accessed it, but was now using it as their own profile picture to lure women, it was sickening. And then the whispers started again, louder this time, a frantic, excited buzz in my skull. Found him. Pray. Hunt. Was this Silas? Was this another one of his games? A new, even more insidious trap. The idea that he was still out there, still pulling strings, still observing me, sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through my veins. But it was not just fear. There was a cold, hard knot of something else forming in my chest, anger. A righteous fury that momentarily eclipsed the terror. He had stolen my life, my sanity, and now he was stealing my face. No, I would not let him. I had to know. I had to understand. This was the first concrete lead I would have had since fleeing that house. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also a focal point, something to latch onto in the swirling chaos of my mind. My finger hovered over the match button. The entity inside me pulsed, a hot, eager throb. Was it urging me on? Or was it merely feeding on the intense cocktail of fear and rage that now coursed through me? I did not know. All I knew was that I had to do this. I had to confront this mark. With a deep, shuddering breath, I swiped right. The match was instantaneous. A notification popped up, you matched. With Mark. A hollow laugh escaped my lips. Of course he would match. He was using my face, my past, to attract women. And now he had attracted me. I waited. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. What would I say? How would I even begin to approach this? The whispers in my head were a relentless static, making it hard to think, hard to focus. I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if I were watching myself from a distance, observing this desperate, foolish woman plunge headfirst into another nightmare. A message popped up from Mark. Hey there, Sarah, you've got a great smile. How's your night going? The words were innocuous, almost charming, but they felt like a razor blade against my skin. He was talking to me, using my stolen image, and complimented me on a smile that belonged to a version of myself that no longer existed. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. The entity pulsed, almost vibrating with an unsettling anticipation. Engage. Play. Hey, Mark. I typed, forcing my voice to be casual. My night's all right. Just chilling. You? His response was quick. Same here. Just wrapping up some work. You seem like an interesting person. What brings you to the app? He was good. Smooth. Too smooth. He had clearly done this before. The thought sent a chill down my spine. How many other women had he lured with my face? Or with other stolen faces? I decided to play along, to feign interest, to draw him out. Just looking to meet new people. I guess it gets lonely sometimes. The words felt like ash in my mouth. Lonely. I was a walking prison for an ancient horror, hunted by a madman. Loneliness was the least of my concerns. We exchanged a few more pleasantries. He asked about my interests, my hobbies. I gave vague, generic answers, careful not to reveal anything real. He talked about his love for hiking, his job in finance conveniently vague, his desire for genuine connection. Every word was a carefully constructed lie, a facade. And I, the actual person in his profile picture, was now playing along with the charade. The whispers were a constant background of now, sometimes coalescing into a single, chilling thought closer. Draw him in. It felt less like my own thought and more like an instruction. I needed to see him. I needed to see the man behind the stolen photos, behind the charming messages. But more than that, I needed to know why. Was he connected to Silas? Was this a trap? After a few days of increasingly frequent messages, he finally suggested meeting. I would love to grab a coffee sometime. Sarah, you seem really cool. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it. the moment of truth. I felt a cold dread settle over me, but it was mixed with strange, almost feverish excitement. The entity seemed to pulse with it, a dark echo of my own twisted anticipation. I would like that. Mark. I typed, my fingers shaking. Where were you thinking? He suggested a small, independent coffee shop on the outskirts of the city, a place I did not recognize. It was public enough, but not overly crowded. A strategic choice. Sounds good. I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. How about Saturday afternoon? Perfect. Can't wait to meet you. The message was accompanied by a winking emoji. I stared at it, a cold shiver running down my spine. He could not wait to meet me. The real me. The one he did not know existed. The one whose face he was using as a mask. The next few days were a blur of nervous energy and frantic research. I tried reverse image, searching his other profile pictures, the ones of the handsome, rugged man. Nothing. They were either stock photos, or so heavily filtered and altered that they were untraceable. He was good. Too good. I tried searching for Mark in the area, cross-referencing with his vague job description, but it was a dead end. He was a ghost, a digital phantom, using my stolen identity to create his own. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were no longer just a hum, they were distinct voices, layered over each other, a dark symphony of dread. He knows. He waits. The trap is sprung. My paranoia reached a fever pitch. I could not sleep, could not eat. Every shadow in my motel room seemed to writhe. Every sound outside my door sent me scrambling for the flimsy lock. I started seeing things in my peripheral vision fleeting, dark shapes that vanished when I turned my head. Was it the entity manifesting, or was I finally losing my mind? Saturday arrived, a gray, overcast day that matched the gloom in my soul. I dressed in a nondescript outfit, something that would allow me to blend in, to observe without being noticed. I pulled my hair back, wore minimal makeup, trying to make myself as unremarkable as possible. I felt like a spy, a ghost preparing to haunt her own past. I arrived at the coffee shop 15 minutes early, parking my car down the street, out of sight. I needed to see him first. I needed to see who this Mark truly was before I allowed him to see me. The coffee shop was quaint, with mismatched furniture and the comforting aroma of roasted beans. It was busy, a good thing. Plenty of places to hide, plenty of faces to blend into. I found a small table near the window, partially obscured by a potted plant, and ordered a lukewarm tea. My hand was shaking so badly I almost spilled it. I watched the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every person who walked in sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. A young couple, a man in a business suit, a student with a backpack. None of them were the ruggedly handsome Mark from the profile pictures. None of them were Silas. Then a man walked in. He was ordinary, average height, slightly receding hairline, a paunch straining against his faded t-shirt. He had a nervous energy about him, his eyes darting around the room. He did not look like the confident, outdoorsy man in the photos. He looked pathetic. But what truly made my blood run cold was a small, almost imperceptible detail. He was holding his phone, and on the screen, clear as day, was my stolen profile picture, the one he was using as his own. He scanned the room, a hopeful, yet anxious expression on his face. He was looking for me. Or rather, he was looking for the woman in the picture, the one he believed he was meeting. The real me was sitting just feet away, a ghost in her own story. The whispers in my head intensified, a dizzying cacophony of voices, a crescendo of dark energy. He is here. The bait, the lure. A wave of intense, blinding rage washed over me, so potent it almost made me gasp. It was not just my anger, it was the entity's. It was a cold, alien fury, a predatory instinct that pulsed through my veins, making my muscles tense, my vision sharpen. For a terrifying moment, I felt a powerful urge confront him, not with words, but with something far more primal, something violent. I gripped the edge of the table, digging my nails into the wood, trying to ground myself. This was not me. This was it. The entity was trying to take over, to use my rage, my fear, to fuel its own dark purpose. The man, Mark, walked toward the counter, still glancing around nervously. He ordered a coffee, his voice a reedy tenor that was completely at odds with the confident persona he projected online. He was a fraud, a sad, lonely man hiding behind a stolen image. And then something shifted. As he turned to wait for his coffee, his eyes, still scanning the room, met mine. For a split second, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. He saw me, the real me, the woman who was not the person in his profile picture. He did not recognize me. Of course. Why would he? But something in my gaze, something in the cold, hard intensity of my stare, must have unnerved him. The entity within me roared. It was a silent, internal explosion of pure, unadulterated power. My vision blurred. The edges of the room wavered. The whispers became a single, deafening shriek that resonated through my entire being. I felt a surge of cold energy rush from my core, through my limbs to my fingertips. My skin prickled, my muscles tightened, a strange, almost magnetic force radiating from me. The man, Mark, suddenly stumbled. He clutched his head, a small, involuntary gasp escaping his lips. His eyes widened, not with recognition, but with a sudden, inexplicable terror. He looked around wildly, as if he had just been struck by an unseen force, as if a sudden, overwhelming dread had descended upon him. He looked at me again, his eyes wide with fear that seemed to have no logical source, a fear that mirrored the one I would felt in Silas's house. He dropped his phone. It clattered to the floor. The screen showing my stolen photo shattered. He did not even notice. He just stood there for a moment, trembling, his face pale. Then he turned and bolted for the door, leaving his coffee, his shattered phone, and his pathetic charade behind. He ran as if the hounds of hell were at his heels. And, in a way, they were. I watched him go, a strange, unsettling calm settling over me. The entity within me seemed to purr, a satisfied hum replacing the frantic roar. It had fed. It had tasted his fear, a delicious, potent vintage. The other customers in the coffee shop barely seemed to notice. A few glanced up at the commotion, then shrugged and returned to their conversations, their laptops. It was as if the terror that had gripped Mark was invisible to everyone but him. And me. I stood up, my legs feeling strangely steady, almost powerful. The whispers were still there, but they were no longer a chaotic jumble. They were clearer, more focused, almost a single, coherent voice. He was a puppet, a lure. The game continues. I walked out of the coffee shop, leaving my untouched tea behind. The air outside felt different, sharper, more alive. I looked at my reflection in a store window. My eyes were still wide, still haunted, but there was something else there now. A cold, calculating glint. A power that was both terrifying and undeniably mine. Or was it? I knew then, with a chilling certainty, that Silas had not just made me a vessel. He had made me a weapon. And this encounter, this pathetic Mark and his stolen photos, had been nothing more than another step in his grand design. He wanted me to use the entity, to unleash it, to spread its influence. He had engineered this match, this meeting, knowing what it would do. I walked back to my car, the shattered image of my face on Mark's phone screen burned into my mind. The entity within me was no longer just a hum. It was a constant presence, a cold, watchful eye peering out through my own. I had escaped Silas's physical prison, but I was still very much his experiment. And the world, unsuspecting and oblivious, was about to become my new laboratory. The whispers were a promise, a threat, and a terrifying invitation. This was just the beginning, and I was no longer sure I wanted to end. My twisted destiny. Mark finished, a serene smile playing on his lips, as if he would just deliver profound philosophical truth rather than a confession of unimaginable horror. He gestured around Clara's living room, a space that only moments ago had felt like the last bastion of safety in a collapsing world, now tainted, violated. This cottage, this entire journey you've been on, it was all leading you here. To me, to us. My throat was dry, a desert. The air itself seemed to thicken, pressing down on my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but my limbs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. My mind, however, was a frantic whirlwind. Clara, dispose of, the phrase echoed, cold and clinical, stripping away any lingering hope. Had he killed her? How? When? Was she even here? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, a bitter taste rising in my mouth. Mark, oblivious or uncaring of my internal turmoil, took a step closer. His eyes, once so warm and inviting, were now devoid of any recognizable emotion, like polished stones reflecting only what was put before them. You see, I have been watching you for a very long time, longer than you can possibly imagine. Every decision, every flight, every moment of desperation, it all played right into my hands. He chuckled, a soft, almost affectionate sound that made my skin crawl. It was beautiful, really, to watch you squirm, to think you were making your own choices, when in reality, you were merely a puppet on my strings. He walked past me, his presence a suffocating weight, and moved toward the small, rustic fireplace. He picked up a piece of kindling, idly turning it in his fingers. Clara, she was a minor inconvenience, a loose end. She genuinely cared for you, you know, tried to protect you. But her loyalty, admirable as it was, became a liability. For her, and for my plans. He finally met my gaze, a chilling calm in his eyes. Do not worry. She did not suffer. Not really. She understood, in the end, that some things are simply inevitable. My breath hitched. What have you done to her? The words were barely a whisper, ragged and broken. I did not want to know, but I had to. The uncertainty was a torment in itself. Mark's smile widened, a predatory flash of teeth. Let's just say she is no longer in a position to interfere. She has moved on to a quieter place. He dropped the kindling back into the hearth with soft clatter, the sound jarringly loud in the oppressive silence. Now about you, we have so much to discuss, so much lost time to make up for. He gestured toward the worn, floral sofa, an unspoken command. My legs, still trembling, somehow managed to obey. I sank onto the cushions. The familiar scent of lavender and old wood now replaced by a faint, metallic tang that I prayed was just my imagination. Mark sat opposite me in Clara's favorite armchair, leaning back, an air of complete ownership about him. You're probably wondering how I managed it all. He began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, as if sharing a fascinating secret. How I always seem to be one step ahead. How you're safe. Places always turn out to be anything but. It was not magic, my dear. It was simply dedication. And a thorough understanding of human nature. Especially yours. He paused, letting his words sink in, watching my face for any flicker of reaction. I tried to keep my expression blank, but the fear must have been evident in my wide, unblinking eyes. You see, he continued, people, when they are desperate, when they are running, they tend to fall into predictable patterns. They reach out to the familiar, to the past. Old friends, distant relatives, places that once offered comfort. And in this digital age, they leave a trail. A very clear, very enticing trail. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his phone. My heart leaped into my throat. Was he going to show me something horrific? A picture of Clara. Instead, he unlocked the screen and slowly turned it towards me. My eyes widened in disbelief, then horror. On the screen was a profile from a dating app. One I recognized, one I would even dabble with briefly during a particularly lonely period a few months ago. before the real terror began. But it was not my profile. It was a profile with a generic, unidentifiable name and a series of photos. My family photos. There was one of my sister and me as kids, laughing on a swing set in our backyard. Another of my parents on their anniversary, beaming, their arms around each other. A candid shot of my brother mid-sentence at a family dinner. Even a picture of my grandmother, holding a cat, taken just weeks before she passed. These were not public photos. These were from my personal collection, tucked away in cloud storage or old albums or social media accounts with strict privacy settings. A cold, sickening wave washed over me, a deeper violation than anything I would experience so far. My privacy had not just been breached, it had been utterly annihilated. Do you remember this? Mark asked, his voice soft, almost tender, as if he were showing me a cherished memory. You matched with this profile, did not you? Briefly, before you got spooked and unmatched. My mind raced back. Yes, I did remember. It had been a strange interaction. A profile with no bio, just those oddly familiar-looking photos. I would swipe right out of curiosity, a vague sense of unease already prickling at me. The match notification had popped up, and then a message, small world, is not it. I would immediately felt a chill, something profoundly wrong. The photos, while not immediately recognizable as mine, had an uncanny familiarity. I would unmatched almost instantly, dismissing it as a creepy bot or some weird glitch, and then forgotten about it, pushed it to the back of my mind as the other. More overt threats from Mark began to escalate. Now, looking at it, seeing my family, my life, staring back at me from a stranger's dating profile, with Mark sitting calmly across from me, the pieces clicked into place with a horrifying thud. I choked out, unable to complete the sentence. Mark nodded, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Yes, me. Or rather, a persona I created. A little experiment, you might say, to see how deeply I could infiltrate, how close I could get before you truly noticed. And to gather a little more information, of course. He tapped the screen, scrolling through the photos. These were delightful. Your sister's laugh, your mother's smile, such genuine joy. It helped me understand you better, to anticipate your reactions, to predict your next move. My blood ran cold. He had not just seen my photos, he had studied them. He had absorbed the nuances of my family, the fabric of my life, using it as a blueprint for his twisted obsession. How did you get them? I demanded, my voice gaining a desperate edge, though it still trembled. They were not public. My accounts are locked down. He chuckled again, a sound devoid of humor. The illusion of privacy. So fragile. You would be surprised what a little patience and a bit of technical savvy can achieve. A weak password here, a forgotten security question there, a clever phishing attempt disguised as a system update, or perhaps, just perhaps, a friend's phone left unattended for a moment too long. He watched my face, enjoying the dawning horror. Remember that dinner party at Sarah's place a few months ago? You left your phone on the counter while you went to the bathroom. Just enough time for a quick data dump. And your parents, bless their hearts, are not exactly tech savvy. Their social media accounts were a treasure trove. The world spun. Sarah, my best friend, he could not have. But his words painted a terrifying picture of casual infiltration, of opportunities seized, of a world where nothing was truly private. He had been a phantom in my life, a shadow moving through my most intimate spaces, collecting fragments of my existence, piecing them together into a grotesque mosaic. The dating profile was a test, he explained, his voice almost academic now, a way to see if you were paying attention, if you would recognize the subtle clues. You did, eventually, which was a shame. I rather enjoyed our brief match. It was an intimate connection, even if you did not realize it was with me. He paused, a strange glint in his eye. And when you unmatched, it confirmed something for me. You were starting to feel the pressure. The paranoia I would have been so carefully cultivating. It meant you were getting closer to your breaking point, closer to seeking refuge, closer to Clara's, and closer to me. He put his phone away, the screen going dark, but the image of my family's faces, stolen and defiled, remained burned into my mind. The realization that he'd used a dating app, a place where people seek connection and vulnerability, as another tool for his surveillance and manipulation, was profoundly sickening. It was not just physical safety he would strip away, it was the very fabric of my trust, my sense of self. Every step you took, I guided. Mark continued, leaning forward, his intensity growing. Every person you confided in, I knew about. Every desperate plan you hatched, I anticipated. When you thought you were escaping, you were merely following the path I laid out for you. The fear, the isolation, the constant sense of being watched, that was all part of the process. To soften you, to make you understand that there is no escape. Not for me. My hands were clammy, trembling uncontrollably. I clenched them into fists, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself in the physical pain. This was not just a madman. This was a meticulously calculating predator who had played along. Cruel game, and I was the unwitting pawn. Clara, she tried to warn me. I whispered, a desperate plea for understanding, for something real to cling to. She said she saw you, that you were watching. Mark's expression softened, a fleeting, almost regretful look. She was observant, too observant for her own good. She saw me near the cottage a few days ago, checking on things, making sure everything was ready for your arrival. She confronted me, tried to tell me to leave you alone. She even threatened to call the authorities. He sighed, a sound of faux exasperation. Such a shame. She was a good woman in her own way, but she simply did not understand the depth of our connection, the inevitability of our reunion. So you killed her. The words were raw, ripped from my gut. He tilted his head, a curious expression on his face. Killed. Such a strong word. I merely removed her from the equation. She would not have wanted to see you suffer, would she? To see you trapped, knowing she could not help. It was a kindness, in a way, a mercy. Now she is at peace, and we can finally be together undisturbed. His casualness, his twisted logic, was more terrifying than any direct threat. He truly believed he was doing something right, something necessary. He was utterly devoid of empathy, his moral compass shattered beyond repair. I looked around the small living room, my gaze falling on familiar objects, Clara's handcrafted pottery, the faded tapestry hanging on the wall, the scent of her homemade potpourri still lingering faintly beneath the metallic tang. Each item was a silent testament to her life, a life that Mark had so casually extinguished. It struck me then with a horrifying clarity that if he could do that to Clara, a woman he barely knew, what would he do to me, the object of his obsession? Why? I asked, the single word laden with a lifetime of confusion and terror. Why me? What do you want? He smiled, a genuine, unsettlingly sweet smile. Why you? Because you are perfect. You possess a certain light, a resilience, a spirit that called to me. And what do I want? I want you, all of you, your attention, your devotion, your entire being. I want to build a life with you, free from the distractions and dangers of the outside world. A world where only we exist. He rose from the armchair and walked toward the window, pulling back the thin curtain. Outside, the last vestiges of twilight were fading, replaced by the inky blackness of a moonless night. The cottage, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a tomb, isolated and cut off from everything. The outside world is a dangerous place. My dear, he said, his voice a low rumble, full of people who do not understand, who would try to separate us. Here we are safe. Here we are free. Free to explore the depths of our connection without interference. He let the curtain fall, plunging the room into deeper shadow. My phone. Where was my phone? I instinctively reached for my pocket, but it was empty. I remember dropping it when I first saw the white rose, when Mark appeared behind me. He must have picked it up. My last link to the outside world severed. Do not bother looking for your phone, he said, as if reading my thoughts. It has been repurposed. No need for such distractions here. Our conversations will be all we need. He turned back to me, his silhouette framed against the dim light filtering in from a hallway. His eyes, though shadowed, seemed to pierce through the gloom, fixing on me with an unnerving intensity. You are probably hungry, he said, his tone shifting, becoming almost domestic. I have prepared something. Clara had some excellent ingredients. We can have dinner, and then we can talk some more. Get to know each other truly for the first time. The idea of eating anything prepared by his hands, in this house that now felt like a charnel house, made my stomach churn. But the thought of refusing, of provoking him, was even more terrifying. I was trapped utterly and completely. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape, but my rational mind, what little of it remained, told me that any sudden movement, any sign of defiance, would only make things worse. I forced a nod, my throat still tight. Okay, I croaked, the sound barely audible. Mark smiled again, a satisfied, chilling expression. Excellent. This is going to be wonderful. A new beginning for us both. He walked towards the kitchen, his steps light and unhurried, as if he were merely hosting a pleasant dinner party. I watched him go, every muscle in my body screaming for me to bolt, to find a weapon, to do anything. But I remained frozen, a deer caught in headlights, utterly paralyzed by the enormity of my situation. The cottage was silent again, save for the distant clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, a mundane sound that only amplified the surreal horror of my predicament. I was alone, truly alone, with a man who had orchestrated my entire life, murdered my protector, and now intended to keep me captive, all under the guise of a twisted, obsessive love. The white rose on the table, Mark's chilling signature, seemed to bloom in the dim light, a symbol of his triumph, a stark reminder that my last refuge had become my ultimate cage. And the image of my family's faces, stolen and displayed on a fake dating profile, was a permanent scar on my soul, a testament to the depth of his penetration into my life, a violation that left me feeling utterly exposed and vulnerable. I was no longer just a victim. I was a living exhibit in Mark's personal museum of obsession, and he had all the time in the world to admire his prize. The night stretched before me, an endless abyss, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was just the beginning. The aroma of something savory began to drift from the kitchen, a smell that under any other circumstances might have been comforting. Here, it was a sickeningly sweet perfume of dread. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming, but I could not move. My gaze swept around the room, desperately searching for anything, any small detail I might have missed, any potential escape route, any forgotten weapon. But Clara's cottage, so familiar and welcoming only hours ago, now felt alien, its every shadow harboring unseen threats, its every door a barrier. I heard Mark humming softly from the kitchen, a tuneless, cheerful melody. It was the sound of a man perfectly content, utterly at peace with his monstrous actions. The contrast was jarring, an ice pick to my already shattered nerves. How could someone be so normal while holding another life completely hostage? My eyes landed on a small, ornate letter opener on Clara's writing desk. It was dull, probably more decorative than functional, but it was something. A flicker of desperate hope ignited within me, quickly extinguished by the cold, hard logic of my situation. What would I do with it? He was stronger, faster, and clearly prepared for any resistance. A letter opener against a man who had meticulously planned my capture and disposed of Clara. It was pathetic. Still, the thought lingered. The primal urge to fight, to survive, was a faint ember refusing to die. Mark reappeared in the archway, holding 2 plates. On them, a simple, rustic meal, some kind of stew, with crusty bread on the side. He placed one plate on the small coffee table in front of me, then sat back down in the armchair, his own plate balanced carefully on his lap. Eat, he instructed, not unkindly, but with an underlying tone of absolute authority. You will need your strength. We have a lot of time ahead of us. The smell of the food, once appetizing, now made my stomach clench. I stared at the plate, unable to even lift the spoon. My hands were still shaking. I am not hungry. I managed, the lie tasting bitter in my mouth. Mark slowly put his own plate down on the floor beside him, his eyes, cold and unwavering, fixed on mine. You will eat. It is important to maintain your health. We can't have you wasting away now, can we? Not after all the effort I have put into bringing you here. His voice was calm, but there was a steel in it, a warning that was impossible to ignore. It was not a request, it was an order. I picked up the spoon, my hand trembling so violently that the metal clinked against the ceramic plate. I forced myself to take a small bite. The stew was surprisingly flavorful, a cruel irony. Each mouthful felt like ash in my mouth, a symbol of my utter defeat. As I mechanically ate, Mark watched me, a faint smile playing on his lips. He did not eat much himself, seeming more interested in observing me. It was like being a specimen under a microscope, every move scrutinized, every reaction noted. You know, he said, breaking the silence, his voice thoughtful. It was not just the photos that gave me insight. It was your reactions to the small things. The way you would delete a social media post if it did not get enough likes. The way you would meticulously curate your online persona. It showed me your desire for validation, your need to be seen, to be understood. He leaned forward slightly. And I understood you. Better than anyone. I saw the parts of you that you hid from the world. The vulnerabilities, the fears. And I knew with absolute certainty that I was the only one who could truly appreciate them. His words, twisted as they were, hit a raw nerve. He was not just a stalker, he was a psychoanalyst, dissecting my life, my personality, my very soul, and using it all against me. The violation was profound, reaching into the deepest, most private corners of my being. He had seen me, truly seen me, but not with love or understanding, but with the cold, calculating gaze of a predator. You do not understand anything. I whispered, my voice thick with unshed tears. You are sick. You have destroyed everything. He shook his head, a look of genuine disappointment on his face. No, my dear, I have not destroyed anything. I have merely reshaped it. The world you lived in before was a lie, a flimsy construct of fleeting connections and superficial interactions. I am offering you something real, something permanent. His eyes gleamed in the dim light. You will come to see it, in time. You will understand that this is where you truly belong. With me. The thought was a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me, crushing any remaining spark of hope. To be trapped here, forever, with this man, in this desecrated cottage, was a fate worse than death. The isolation, the constant surveillance, the slow erosion of my sanity, it was a horror that stretched into an unimaginable eternity. I finished the last bite of stew, the taste lingering on my tongue like bile. I put the plate down, my hand still shaking. Mark watched me, his smile returning, a knowing, possessive curve of his lips. Good, he said, his voice soft. Now about Clara. You are still troubled by her absence, are not you? I understand. It is natural to mourn, but you must understand that her removal was a necessary step. She was a barrier between us, and now that barrier is gone. He stood up and walked over to the fireplace again, his back to me. He reached down and picked up the piece of kindling he had been toying with earlier. He turned it over in his hands, then, with a casual, almost absent-minded gesture, he tossed it into the unlit hearth. It landed with a soft thump, a small, insignificant sound. She is at peace now, he repeated, his voice barely a whisper, just like you will be, once you accept our new reality. He turned back to me, his eyes dark and unreadable in the deepening shadows of the room. The last light of day had completely faded, and the cottage was plunged into near darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the kitchen light filtering through the archway in the distance. Cold light of the moon trying to penetrate the thick forest canopy outside. "It is getting late," Mark said, his tone shifting again, now almost gentle, like a parent tucking a child into bed. "You have had a long, stressful day. You should rest. I have prepared the guest room for you. It is cozy. You will be comfortable there." The guest room. Clara's guest room. The one I had always imagined staying in, a safe haven. Now, it would be another part of my prison. I looked at him, my mind racing, desperately searching for an angle, a weakness, a way out. There was none. Not tonight. I slowly rose from the sofa, my legs stiff and heavy. Every instinct screamed at me to resist, to run. But the sheer, overwhelming power of his control, the chilling calm in his eyes, held me captive more effectively than any chains. "Good girl," he murmured, a possessive note in his voice that made my skin crawl. He gestured toward the hallway, towards the back of the cottage. "After you. I will show you the way." As I walked past him, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. His proximity was suffocating, his presence a tangible weight. I could feel his gaze on my back, a burning sensation that prickled my skin. I did not dare look back. The hallway was dark, illuminated only by the faint light from the living room and the kitchen. The air grew colder as we moved deeper into the cottage. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the oppressive silence. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old house a potential threat. He led me to a door at the very end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar. He pushed it open, revealing a small, simply furnished room. A bed with a patchwork quilt, a small dresser, a single window looking out onto the dark, dense woods. It looked exactly as I remembered it from Clara's descriptions, only now it felt like a cell. "There," Mark said, his voice soft, almost soothing. "You will be safe here. No one will bother you." He stepped aside, inviting me in. I hesitated at the threshold, my gaze sweeping the room. There was a lock on the inside of the door, a small, simple bolt lock. A tiny flicker of hope, immediately crushed. What good was a lock when he had the entire cottage under his control? When he could simply take the door off its hinges if he wanted to? I walked into the room, feeling the cold air embrace me. The scent of old wood and something vaguely earthy filled my nostrils. As I turned to face him, Mark's hand reached out, not to touch me, but to grasp the doorknob. "Sleep well," he said, his smile chilling in the dim light. "We will talk more in the morning. About our future. Our beautiful, shared future." And then, with a soft click, he pulled the door shut. The small, simple bolt lock on the inside of the door was useless. I heard the distinct, metallic sound of a key turning from the outside. He had locked me in. My last refuge was now undeniably my prison, and I was utterly, irrevocably trapped, alone in the darkness with the ghost of Clara and the chilling realization that my carefully constructed life had been nothing more than a stage for Mark's twisted play. The night outside was black and vast, and inside, my world had shrunk to the four walls of this room, with only the terrifying certainty of Mark's presence for company, leaving me feeling utterly exposed, like a bug under a magnifying glass, with nowhere left to hide. The unease was not just a feeling, anymore it was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, a constant hum of dread beneath my skin. The charming Mark, the one who made me feel so safe and cherished, had been replaced by a shadow. Or maybe the shadow had always been there, and I had just been too blind, too desperate for connection to see it. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart leaped into my throat, expecting his name, expecting another text that proved he knew exactly where I was, what I was doing. He would text me pictures of my own street, photos taken from a distance with captions like, "Just saw you heading out for coffee. Hope you have a good day. Sweetheart." It was not sweet anymore. It was a violation. I tried to pull back, subtly at first. I would let his calls go to voicemail, claiming I was busy, but he would just call again and again until I answered, his voice laced with that fake concern. Are you okay? I was so worried. You never ignore my calls. He would show up at my door, uninvited, with my favorite takeout, knowing I would had a rough day at work without me ever mentioning it. Just thought you could use a treat, he would say, flashing that smile that used to melt me, but now just sent shivers down my spine. It was a game of cat and mouse, and I was definitely the mouse. My friends, the few I still talk to, noticed. Sarah, my best friend, called me one afternoon, her voice tight with worry. Hey, you've been so quiet lately. And Mark, he just seems a little intense, you know? Are you doing okay? I tried to brush it off, to reassure her, but my voice wavered. He is just really protective. Sarah, it is. Fine. She did not sound convinced. Look, if you ever need anything, anything at all, you call me, okay? No matter what. That conversation just made me feel worse, more isolated. Mark had somehow managed to make me feel like I was the one being unreasonable, that my friends did not understand what a good thing I had with him. The burner phone was the biggest red flag, though I would caught a glimpse of it once, tucked away in his car's center console when he would open it to grab something. It was an old flip phone, the kind nobody uses anymore, definitely not his main sleek smartphone. He slammed the console shut so fast I almost missed it. When I asked him about it casually, he just laughed it off. Oh, that old thing. Just a work phone. Bad signal in some areas. Do not worry your pretty little head about it. But the way his eyes darted, the slight tension in his jaw, told a different story. It screamed secret. I started to feel like I was living in a glass cage. Every move I made, every word I spoke, felt scrutinized. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, even when I was alone in my apartment. The blinds were always drawn, the doors always locked, but it did little to quell the creeping dread. I would jump at shadows, flinch at unexpected noises. Sleep became a luxury I rarely enjoyed, haunted by the image of Mark's intense gaze, his possessive smile. One evening, he invited me over to his place for dinner. My stomach churned at the thought, but I knew refusal would only make things worse. He would just show up at my door with the food anyway. Or worse, accuse me of avoiding him. I am making your favorite, he would text it. A nice, cozy night in, just the two of us. The words, meant to be comforting, sounded like a threat. His apartment was in a quiet, upscale neighborhood, a stark contrast to my own modest building. It was impeccably clean, almost sterile, with minimalist decor and expensive, modern furniture. No personal clutter, no photos, no signs of life beyond what was strictly necessary. It felt less like a home and more like a showroom. The air was heavy with the scent of something cooking, a rich, savory aroma that, under different circumstances, would have been inviting. As soon as I stepped inside, a shiver ran down my spine. The silence was unnerving. Mark, ever the attentive host, took my coat, his hand lingering on my arm a beat too long. Come in, he said, his smile wide, almost too wide. Dinner will be ready soon. Make yourself comfortable. I tried to relax on his plush sofa, but every muscle in my body was tense. I glanced around, looking for something, anything, that felt normal, human. But there was nothing. No stack of magazines, no half-read book, no remote control left carelessly on the coffee table. It was all meticulously placed, as if waiting for inspection. Can I get you a drink? He asked, reappearing from the kitchen, a glass of red wine in his hand. I just opened a bottle. Oh, sure, that'd be great. I managed, trying to sound casual. My mouth felt dry. He disappeared back into the kitchen, and I heard the clinking of glasses. My eyes scanned the living room again, then drifted towards the doorway leading to the kitchen. I could see part of the counter, gleaming under the recessed lighting. And then I saw them. My breath hitched. Lined up against the far wall, above a butcher block counter, were dozens of knives. Not just a chef set, or a block with 5 or 6 knives. This was an arsenal. There were gleaming chef's knives of various sizes, their blades glinting wickedly. Smaller paring knives, utility knives, serrated bread knives, boning knives. But then there were others, too. Longer, thinner blades that looked like filleting knives, some with dark, almost black handles, others with polished wood. And then I saw a few that looked less like kitchen tools and more like hunting knives with thick, heavy handles and broad, intimidating blades. They were all meticulously arranged, each in its own magnetic sheath or slot, a dark, ominous display. My stomach dropped. It was a collection, yes, but it felt less like a hobby and more like a declaration. Who needs that many knives? And for what purpose? My mind immediately flashed back to his casual comment on our third date about his ex who learned not to mess with him and won't be bothering anyone again for a while. I would dismiss it then as dark humor, a morbid joke. But looking at that wall of steel, it did not feel like a joke anymore. It felt like a warning. A chilling, undeniable, bone-deep warning. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence of the apartment. My palms were sweating, and a cold dread seeped into my bones. This was not just a controlling boyfriend. This was something far, far worse. This was dangerous. This was terrifying. I needed to get out. Now, Mark reappeared, holding 2 glasses of wine, a pleasant smile on his face. Here you go, darling. He handed me a glass, his fingers brushing mine. I tried to keep my hand from trembling, tried to force a small smile. Thanks. I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. I took a sip, but the wine tasted like ash in my mouth. My eyes, against my will, darted back to the kitchen, to the glint of the knives. Mark followed my gaze. His smile did not falter, but his eyes, for a split second, hardened. My collection, he said, a note of pride in his voice. I am quite particular about my tools. You know, a good chef needs a good blade for every task. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. They're all razor sharp, too. I keep them perfectly honed. My blood ran cold. Razor sharp. For every task. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my composure. Wow. I managed, trying to sound impressed, but I knew my voice was thin and reedy. That is, quite a collection. Indeed, he said, taking a sip of his wine, his gaze lingering on me, then back at the knives. It is all about precision. You see, control, knowing exactly what you are doing, and having the right instrument for it. He was talking about cooking, but his words felt loaded, heavy with unspoken meaning. My mind raced, trying to formulate an escape plan. I could not just stand up and run. He was bigger, stronger, and I had no idea what he was capable of. I needed to be calm, to act normal, to find an opening. So, what is for dinner? I asked, forcing a lightness I did not feel. Almost ready, he said, his smile returning. Just need to finish up the sauce. Why do not you make yourself truly at home? I will just be a minute. He walked back into the kitchen, and I heard the sizzle of food, the clinking of pots. This was my chance. Or maybe not. What if he was watching me? What if he knew exactly what I was thinking? My paranoia was through the roof, but I could not afford to ignore it. I slowly got up from the sofa, trying to appear casual. I just need to use the restroom. I called out, my voice a little shaky. Down the hall, second door on the left. He replied, his voice cheerful, oblivious, or pretending to be. I walked down the immaculate hallway, my heart pounding in my ears. Every step felt like I was walking on eggshells. I passed a closed door on the right, which I assumed was his bedroom. Then, the first door on the left also closed. And finally, the second door. I opened it, stepped inside, and locked it behind me. I leaned against the door, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The bathroom was as pristine as the rest of the apartment. A single, unscented candle flickered on the counter, casting dancing shadows. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. I had to think. My phone, it was in my purse, which I would left on the sofa. I could not risk going back out there to get it. My eyes darted around the bathroom, looking for anything, any sign of a way out, any hidden clue. There was a small, locked cabinet above the toilet. Curiosity, despite my fear, gnawed at me. What could he be hiding in a bathroom cabinet? I tried the handle, but it was firmly locked. Of course, I had to get out of this apartment. I took another deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I unlocked the door and peered out into the hallway. Silence. I could still hear the faint sounds of cooking from the kitchen. This was my chance to check the bedroom. I knew it was risky, but I had a terrible feeling that the answers I needed were behind that closed door. Taking another shaky breath, I tiptoed to the bedroom door, the one I would pass earlier. It was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, silently, and slipped inside. The bedroom was even more sparse than the living room. A king-size bed, impeccably made, a nightstand on each side, and a large dresser. No personal touches, no photos, no books. It felt cold and personal. My eyes immediately went to the nightstand on his side of the bed. I saw his main smartphone, charging. But then, beneath it, peeking out from under a stack of magazines, the first sign of clutter I would see was something else. It was the burner phone, the old flip phone. My hands trembled as I reached for it, pulling it out carefully, making sure not to disturb anything else. It was old, but it was on. I flipped it open, my heart hammering. No password. He had not even bothered to lock it. That meant he was either incredibly careless or incredibly confident I would never find it. I scrolled through the messages, my blood running colder. With each one, they were not from work. They were all from a single number, unsaved, just a string of digits. And the messages, they were all about me. She is at the coffee shop now, wearing the blue jacket. Just left her apartment, heading to the grocery store. Her friend Sarah just called her. She sounded worried. She is home now, lights are off. Looks like she is watching TV. Each message was time-stamped, meticulously detailing my movements, my conversations, my very existence. My own life laid bare, tracked by some unseen person. Mark was not just guessing, he had an informant, or an entire network. The thought made me feel physically ill. I scrolled further past the recent messages, and then I saw it. An older conversation, spanning weeks, months. The same unsaved number, but the messages were different. They were not about me. They were about her. She is still asking questions. She is getting suspicious. She tried to leave the apartment yesterday. Had to convince her to stay. Her family is calling. They are worried. Keep an eye on them. She is starting to put things together. It is time. My breath caught in my throat. Her, the ex, the one who learned not to mess with him, the one who won't be bothering anyone again for a while. This was not dark humor. This was real. This was a pattern. And now, I was her. My fingers flew, scrolling, desperate for more. And then I saw a message, dated several months ago, right around the time mark, and I had started dating. It is done. No more loose ends. Confirmed she is gone. The lake house is clear. The lake house. He had a lake house. He would mention it once, vaguely, as a place he sometimes wanted to get away from it all. I would never thought anything of it. Now, it sounded like a burial ground. A sudden, sharp sound from the kitchen jolted me. A clatter of pots, followed by Mark's voice, raised slightly. Everything all right in there, darling. Dinner's almost ready. Panic seized me. He was getting suspicious. I had to put the phone back, pretend I had not seen anything. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the burner phone. I fumbled to put it back exactly where I would found it, tucking it under the main phone and the magazines. I smoothed out the magazines, try and make everything look untouched. I crept out of the bedroom, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I closed the door silently, making sure it was left ajar just as I would found it. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. He did not just stalk me, he had people helping him. And he had done something to his ex. Something permanent. The knives, the burner phone, the chilling messages, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. I was in mortal danger. I walked back towards the living room, tried to compose myself, to plaster a normal expression on my face. But my blood was roaring in my ears, my hands were clammy, and my legs felt like jelly. I could feel his eyes on me as I re-entered the living room, even though he was still in the kitchen. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice still cheerful, but with a subtle edge now. "Yeah, fine." I managed, forcing a smile that felt like a grimace. "Just admiring your apartment." "It is so. Clean." He chuckled. "I like things orderly. Control, you know." He came out of the kitchen then, holding 2 plates, steaming with what looked like a delicious pasta dish. He set them down on the coffee table. "Dinner is served." I sat back on the sofa, trying to appear relaxed, but my gaze kept flickering to the kitchen, to the rows of knives. Each one felt like a personal threat. I picked up my fork, but my appetite had vanished, replaced by a cold, consuming terror. "You are quiet tonight," Mark observed, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Something on your mind?" I shook my head, trying to eat a mouthful of pasta, but it felt like sandpaper in my throat. "No, just a long day. And this food is amazing, seriously." I tried to sound enthusiastic, but my voice was thin and strained. He watched me, his smile fading slightly. "You seem distracted, almost like you have seen a ghost." My blood froze. Had he noticed something? Had I left a trace? No, just tired." I stammered, trying to meet his gaze, but my eyes kept darting away. He reached across the table, his hand covering mine. His touch, once comforting, now felt like a vice. "You know, I told you I would protect you," he said, his voice low and intense. "From anyone who would ever try to hurt you, or try to take you away from me." His thumb stroked the back of my hand, a gesture that was meant to be tender but felt utterly predatory. "I have gone to great lengths to ensure your safety, to ensure our future." I pulled my hand away, subtly, trying not to make it obvious. "I know, Mark," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I appreciate that." His eyes held mine, unblinking. Do you really appreciate it? Because sometimes I feel like you do not understand the depth of my devotion, the lengths I am willing to go." He leaned closer, his face inches from mine, and I could smell the wine on his breath. Some people, they just do not understand. They try to interfere. They try to break what we have. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. And those people, they learned their lesson. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. This was not a conversation, it was a confession, a veiled threat. He knew I would seen something, that I was on to him. The mask was completely off. "Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound reasonable. I think I need to go home. I am really not feeling well." I started to push myself up from the sofa. He moved faster than I thought possible. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm, his grip like steel. His smile was gone, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Oh no, darling. You are not going anywhere." His grip tightened, digging into my flesh. "We have not even finished dinner, and we have so much to talk about." So many things for you to understand. His eyes were devoid of warmth, completely empty, like looking into a void. I struggled, trying to pull my arm free, but he held me fast. Let me go. Mark. I cried, panic rising in my throat. Shoo, he cooed, his voice falsely soothing, but his grip remained unyielding. Do not be like that. Do not make this difficult. He pulled me closer, his face terrifyingly close to mine. You know, when I find something I truly cherish, I make sure it stays mine. Forever. My mind screamed. Forever. Like his ex. Trapped. I had to fight. I had to get out. I twisted my arm with all my might, surprising him for a split second. His grip loosened, just enough for me to wrench free. I scrambled backward, knocking over the wine glass, sending red liquid splashing across the pristine carpet. Hey, he yelled, his voice suddenly sharp, angry. Look what you have done. The brief distraction was all I needed. I bolted, not toward the front door, which he was blocking, but towards the kitchen. A desperate, insane thought had flashed through my mind of knives. If he had them, maybe I could use them too. He was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the polished floor. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes scanning the wall of blades. My hand instinctively reached for the closest one, a large, gleaming chef's knife. Its handle felt cold and heavy in my trembling hand. What do you think you are doing? Mark roared, his voice filled with a terrifying rage. He lunged for me, but I was ready. I swung the knife wildly, not aiming to hurt him, just to create distance. The blade whistled through the air, forcing him to stop short. He stared at the knife in my hand, his eyes wide with surprise, then a flicker of something else, admiration. Oh, you got some fire in you. Do not you, he said, a slow, chilling smile spreading across his face. I like that. Makes things more interesting. He took a step towards me, then another. I backed away, clutching the knife, my knuckles white. Stay away from me. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Now, darling, let's not be silly, he said, his voice deceptively calm, but his eyes were blazing. Put the knife down. You do not want to hurt yourself. Or me. He advanced, slowly, deliberately, cutting off my escape route to back door, which I now realized was locked anyway. I was trapped in the kitchen, the wall of knives behind me, Mark in front of me. I could feel the cold steel of the knife in my hand, the weight of it. My only weapon, my only hope. He lunged again, faster this time, his hand reaching for the knife. I swung it again, a desperate, clumsy arc. This time, the blade caught him. Not deeply, but enough. A thin red line appeared on his forearm, and he hissed, pulling back. His eyes widened and the cold calm completely shattered. His face twisted into a mask of pure fury. You little bitch, he snarled, his voice guttural, animalistic. You cut me. He charged, no longer careful, no longer playing. This was pure, unadulterated rage. I screamed, stepping back, but there was nowhere left to go. My back hit the cold, hard wall, right against a magnetic strip, holding the rest of his collection. The knives clattered slightly. He grabbed my wrist, twisting it, trying to wrench the knife from my grasp. I fought back, kicking, biting, screaming, anything to stop him. The knife clattered to the floor as his superior strength overwhelmed me. He shoved me against the wall, pinning me there, his face contorted with fury. You think you can just walk away? He snarled, his breath hot on my face. After everything I have done for you, everything I have given you. His hand went to my throat, his fingers closing around it, cutting off my air. My vision started to swim. Black spots danced before my eyes. I clawed at his, hands desperate, but he was too strong. I could feel the pressure increasing, the world fading. This was it. This was how it ended, just like the ex. But then my hand, still flailing, brushed against something cold and sharp on the wall. Another knife. My fingers closed around the handle. A smaller, sharper paring knife. A desperate surge of adrenaline coursed through me. With a final, gasping breath, I brought the knife up, blindly, instinctively, and plunged it forward. I did not aim. I just struck. Mark gasped, a strangled sound, and his grip on my throat loosened. His eyes widened, staring down at his chest, where the small blade protruded from his stomach. A dark stain bloomed on his pristine white shirt. He staggered back, releasing me. I fell to the floor, gasping for air, clutching my throat, coughing violently. My lungs burned, my head swam. I looked up, fear still coursing through me. Mark stood there, swaying, his hand clutched the knife in his stomach. His eyes, fixed on me, were no longer furious, but filled with a strange, shocked disbelief. Then, slowly, he began to crumple. He fell to his knees, then pitched forward, hitting the floor with a sickening thud. The paring knife, still embedded in him, glinted under the kitchen lights. Silence, a terrifying, absolute silence, broken only by my ragged, desperate gasp for air. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, sprawled on the cold kitchen floor, staring at his unmoving body, the blood spreading on the tile. My body was shaking uncontrollably, every nerve ending screaming. I had done it. I had survived. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. My legs were weak, my throat raw, but I forced myself to move. I stumbled over Mark's body, not daring to look at his face. My eyes were fixed on the kitchen door, on the exit. I ran. I did not grab my purse. I did not grab my phone. I just ran out of the kitchen, through the living room, past the spilled wine, towards the front door. My hands fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb. It clicked open. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool night air, gasping. I did not stop running until I was far away from that sterile, terrifying apartment. I ran down the street, my bare feet pounding on the pavement, until I collapsed on a stranger's lawn, sobbing uncontrollably. The police came eventually. I told them everything, through choked sobs and trembling lips. The burner phone, the messages, the knives, the ex. They found everything, just as I would described. The investigation was swift, horrifying. They found evidence of his stalking, his surveillance, his meticulous planning. And at the lake house, just as I would feared, they found the remains of his previous victim. I survived, but a part of me died in that kitchen. The girl who was desperate for love, who overlooked red flags, who sought comfort in the wrong places she was gone, replaced by a shallow woman, haunted by the glint of steel and the memory of cold, empty eyes. Every shadow holds a threat, every silence a scream. I still jump at unexpected noises, still check the locks multiple times, still feel that sickening dread whenever my phone buzzes. They say I am safe now. They say he can't hurt me anymore. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the darkness presses in, I can still see that wall of knives, each blade glinting, waiting, and I can still hear Mark's chilling whisper forever. The horror is not just in what he did, but in the knowledge that some scars never truly heal, and some fears never truly die. They just lie dormant, waiting for the dark. I grabbed a ceramic water pitcher, and in a surge of pure animalistic terror, I swung, the heavy, glazed ceramic connected with a sickening thud against something hard Silas's shoulder. I think, or maybe the side of his head. There was a grunt, a sharp, choke sound that was less human, and more like a wild animal caught in a trap. The pitcher, still wet from holding my lukewarm water, slipped from my grasp, shattering against the stone floor with a deafening crack that echoed in the small, Spartan room. Shards flew, tiny white projectiles dancing in the dim light of the single bulb, glinting like broken teeth. For a split second, Silas just stood there, a grotesque silhouette against the flickering light, his head cocked at an unnatural angle. I could not see his face clearly, but I felt his eyes on me, burning holes through the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash. It was a silence so profound it felt like the world had stopped, just holding its breath. Then a low, guttural growl rumbled deep in his chest. It was not a sound of pain, not exactly. It was something far more primal, something chillingly ancient. It was the sound of a predator, finally provoked, before he could react further, before that growl could turn into something more substantial. I bolted, my legs, stiff from days of enforced inactivity, screamed in protest, but adrenaline coursed through me, a bitter, metallic taste at the back of my throat. I did not think I just moved. I slammed against the heavy wooden door, fumbling for the cold iron latch. It clicked open with a loud, grating protest, a sound that felt like a gunshot in the oppressive quiet of the house. I burst out into the dimly lit hallway, the air suddenly colder, heavier than in my room. The house itself seemed to breathe around me, a living, malevolent entity. Shadows stretched long and distorted from unseen corners, dancing with a faint light, filtering through grimy, high-set windows. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence, a stark counterpoint to the growing, ominous silence behind me. I did not dare look back. I just ran. My bare feet slapped against the cold, polished floorboards, each step a desperate plea for escape. The hallway seemed endless, a dark tunnel stretching into the unknown. I could hear Silas now, his heavy footsteps thudding behind me. Slow and deliberate, not a chase, but a stalk. It was worse than a chase, it was the sound of something utterly confident in its prey. He was not rushing, he was simply following, knowing I had nowhere to go. The entity, my ever-present companion, was suddenly a roaring tempest inside me. It was not the usual cold dread, the subtle whispers, or the unsettling feeling of being watched. No, this was a full-blown scream, a frantic energy that made my skin crawl and my hair stand on end. It pulsed with a raw, desperate power, feeding on my fear, amplifying it, turning my own terror into a conduit for its own chaotic energy. I felt its presence like a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It was as if it was trying to escape too, or perhaps it was simply reveling in the sudden surge of primal fear and confusion. I reached a junction, a grand, sweeping staircase that spiraled upwards into darkness and downwards into what I could only imagine were the house's forgotten depths. To my left, another long corridor, lined with closed, heavy doors. To my right, a sitting room, visible through an open archway, filled with shrouded furniture and the ghostly outlines of antique curiosities. No, not a sitting room, a parlor. That is what they call them in houses like this. A parlor where the dead sat and watched. My mind, a fractured kaleidoscope of panic and instinct, screamed at me to go down, to the unknown, away from Silas. But my legs, driven by some deeper, more ancient instinct, turned right, toward the promise of an exit, a window, anything that was not a dead end. I burst into the parlor, the dust-sheeted furniture looming like silent specters. The air here was even colder, thick with the scent of decay and forgotten things. Moonlight, thin and watery, filtered through a tall, arched window, casting long, skeletal shadows across the room. My eyes darted around, searching for a way out. The window, it was old, probably painted shut, but it was a chance. I stumbled towards it, my fingers already raw from the impact with Silas, now scraping against the rough fabric of the dust sheets. As I reached for the latch, a low, rasping voice echoed from the archway behind me. Running is futile. My dear. Silas. His voice was calm, unnervingly so, a stark contrast to the growl I would heard just moments before. It was the voice of a man who held all the cards, who knew the game was already won. I froze, my hand hovering over the cold metal of the window latch. I could feel him standing there, just outside the threshold, a dark, imposing figure. You are merely delaying the inevitable, he continued, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. The entity thrives on your fear. Every frantic breath, every desperate heartbeat, it only strengthens its hold on you, and by extension, on us. I finally turned, slowly, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. He stood there, framed by the archway, a shadow among shadows. He was clutching his left shoulder, a dark, wet stain spreading slowly across the fabric of his dark shirt. My ceramic pitcher had done some damage after all, but his eyes, even in the dim light, were not filled with pain or anger. They were filled with an unsettling, almost academic curiosity. He looked at me like a scientist observing a particularly interesting specimen. Such raw, untamed energy, he mused, taking a slow, deliberate step into the room. The binding will be challenging, but ultimately more rewarding. He moved like a predator, slow, measured, confident. My mind screamed at me to run, to smash the window, to do anything, but my body felt rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the sheer, unadulterated horror of his presence. And the entity, it was a maelstrom within me now. I felt a surge of incredible cold, a wave that washed over me, chilling me to the bone. My vision blurred at the edges, and I could hear a cacophony of whispers, overlapping, indistinct, like 1,000 voices speaking just beyond the veil of my hearing. "It is trying to warn you," Silas said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "It knows what I intend. It resists, but it cannot resist me forever, not once it is fully manifest." He took another step, then another. The distance between us was closing. I could smell him now, old books, something metallic, and a faint, cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. My eyes darted around the room, desperate. There was nothing, just dust, old furniture, and the impenetrable darkness of the house. Then something shifted, not in the room, but within me. The entity's chaotic energy, usually so overwhelming and disorienting, suddenly sharpened, focused. It was like a sudden, clear thought cutting through the fog of panic. The light. My eyes snapped to a small, ornate lamp on a side table, covered by a dust sheet. It was a long shot, a desperate, illogical thought, but it was something. Silas was still moving toward me, his gaze fixed, unwavering, with a desperate cry that tore from my throat. I lunged, not for the window, but for the lamp. My fingers tore at the dusty fabric, pulling it free. The lamp was heavy, made of some dark, polished wood with a thick, braided cord. As Silas took his final step, reaching out a long skeletal hand towards me, I swung the lamp. It was not a clean hit. The cord wrapped around my wrist, pulling me off balance. But the heavy base of the lamp connected with Silas's arm, just below the shoulder. He hissed, a sharp intake of breath, and stumbled back. The entity, sensing its opportunity, surged again, a wave of profound cold that seemed to emanate from me, washing over him. He recoiled, his eyes widening for the first time with something akin to surprise, perhaps even a flicker of pain. The cold seemed to bite at him, to sink into his very bones. I saw a tremor run through his gaunt frame. This was my chance. I did not wait. I did not think. I released the lamp, letting it clatter to the floor, and bolted, out of the parlor, back into the long, dark hallway. This time, I did not go toward the stairs. I remembered the front door, the one I would enter through, the one that had felt like a tomb. It had to be there, somewhere. My feet pounded on the floorboards, no longer feeling the cold. My lungs burned, but I pushed harder. The entity was a whirlwind in my head, a confusing mix of terror and an almost manic energy. It was like it was fueling me, pushing me, demanding my escape. Or maybe it was just enjoying the chaos. I could not tell. I rounded a corner, past an enormous, dark with grandfather clock that stood silent and still, its hands frozen in some arbitrary time. The hallway opened up into a vast, cavernous foyer, and there it was, the front door, a massive, imposing slab of ancient oak studded with black iron. It looked impenetrable, like the entrance to a fortress. But it was my only way out. I sprinted towards it, my vision tunnel-like, focused solely on that door. My hand reached for the cold, ornate handle. It was stiff, unyielding. I twisted, pulled, pushed with all my might. Nothing. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. Silas was not an idiot. A low chuckle echoed from the hallway behind me. Did you truly think it would be that simple? I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. Silas stood at the end of the hallway, leaning casually against the doorframe, as if he had not just been assaulted twice. The dark stain on his shoulder was larger now, but his expression was back to that unervingly calm, almost amused look. The cold, however, seemed to linger around him, a faint mist visible in the moonlight, swirling around his form. The entity's surge had left its mark. The house is secured, he said, his voice carrying easily across the vast foyer. Every window, every door. Only I hold the keys. He held up a hand, and in his palm, glinting dully in the dim light, was a heavy, old-fashioned iron key. It looked like something out of a medieval dungeon. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. The entity within me seemed to shriek, a soundless scream that vibrated through my very bones, making my teeth ache. The air grew frigid, and the shadows in the foyer seemed to deepen, to coil and writhe around Silas. But do not fret, he continued, taking a slow step forward. This is merely a setback, a minor inconvenience. The binding will proceed as planned, perhaps with a little more persuasion. He began to walk towards me, his steps slow and deliberate, the silence of the house magnifying each soft thud of his shoes on the floorboards. I backed away, my eyes darted around the cavernous foyer, searching, desperately searching for anything. A weapon, a hiding place, a crack in the ancient facade of the house. My gaze fell upon a pedestal in the center of the foyer, directly beneath a massive, unlit chandelier. On it sat a large, ornate vase, filled with dried, dead flowers. It was heavy, probably ceramic or stone. Another desperate, illogical thought sparked in my panic-stricken mind. As Silas closed in, his shadow stretching long and distorted towards me, I lunged for the vase. It was heavier than I anticipated, but my desperation gave me strength. I lifted it, dust and dried petals scattering, and hurled it with all my might at the towering figure of Silas. It sailed through the air, a clumsy projectile, and smashed against the wall just behind his head with a loud, satisfying crunch. Ceramic exploded, showering him with dust and fragments. He flinched, a rare show of human reaction. The entity, sensing my renewed defiance, surged again. This time, it was not just cold. It was a wave of pure, concentrated dread that emanated from me, a palpable force that seemed to push against Silas. The air around him shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a faint, almost transparent outline of something vast and shadowy coalesce around him, like a hungry mist. Silas staggered back, his hand flying to his head, not in pain, but as if to ward off an unseen blow. His eyes, usually so calm, were now wide, showing a flicker of genuine fear. Remarkable, he whispered, his voice hoarse, as if the words were being torn from his throat. It truly is an amplifier. Your will, your fear it feeds it, gives it form. He seemed less interested in capturing me now, and more fascinated by the entity's sudden, powerful manifestation. He was a scientist again, observing a phenomenon, and that, in its own twisted way, was even more terrifying. He was not afraid of me, he was in awe of it. This was my moment. While he was distracted, while he was studying the manifestation of the entity around him, I made my move. I knew the front door was locked, but there had to be another way. My eyes scanned the foyer frantically. To the left of the door, a small, barely visible alcove, and in that alcove, a narrow, almost hidden door. It looked like a pantry door, or perhaps a servant's entrance. It was old, dark, and blended into the shadows. I sprinted towards it, my heart pounding like a war drum. Silas, still momentarily stunned by the entity's surge, did not react immediately. My fingers closed around the cold, brass knob. It turned. A gasp of pure, unadulterated hope escaped my lips. It was unlocked. I yanked the door open, revealing a narrow, dark passage. It was dusty, smelling of mildew and stagnant air, but it was out. I dove through, slamming the door shut behind me, plunging myself into absolute darkness. I fumbled for the latch, desperately trying to secure it. There was no lock on my side. I pressed my weight against the flimsy wood, listening, straining to hear Silas's footsteps. Nothing. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. I was in what felt like a service corridor, a forgotten part of the house. The air was thick with cobwebs, and I could feel them brushing against my face and arms, tickling my exposed skin. I shuddered, but kept moving, blindly, guided only by the faint promise of escape. The passage twisted and turned, a claustrophobic tunnel of darkness. I felt along the wall, my fingers brushing against rough plaster, then cold stone. The entity was still raging inside me, a frantic, desperate energy that pushed me forward, making my limbs ache with its intensity. It felt like it was trying to escape through me, to burst free from its human tether. Suddenly, a faint light ahead. It was a crack, a sliver of gray, hinting at the outside world. Hope surged again, a powerful, intoxicating rush. I pushed faster, stumbling in the dark, my bare feet protesting against the cold, uneven floor. The passage opened into a small, dilapidated shed attached to the back of the house. The light was stronger here, filtering through grimy windows and cracks in the rotting wood. Old tools hung on the walls like skeletal remains, covered in decades of dust and rust. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. And there, a back door. It was a simple wooden door, probably just a latch, leading to the outside. My salvation. I rushed towards it, my fingers fumbling with the rusty metal latch. It groaned, protested, but finally gave way. I pulled the door open, and the cold, crisp night air hit me like a physical blow. It was glorious. It was freedom. I burst out into the night, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I was in an overgrown, neglected garden, choked with weeds and thorny bushes. The moon, a sliver of silver, hung high in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows. The ancient Victorian house loomed behind me, a monstrous silhouette against the faint moonlight, its dark windows like vacant eyes watching my escape. I did not stop to admire the view. I ran through the overgrown garden, stumbling over roots and hidden rocks, my bare feet screaming in protest. Thorns tore at my skin, but I barely felt them. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house, between myself and Silas. The entity, however, was still with me. If anything, it was stronger, more agitated than ever. It pulsed with a raw, untamed power, a frantic energy that made my teeth ache and my head throb. It was as if escaping the house had somehow unleashed it, broken some subtle tether that Silas had maintained. It was no longer just a cold presence, it was a storm raging within me, feeding on my terror and the sheer adrenaline of my flight. I reached the edge of the garden where the forest began. It was a dense, dark wall of ancient trees, their branches twisted and gnarled like skeletal fingers. The path I would take to get here, the long, terrifying driveway, was somewhere ahead, lost in the darkness. I plunged into the woods, the darkness immediate and suffocating. The trees closed in around me, their rustling leaves sounding like whispers in the night. Every snapping twig, every hoot of an owl, sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. I was running blind, hoping to hit the driveway, hoping to find my car. The car. Oh, God, my car. Would Silas have done something to it? Would it even start? The thought spurred me on. I pushed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes, my skin. My breath came in ragged gasps, my lungs screaming for air. The entity was a constant, buzzing presence, a frantic energy that amplified every fear, every doubt, every terrifying sound of the forest. I could hear its whispers now, clearer, more distinct, though still indistinct, a cacophony of overlapping voices, urging me, taunting me, feeding on my despair. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, I stumbled out of the dense woods onto a gravel path. The driveway. My car was parked further down, a dark, familiar shape in the pale moonlight. It looked untouched. A wave of relief, so potent almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I sprinted towards it, fumbling for my keys, which miraculously were still in my pocket. My hands trembled so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. It clicked open, and I tore the door open, diving inside, slamming it shut behind me. The familiar scent of my car, a faint mix of stale coffee and desperation, was a strange comfort. I locked the doors, my hands still shaking, and jammed the key into the ignition. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the car. I turned the key. The engine sputtered. Once, twice, then caught, roar into life with a satisfying rumble that was music to my ears. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped down the long, winding driveway. I did not care about potholes, about curves, about anything but getting away. The headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the gnarled trees, the shadowy expanse of the property. As I sped past the main gate, the one I had passed through with such a sense of dread just days before, I glanced in the rear-view mirror. The house, a dark, imposing silhouette against the distant, barely visible horizon, seemed to recede into the night. It was still there, a monument to my folly, a tomb of my sanity. But then, something else caught my eye. Just inside the gate, standing perfectly still, a dark figure. Silas. He was just standing there, watching me go. Even from this distance, in the pale moonlight, I could feel his gaze calm, unervingly analytical. He was not pursuing me. He was just observing. A chill, colder than the night air, swept through the car. He had not tried to stop me. He had not even seemed surprised by my escape. It was as if he had expected it. As if this whole ordeal, my frantic flight, my desperate struggle, had been just another part of his twisted experiment. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling down the remote country road. The house disappeared from view, swallowed by the darkness. But Silas's image, his calm, calculating gaze, was burned into my mind. The entity within me, however, was no longer a frantic scream. It had settled into a low, terrifying hum, a constant vibration that resonated deep in my bones. It felt different, stronger, more present. It was no longer just feeding on my fear. It felt like it had absorbed the entire experience, grown from it, evolved. The whispers were clearer now, not distinct words, but a chorus of voices, a constant, low murmur that was just beyond the edge of comprehension. It felt like a part of me, inextricably linked, a parasite that had burrowed deeper, fused with my very being. I drove for hours, the moon a silent witness to my terror. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. The sun began to paint the sky with streaks of bruised purple and angry orange, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the stark reality of my situation. I had escaped Silas, yes, but I had not escaped the entity. If anything, Silas had succeeded in his twisted goal. He had not bound it, not in the way he intended, but he had certainly amplified it. He had made me a more potent conduit. The entity was no longer just a shadow in my periphery. It was a tangible, terrifying part of me. I pulled into a rundown motel parking lot just as the first rays of full daylight broke over the horizon. The place looked like it had not seen a fresh coat of paint since the 70s, but it was a place to hide, a place to rest. I paid cash, using a fake name, my voice hoarse and shaky. The desk clerk, a bored-looking teenager, did not even glance up. Inside the room, a stale smell of disinfectant and old cigarettes clung to the air. I stripped off my torn, blood-stained clothes, my body aching, covered in scratches and bruises. My hair, shaved short weeks ago, still felt like it was being tugged, a phantom sensation that made my scalp prickle. The entity was there, a cold, heavy presence, a constant pressure behind my eyes. I collapsed onto the thin, lumpy mattress, exhaustion finally winning the battle against my adrenaline. But sleep would not come. Every shadow in the room seemed to arrive. Every creak of the old building sounded like Silas's slow, deliberate footsteps. I lay there, staring at the peeling wallpaper, the whispers of the entity a constant drone in my mind. It was stronger now, more demanding. It wanted something. I did not know what, but I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it would get it. Silas had not wanted to cure me. He had wanted to understand it, to cultivate it, and he had succeeded. He had pushed me to the edge, provoked the entity, and unleashed its full, terrifying potential. And now, I was its vessel, its amplifier, its unwitting host. I was no longer just haunted. I was the haunting. And the terrifying thing was, Silas had not seemed upset that I would escape. He had merely watched with that calm, knowing gaze, as if he knew that I was now carrying his experiment, his terrifying creation, out into the world, as if my escape was simply the next phase of his research. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, a chaotic chorus that threatened to shatter my sanity. I closed my eyes, but the darkness behind my eyelids was just as terrifying, filled with the shadowy forms of the entity, swirling and coalescing. I had escaped one prison, only to find myself in another, far more insidious one. A prison of my own flesh and blood, an invisible tormentor that had burrowed deep, too deep to ever be excised. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning. The entity had been awakened, and it was hungry. And now, there was nothing left to stop it. Nothing to stop us. Weeks later, I saw a doctor, vaguely blaming stress, knowing he would not believe the truth. I shaved my head completely, hoping to remove its target, and moved far away. But the fear never left. I am constantly paranoid, checking every shadow, every locked door, every creak of the floorboards in my new, sterile apartment. The place was a modern shoebox, all white walls and minimalist furniture, chosen specifically because it had nowhere for shadows to hide, nowhere for things to attach. It was supposed to be safe. It was not. Shaving my head felt like an act of defiance, a desperate prayer. But it also felt like stripping myself bare, removing the last layer of defense. My scalp, perpetually cold now, was a constant reminder of what I would lost and what I feared losing next. Every phantom breeze felt like a whisper. Every tickle on my skin, real or imagined, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I would wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I would felt those translucent tendrils again, even though there was no hair left for them to take. The entity's intelligence was what truly broke me. It learned. It adapted. It killed my camera. It overwhelmed me with drowsiness. It was not just some mindless beast. It was a hunter, and I was its prey, and it was getting smarter. The thought that it might have followed me, that it might have a way to track me beyond the physical confines of that old house, was a constant, gnawing worm in my brain. How could I escape something that existed outside the rules of reality? I tried to live a normal life. I got a new job, a remote one, so I would not have to interact with too many people. I stocked my fridge, paid my bills, but every action felt hollow, a performance for an audience that was not there, or for an audience that was always there, just out of sight. I stopped answering calls from old friends. How could I explain why I sounded like I had not slept in months, or why I would shave my head, or why I flinched every time a branch scraped against a window? They would think I was crazy. Maybe I was. I was certainly teetering on the edge. My days blurred into a cycle of hypervigilance and exhaustion. I would spend hours online, deep diving into the darkest corners of the internet. My search history was a testament to my crumbling sanity, paranormal hair loss, shadow entity feeding, invisible parasites, ethereal vampirism. Most of it was absolute garbage crackpot theories, poorly written creepypastas, obvious scams. But I was desperate. I was looking for a pattern, a shred of truth, anything that might give me a weapon, or at least an explanation. Then, one night, around 3 a.m., when the digital world felt like the only world that still existed, I stumbled upon it. It was not a slick, modern website. It looked like something from the early 2000s, a relic of GeoCities in dial-up with low residential graphics and blocky text. It was a forum specifically for discussions on non-corporeal feeders and symbiotic entities. The language was archaic, esoteric, filled with terms like astral parasites and host resonances. I almost clicked away, dismissing it as another fringe cult. But then I saw a thread, several years old, titled Experiences with the Shadow Weavers. I clicked. The posts were unsettlingly familiar. Users described unexplained hair loss, a persistent coldness, phantom touches, a draining sensation. One user, named Ethelred, had a series of posts detailing a similar experience to mine, right down to the camera footage. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not some random creepypasta. This was my story. Ethelred's final post in the thread was cryptic. He claimed to have found a practitioner, someone who understood these entities, someone who could offer solution. He warned that it was not easy, that it required unwavering commitment, and that it was not for the faint of heart. He provided an email address, long and complex, a string of seemingly random letters and numbers. Contact him only if you are truly ready to face what lies beyond the veil, the post concluded. I stared at the email address for what felt like an hour. My rational mind screamed at me. This was a scam. This was a cult. This was a trap. But my desperate, terrified mind whispered, what choice do you have? You are dying inside. You are already trapped. I typed out a hesitant email, keeping it vague, just a plea for help, mentioning unexplained phenomena and a draining presence. I did not mention the hair or the tendrils. I was still too afraid of sounding completely insane. Days passed. I checked my inbox obsessively every 5 minutes. Nothing. I was starting to believe I would waste my time, that Ethelred was a hoax or long gone. Then, on the 5th day, a reply landed in my inbox. The sender was listed only as Silas. The email itself was short, almost curt. I understand your predicament. Many seek answers in the darkness. Few are willing to pay the price for illumination. If you are serious, meet me at these coordinates on the 3rd day from now, at sundown. Come prepared to commit. There is no turning back once you step through the threshold. Below the message were a set of GPS coordinates that pointed to a deeply rural area, miles from any major town. The hair on my neck, what little I had left, stood on end. No turning back. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling premonition. But the alternative was a slow descent into madness, forever haunted by an invisible parasite. I had to go. The drive was long, stretching into the twilight hours. My car, usually a company cocoon, felt like a flimsy tin can hurtling towards an unknown fate. The paved roads eventually gave way to gravel, then to a barely discernible dirt track that wound through dense, ancient-looking woods. The trees pressing on all sides, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the darkening sky. My phone's signal died miles back, leaving me completely isolated. Finally, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, I saw it, set back from the track, almost swallowed by the encroaching forest, was a house. It was not dilapidated, but it was old, very old, a grand, Victorian structure with dark, weathered wood and a steeply pitched roof. Overgrown ivy clung to its sides like a second skin, and the windows, dark and unlit, stared out like vacant eyes. It looked less like a home and more like a tomb. A heavy, oppressive silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet was deafening. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to floor the accelerator and never look back. But the memory of the tendrils, the clumps of hair, the crushing fear of the unknown held me rooted. I got out of the car, the crunch of gravel under my feet sounding unnaturally loud. As I approached the front door, a figure emerged from the shadows on the porch. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned tweed suit, even though the air was thick with humidity. His face was sharp, etched with deep lines that spoke of age and perhaps something more. But it was his eyes that truly held me piercing, intelligent, and unsettlingly calm, as if he had seen things that would shatter a normal man's sanity and merely catalog them. "You are prompt," he said, his voice a low, resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the very air. "Come in. The night air carries too many ears." He did not offer a handshake. He simply turned and entered the house, leaving the door ajar. I hesitated for only a second, then followed, stepping over the threshold into the oppressive darkness. The interior was even more unsettling than the exterior. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, dust, and something else, herbs perhaps, or a faint metallic tang. Dark with paneling lined the walls, and every surface seemed to be covered in books, ancient leather-bound tomes stacked in precarious towers. Strange artifacts glinted in the dim light, filtering through the heavy curtained statuettes, carvings, and objects I could not even begin to identify. Silas led me into a cavernous study, dominated by a large, ornate desk. He gestured to a worn leather armchair opposite it. "Sit," he commanded, his eyes still fixed on me with that unnerving intensity. I sat, feeling like an insect under a magnifying glass. He took his own seat behind the desk, his movement precise and economical. "You came because you are afflicted," he stated, not as a question, but as a fact. "A parasitic entity, feeding on your vital essence, specifically on your hair, as a visible manifestation of its consumption." My jaw dropped. He knew. He knew everything, without me saying a word. "How? How did you know?" I stammered. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "You are not the first, and the signs are always the same. The fear, the exhaustion, the peculiar thinning. The shaved head is a common, if ultimately futile, gesture of defiance." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. "These entities are ancient. They have many names, many forms, but their hunger is universal." He then slid a sheaf of papers across the desk towards me. It was a thick document, printed on heavy parchment-like paper, bound with a dark red ribbon. "Before we proceed," he said, "you must read and sign this." I picked up the document, my hands trembling slightly. The title, in an elegant, almost calligraphic font. "Read Agreement, a host practitioner, terms of engagement for the extraction and or containment of ethereal parasitic entities." My eyes scanned the dense, legalistic text. It was a waiver of liability for any and all physical, psychological, or spiritual harm incurred during the course of the treatment. It stipulated that I would follow all of Silas's instructions without question. It included a non-disclosure agreement, binding me to secrecy about everything I witnessed or experienced within his house. And then the clauses that made my blood run cold. The subject agrees to remain duration of prescribed treatment, or until such time as a practitioner deems the treatment complete, or the subject to be no longer viable for the process. The subject understands that the practitioner reserves the right to employ any and all methods deemed necessary for the successful identification, study, and or removal of the entity, including but not limited to sensory deprivation, induced states of consciousness, and the direct provocation of the entity. The subject acknowledges that the entity may, under certain circumstances, exhibit increased activity or aggression during the treatment, and agrees to bear full responsibility for any resulting manifestations, without recourse against the practitioner. And finally, a clause that sent a shiver down my spine in the event of the subject's non-compliance, or the failure of the treatment to achieve its intended outcome. The subject agrees to provide any and all resources, material or otherwise, as deemed necessary by the practitioner for continued study or containment of the entity. Resources, material or otherwise. What did that even mean? My money, my possessions, or something far more sinister? I looked up from the contract, my mind reeling. This was not just a waiver, it was a complete surrender. I would be his prisoner, his subject, his guinea pig. And if things went wrong, I could be held responsible for what? Unleashing the entity on him, becoming a permanent host. This is a lot. I managed to say, my voice hoarse. Silas regarded me impassively. Desperation often requires drastic measures. You are free to leave, of course, but the entity will still be with you, and it will continue to grow, to feed, until there is nothing left. His words hit me like a physical blow. He was right. What was the alternative? To slowly waste away, to lose my mind, to become a hollow shell. The fear of the unknown within Silas's walls was immense, but the fear of the known horror, the one already attached to me, was worse. I picked up the antique quill pen he offered, its feather tickling my hand. The ink was dark, almost black. My hand trembled as I scrawled my name on the dotted line. The paper felt cold, almost alive, beneath my fingers. As I signed, I felt a strange sense of finality, as if I was not just signing a document, but signing away a part of my soul. Silas watched me, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher in his eyes' satisfaction. Curiosity. He took the signed document, folded it meticulously, and placed it in a drawer. Excellent, he said. Now we begin. He led me through a labyrinthine corridor, the air growing colder with every step. The silence was profound, broken only by the creak of old wood underfoot. We arrived at a door, plain and unadorned, at the very end of the hall. He opened it, revealing a small, Spartan room. There was a narrow cot with a thin mattress, a small wooden table, and a single bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The window was completely blacked out, sealed against any light or view of the outside world. It felt less like a bedroom and more like a prison cell. This will be your quarters, Silas announced. You will eat the meals I provide. You will follow my instructions. And you will not leave this room unless I bid you to. He paused, his gaze sweeping over me. The entity knows you are here. It knows you are trying to escape it. This house is designed to contain its manifestations, but it will also provoke them. We need to draw it out, to observe it, before we can begin to truly address it. With that, he stepped out, and a heavy door closed with soft thud, followed by the distinct click of a lock. I was alone, truly alone, in the heart of Silas's strange, ancient house. The first few days were a blur of disorientation and growing dread. Silas's treatment was nothing like I would imagined. There were no grand exorcisms, no dramatic incantations at first. Instead, it was a meticulous, almost scientific process of observation. He would visit me at irregular intervals, sometimes for hours, sometimes for mere minutes. He would ask probing questions about my dreams, my physical sensations, my emotional state. He wanted to know if I felt cold spots, if I heard whispers, if I saw fleeting shadows. He was charting the entity's presence, its subtle movements within me and around me. My diet consisted of bland, almost tasteless food, boiled vegetables, plain broth, and an endless supply of herbal teas that tasted faintly of earth and ash. I suspected they were meant to calm me, or perhaps to make me more receptive. The sensory deprivation was the hardest part. The room was always dark, save for the single dim bulb, and the silence was absolute, broken only by the creaks of the old house and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Without external stimuli, my mind began to turn inward, replaying every horrifying moment from my old house, every tendril, every clump of hair. And then the entity began to stir. It started subtly, a faint, almost imperceptible chill in the air, even though the room was otherwise stuffy. Then the phantom touches returned, more distinct than before. Not just on my scalp, but on my arms, my neck, a feathery caress that made me flinch and gasp. I would whip my head around, but there was never anything there, just the empty air, the oppressive silence. Silas, however, seemed pleased. He would make notes in a small, leather-bound journal, his pen scratching softly in the quiet room. The host is becoming more attuned. He would murmur, almost to himself, "Excellent. The entity is responding to the containment field." Containment field. What was he talking about? I tried to ask, but he would dismiss my questions with a wave of his hand or a cryptic remark about the delicate balance of the ethereal plane. As the days bled into weeks, Silas's methods grew more unconventional. He began incorporating rituals. He would bring strange, fragrant incense into my room, filling the air with a cloying, sweet smoke that made my head swim. He would chant in a low, guttural language I did not recognize, drawing intricate symbols on the floor with a white, chalky substance. Sometimes, he would even draw symbols on my shaved scalp or my arms with a cold, oily liquid that smelled faintly of metal and decay. During these rituals, the entity's presence would become overwhelming. The air would grow frigid, so cold that I could see my breath. The scratching sounds, which had been faint and distant, now seemed to emanate from inside the walls of my room, right next to my head. Whispers, faint and indistinct, would slither into my ears, just at the edge of comprehension. I could not make out the words, but the tone was clear, hungry, malicious, furious. I tried to tell Silas, to beg him to stop, to tell him that whatever he was doing, it was not helping, it was making it worse. But he just watched me, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. "Good," he would say, his voice calm. "The entity is revealing itself. It is testing the boundaries. This is precisely what we need." I started to understand the true horror of the contract I would sign. The not leaving clause was not just a formality. The door to my room was always locked. I would tried it, of course, 100 times. It was solid, unyielding. When I tried to confront Silas about it, about being a prisoner, he merely smiled that faint, unsettling smile. "The treatment is not complete," he would say, his voice soft but firm. "It would be unwise to leave now. The entity knows you are trying to escape it, and it will be waiting. Here, at least, you have a measure of protection, however tenuous." But what kind of protection was this? It felt less like protection, and more like a cage, designed to hold me while Silas poked and prodded at the very thing that was destroying me. I started to suspect his motives. He was not trying to banish the entity. He was trying to study it. He was using me as bait, as a living specimen, to further his own dark knowledge. The entity, far from weakening, seemed to be growing stronger. It was not just hair it wanted. Silas had confirmed it, in one of his rare moments of direct explanation. "These entities feed on vital energy," he would said, his eyes distant, as if looking through me. "Hair is merely an easily accessible, visible manifestation of its consumption. But the true feeding is deeper, on your fear, your sanity, your very life force." And Silas's methods, his rituals, his provocations, they were not weakening the entity. They were drawing it out, focusing it, making it more potent, more intimately connected to me. It was almost as if he was cultivating it, nurturing it, for his own twisted purposes. I was no longer just a host, I was a conduit, an amplifier. The climax came on a night when the air in the house felt particularly heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Silas entered my room, not with his usual calm demeanor, but with a palpable sense of anticipation. He carried a large, intricately carved wooden box. "Tonight," he announced, his voice barely a whisper, "we attempt to bind it, to interrogate it, to learn its true nature, its origins, its purpose." He opened the box, revealing a collection of strange metallic instruments and a small, shimmering crystal that pulsed with a faint, internal light. You are the key, my friend. Your connection to it is now profound. You will be the bridge. My blood ran cold. No, I whispered, shaking my head. I can't. You are making it stronger. You are not helping me. You are using me. Silas's eyes narrowed, losing their unnerving calm for the first time. Nonsense. This is the only way to truly understand what afflicts you. To understand what afflicts us all. He picked up one of the metallic instruments, a long, thin rod with a wicked-looking hook at the end. Do not resist. Your cooperation is paramount. Panic surged through me, raw and primal. I was not just afraid for my life. I was afraid for my very essence. Silas was not a healer. He was a collector, a dark scholar, and I was his prize specimen. I could not let him do this. I could not become a permanent vessel for whatever horrors he sought to unleash. As he moved closer, his face grim with determination, I saw my chance. On the small wooden table, next to my cot, was a heavy ceramic water pitcher. It was the only object in the room that was not bolted down. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged, grabbing the pitcher and swinging it with all my might. It connected with Silas's head with a sickening thud. He staggered back, a grunt escaping his lips, the metallic instrument clattering to the floor. For a moment he swayed, his eyes wide with shock. Then he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. My heart was pounding like a drum solo. I did not wait to see if he was truly out. My hands fumbled with the locked door, tugging, pushing, desperation lending me strength. It was still locked. But then, I remembered something Silas had done during one of his earlier rituals, a small, almost imperceptible button hidden on the doorframe, disguised as part of the wood paneling, which he sometimes pressed before entering or exiting. It was, and I would have been on Tinder for what felt like an eternity. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. It was an endless parade of shirtless gym selfies, guys posing with fish they would caught, and profiles that just said here for a good time, not a long time. My friends kept telling me to give it a shot, that it was how people met these days. But honestly, it mostly just made me feel like I was scrolling through a digital dumpster fire. I was in my late 20s, working a pretty standard desk job, and my social life had dwindled down to weekly brunches with the same 3 people. I wanted something more, something real. But real seemed to be in short supply on the apps. Then Alex popped up. His profile picture was not some overly filtered shot. It was a candid-looking photo of him laughing, sunlight glinting off his dark hair. He was handsome, but not in a model trying too hard way. His bio was witty, intelligent, and actually said something about his interests: travel, reading, hiking. No mention of good times, or just seeing where things go. He seemed different. A spark of hope, a tiny flicker, ignited somewhere in my jaded heart. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. He messaged me that night, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. He asked thoughtful questions, listened to my answers, and made me laugh. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure movies to our opinions on the best kind of pizza. After a week of back and forth messages and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, he asked me out. He suggested a quiet Italian restaurant downtown, followed by a walk through botanical gardens if the weather was nice. It sounded perfect. Normal. Safe. The night of the date. I was a bundle of nerves. I picked out my favorite dress, did my hair and makeup, and probably checked myself in the mirror 100 times. I pulled up to the restaurant a few minutes early, heart hammering against my ribs. Alex was already there, standing outside the entrance, looking even better than his pictures. He had a warm smile and greeted me with a polite, almost old-fashioned handshake. My initial anxiety began to melt away. Dinner was fantastic. Alex was charming, attentive, and genuinely engaging. He had this way of looking at me when I spoke, like he was absorbing every word, making me feel like the most interesting person in the room. He talked about his work as a software engineer, his recent trip to South America, and his passion for vintage vinyl. He seemed like the complete package: smart, adventurous, kind. I found myself really enjoying his company, picturing a second, a third, a 10th date. Maybe this was it. I thought maybe I would finally found someone. But as the evening wore on, little things started to prickle at me. Nothing concrete, just a series of tiny, almost imperceptible shifts in the atmosphere. When I asked about his family, he gave a vague answer about them being scattered, and quickly pivoted to asking about mine. He seemed overly interested in my daily routine, my work hours, my commute, if I lived alone, if I had a pet. He asked about my car, how old it was, if it was reliable. It felt less like getting to know me and more like gathering data. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just first date jitters, that I was probably overthinking things because I wanted to go well so badly. At one point, he told a story about a particularly difficult client at work, and he chuckled, saying, "Sometimes I just want to make people disappear, leave no trace." He said it with a light laugh, and I forced one back, but a cold shiver ran down my spine. It was a dark joke, but people made dark jokes. I convinced myself it was just a sense of humor, a little edgy, nothing to worry about. As the waiter brought the check, Alex insisted on paying. "Please, let me," he said, his hand lightly touching mine. It was a wonderful evening. The least I can do. Then he said, "I would love to drive you home, if you are comfortable. It is late, and I do not want you walking alone." It sounded chivalrous, thoughtful. Part of me, the part that was still riding the high of a seemingly perfect date, wanted to say yes immediately. But another part, the tiny voice of unease that had been growing steadily louder, hesitated. I had my own car parked just a few blocks away. "Oh, that is sweet of you," I said, try to sound casual, "but my car's not far." He smiled, a practiced, confident smile. "Nonsense. I insist. I will make sure you get home safe. Besides," he added, a glint in his eye, "it gives us a little more time to talk." I found myself agreeing, despite the faint tremor in my gut. It felt rude to refuse, like I was implying I did not trust him. And I did trust him, did not I? He seemed so perfect. So I nodded, forcing a smile. "Okay, that would be great. Thank you." We walked out to his car, a sleek, dark sedan. It looked expensive, new. As I slid into the passenger seat, I noticed how impeccably clean the interior was. Not just tidy, but sterile. No stray papers, no crumbs, no personal effects beyond a small, minimalist air freshener hanging from the rear-view mirror. It was almost unsettling, like a car that had not been lived in. He pulled away from the curb, smoothly. The conversation continued, but it felt different now. The easy flow was gone, replaced by a subtle tension that was all on my side. I kept glancing at the speedometer, at the route he was taking. He was not going the most direct way to my apartment. I told myself he was just taking a scenic route or avoiding traffic, but the knot in my stomach tightened. "Actually," he said suddenly, about 15 minutes into the drive. I just remembered, I need to make a quick stop at my place. I forgot something I need for a project tomorrow morning. It is just around the corner, won't take a minute. My heart gave a little lurch. His place. This was not part of the plan. But again, how could I object? It seemed innocent enough. "Oh, okay," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "No problem." He took a turn down a street I did not recognize, past a row of dark, industrial-looking buildings. The streetlights here were sparse, casting long, deep shadows. He pulled into what looked like a small, isolated parking lot behind one of the buildings. It was completely empty, save for his car. No other vehicles, no lights on in the building. It felt wrong. Very wrong. He killed the engine, plunging us into a near total silence, broken only by the distant hum of the city. "Just a sec," he said, and got out of the car. I watched him walk around the back of the sedan. He fumbled with his keys, then pressed a button. With a soft thunk, the trunk lid popped open. And that is when it hit me. The smell. It was not a bad smell, not exactly. It was metallic, cloying, like old pennies mixed with something sickly sweet. A smell I knew, deep down, even if I would never smelled it in such a concentrated, overwhelming way before. It was the smell of blood. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not help myself. My eyes darted to the open trunk. Alex was bent over, rummaging through something. He had his back to me, momentarily obscured by the raised trunk lid. What I saw next made my blood run cold, freezing me to the spot. On the light gray carpet line of the trunk, there were stains. Dark, rusty brown patches, some old and dried, others looking suspiciously fresh and still slightly damp. There were not just a few drops, there were large, irregular splotches, like something had been dragged across the surface, leaving a gruesome trail. My mind immediately flashed to crime scene photos, to true crime documentaries I would watch late at night. There was no mistaking it. This was blood, a lot of it, and it was not just the stains. Tucked away in one corner, partially covered by a dark blanket, I could make out the edge of a roll of heavy-duty black plastic sheeting. Next to it, a glint of silver, a roll of industrial-strength duct tape, and a shovel, its handle protruding from beneath the blanket. My stomach lurched. A wave of nausea washed over me, making my head spin. Every alarm bell in my body screamed at full volume. This was not a hunter's car. This was not a mechanic's car. This was a car that had been used for something unspeakable. And the man who owned it, the man who was currently bent over it, was my Tinder date. Alex straightened up, holding a small, nondescript black bag. He turned and his eyes met mine. For a split second, I must have looked utterly terrified because his smile faltered. His eyes, which had seemed so warm and friendly just minutes ago, now held something cold, something unreadable. "Everything okay?" "Sarah," he asked, his voice smooth, but with a subtle edge I had not noticed before. "You look a little pale." My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. I had to act normal. I had to. If he knew I would seen, if he knew I suspected, I did not want to think about what would happen. I forced a smile, a shaky, brittle thing that felt like it might shatter at any moment. "Oh yeah, totally fine." I choked out, my voice a whisper. "Just the smell." "What is that?" "Kind of metallic." I tried to sound curious, not accusatory. He gave a soft chuckle. That? My old tools. I had a leaky battery in one of my power drills. Must have spilled a bit. It is a pain to clean. Do not worry about it." He waved a dismissive hand, but his eyes were still on me, too intently. A leaky battery. That was his lie. It was so flimsy, so transparent. It was insulting, but I could not call him out. I just nodded, tried to appear convinced. "Right, a leaky battery. Makes sense." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. My hands were clammy, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. He closed the trunk with a definitive thump. The sound echoed in the silent parking lot, sealing my fate, or so it felt. He got back into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The car roared to life, and the sudden noise made me jump. "All right, home we go," he said, pulling out of the parking lot. But it did not feel like we were going home. It felt like I was being driven to my execution. Every turn he made, every street we went down, felt like it was leading me further and further away from safety. I kept my eyes fixed on the passenger's side door handle, wondering if I could open it, if I could just throw myself out of the moving car. But we were going too fast. And even if I survived the fall, where would I go? We were in an unfamiliar, deserted area. He would catch me. My phone was in my purse, which was on the floor at my feet. I could not reach for it without him noticing. I needed a distraction. I needed an opportunity. "So, Alex," I said, trying to inject some lightness into my voice, "that restaurant was really great. Do you go there often?" He glanced at me, a quick, unsettling flash in his eyes. Only when I am trying to impress someone, he said, and then he smiled, that charming smile that now looked like a mask. And tonight, I was definitely trying to impress you. Sarah, the compliment, which would have made me blush an hour ago, now made me want to vomit. He was toying with me. He knew, or he suspected. I kept my gaze fixed out the window, looking for any sign of life, any place I could run to. A gas station, an open store, even just another car. Nothing. The streets were dark, lined with trees and fences. The occasional distant house barely visible. We approached a red light. My heart leaped. This was it. My chance. I subtly shifted my weight, my right hand inching toward the door handle. As the car slowed to a stop, I took a deep breath. My fingers brushed against the cold metal of the handle. I gripped it, my knuckles white. You know, Sarah, Alex said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling tone. I had a really wonderful time tonight, and I have learned a lot about you. My blood ran cold. He was not looking at the light. He was looking at me. His eyes were no longer charming or warm. They were predatory. I know where you live. I know your work schedule. I know you live alone, he continued, his words like ice shards. And I know you saw what was in my trunk. My breath hitched. He knew. All along, he knew. Before I could react, before I could even scream, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, ignoring the red light, throwing me back against the seat. My hand slipped from the door handle. No, I screamed, a raw, desperate sound. He laughed, a cold, humorless sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Sarah, you're not going home. Not yet. The car sped up faster and faster, blurring the dark landscape outside. I frantically tried the door handle again, but it was locked. Child locks. Of course. He had probably engaged them earlier, subtly, when I was not paying attention. My mind raced, trying to find an escape. I looked around the car, desperate. My eyes fell on the passenger side window. It was electric. If I could just roll it down. I slammed my palm against the window button. The window whirred, beginning to descend. Alex's head whipped around. His eyes narrowed, a furious glint in them. Do not you dare, he roared, his voice completely devoid of the charm he had worn all evening. He reached across, his hand clamping down on my wrist, his grip like iron. I screamed, struggling against him. He was strong, far stronger than he looked. He wrestled my hand away from the window button, then pressed his own, sending the window back up with sickening whir. You are not going anywhere. Sarah, he hissed, his face contorted into a menacing snarl. In that moment of distraction, as he leaned over me, I saw my chance. My other hand, free, shot out, grabbing the gear stick. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I slammed it into neutral. The engine revved uselessly. Alex yelled, startled, as the car suddenly lost power, coasting. He instinctively slammed on the brakes, trying to regain control. The car screeched, fishtailing wildly, then veered sharply off the road, plowing through a small ditch and crashing into a dense thicket of trees. The impact was jarring. My head slammed against the headrest, then snapped forward, hitting the dashboard. Pain exploded behind my eyes. The airbags deployed with a deafening thwomp, filling the car with an acrid, chemical smell. Dazed, disoriented, I struggled against the airbag, gasping for breath. My vision was blurry, stars dancing before my eyes. I could hear Alex groaning beside me, struggling to free himself from his own airbag. This was it, my only chance. Ignoring the throbbing pain in my head, I fumbled for the door handle again. This time, with the car at a dead stop, it worked. The door creaked open. I shoved it outward with all my might, scrambling out of the wreckage. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. I stumbled, nearly falling, but forced myself to keep moving. I could hear Alex shouting my name behind me, his voice a guttural roar of rage. Sarah, get back here. Panic fueled my steps. I plunged into the dark woods, ignoring the branches whipping at my face, the thorns tearing at my dress and skin. I ran blindly, propelled by pure, unadulterated terror. The trees were thick, their branches interwoven, making it almost impossible to see. I tripped over roots, my ankles twisting, but I did not stop. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, closer than I wanted him to be. His heavy footsteps, the snapping of twigs, his ragged breathing. He was gaining. You can't hide from me. Sarah, he yelled, his voice echoing through the silent woods. I will find you. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder. I had to get away. I had to survive. I spotted a faint light in the distance, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. It looked like a road, or maybe a house. I veered towards it, desperate. I burst out of the tree line, collapsing onto a gravel path. The light was brighter here, revealing a small, dilapidated shed. Beyond it, I could see the faint outline of a road, and even further, the glow of distant streetlights. I scrambled to my feet, my body screaming in protest, and ran towards the shed. It was old, probably abandoned, but it offered a temporary refuge. I yanked on the rusty handle. It creaked open. I slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind me, plunging myself into an even deeper darkness. The shed smelled of damp earth, old wood, and something else, something metallic, familiar. My heart hammered against my ribs. I pressed myself against the back wall, trying to control my ragged breathing. I could hear Alex outside, his footsteps circling the shed. Sarah, come out, wherever you are, he taunted, his voice chillingly calm now, no longer filled with rage, but with a terrifying confidence. He sounded like a hunter, enjoying the chase. I held my breath, listening. The shed had small, grimy windows, but they were too high to see out of easily. I could hear him walking slowly, deliberately around the perimeter. He stopped at the front door, the one I had just used. My breath hitched. I could hear him fumbling with the handle. It rattled. He pushed. It held. I must have secured it somehow in my blind panic. A moment of silence, then a heavy thump against the door. He was kicking it. The old wood groaned, splintering. Another kick. Another. The door was giving way. My eyes darted around the shed, searching for anything. A weapon. Another exit. My hand brushed against something cold and hard on a dusty shelf. I grabbed it. It was a rusted, heavy wrench. Not much, but it was something. The door burst inward with a final, splintering crash. Alex stood in the doorway, framed against a faint moonlight, his silhouette menacing. His face was bruised, a trickle of blood running down his temple, but his eyes were fixed on me, burning with a cold fury. There you are, he said, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. You should not have done that. Sarah, he stepped inside, slowly, deliberately, his gaze never leaving mine. I clutched the wrench, my knuckles white, my whole body trembling. Stay back. I yelled, my voice cracking. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Oh, I did not think so. We have some unfinished business, you and I. He took another step. In that moment, a flicker of movement caught my eye through one of the grimy windows. A beam of light. Headlights. A car was driving by on the distant road. Help! I screamed, a desperate, raw cry, throwing every ounce of my remaining energy into it. I lunged forward, not at Alex, but toward the broken doorway, hoping to get out to be seen. Alex reacted instantly. He lunged too, grabbing me, his hand clamping over my mouth, silencing my scream. He dragged me back into the dark corner of the shed, his other hand twisted my arm behind my back. The wrench clattered to the floor. Quiet, you little bitch, he snarled, his breath hot against my ear. The car on the road passed by, its lights disappearing into the distance. My heart sank. My last chance. He held me tight, his body pressed against mine, his grip painfully strong. I struggled, kicking, biting, doing anything I could, but he was too powerful. He pulled something from his pocket. I felt the cold, hard plastic against my wrist zip ties. Terror, absolute and suffocating, washed over me. This was it. This was the end. Just as he was about to secure my wrists, a sudden, blinding flash of light filled the shed. Not headlights. Something else. A piercing siren wailed in the distance, growing rapidly louder. Alex froze. His head snapped up, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He released me, momentarily disoriented by the sudden intrusion. Police, a voice boomed from outside. Hands up. Come out with your hands up. My legs gave out from beneath me. I collapsed onto the dusty floor, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. Alex stood frozen for a second. Then, with a curse, he bolted. He did not go out the front door. He kicked through a rotten back wall of the shed, disappearing into the darkness of the woods. More sirens wailed, closer now. Flashing blue and red lights illuminated the inside of the shed. Uniformed officers burst in, weapons drawn. They saw me, huddled on the floor, weeping, trembling. "Are you all right, madam?" One of them yelled, rushing over to me. I could only nod, tears streaming down my face, unable to form words. The next few hours were a blur of questions, flashing lights, and the overwhelming scent of antiseptic from the paramedics. They checked me over, treated the scrapes and bruises, and assured me I was safe. I told them everything, every terrifying detail, from the moment I saw the bloodstains, Alex's chilling words, and the desperate escape. The police launched a full-scale search. K-9 units were brought in, combing the woods. Detectives examined Alex's crashed car, documented the bloodstains in the trunk, and collected samples. They took my statement, meticulously recording every word. They found Alex's phone in the crashed car, but it was wiped clean, no contacts, no personal information beyond a burner number. His Tinder profile was gone, as if he had never existed. They promised me they would find him. They promised justice. But they never did. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The police found no trace of Alex. No one by that name lived at the address he would given me. The car, rental, had been reported stolen that very night. The blood in the trunk, they confirmed it was human, but without a body or a missing person to match it to, the case went cold. My story, despite the physical evidence of the crashed car and the blood, began to sound like a fever dream, a delusion. I tried to go back to my normal life, but normal was gone, shattered into a million pieces. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every car that slowed down on my street made my heart race. I stopped using dating apps. I rarely went out alone, and when I did, I constantly scanned.